Do you want to call the roll?
Councilmember Du Bois. Councilmember Filseth. Councilmember Fine.
Present.
Councilmember Holman. Here. Vice Mayor Niss. Here. Councilmember Koo.
Here.
Mayor Scharf.
Here.
Councilmember Tanaka. Councilmember Woolbach.
Here.
9 present.
All right. And the first thing we have on the agenda is some special orders of the day, and we have one public speaker, Fred Balin. You'll have 3 minutes.
So this relates to item number 4 about Dr. Clarence Jones. Council members, Dr. Jones, your family, honored friends, and colleagues, thank you in advance for this indulgence. 9 years ago, Dr. Jones spoke from this dais to an overflow crowd at the dedication of King Plaza. By honoring Dr. and Mrs. King, you honor yourselves, he graciously said. The concept to rename a Palo Alto public site in honor of Dr. Martin Luther King and Coretta Scott King came from public council members Peter Dreckmeyer and LaDoris Cordell the year before. City Hall Plaza became the obvious, appropriate, and meaningful place. But you may be surprised to learn that neither in public discourse nor council vote was there consensus. The motion passed 5-3 with 1 no-show. The dedication ceremonies helped change minds, and 8 months later, after an unfortunate comment by the police chief sparked a sizable protest march beginning in East Palo Alto and culminating in a rally outside this building, the King's commemorative plaque, situated a few feet away from Mayor Larry Klein, standing on a ledge in the midst of a large crowd with no microphone, provided, I believe, the needed oomph and sincerity, as he said with conviction, there will be no racial profiling in Palo Alto. Annual commemorations of the Kings continued inside City Hall for several years before petering out. But in the summer of 2013, Dr. Jones, the subject of an excellent cover piece in the Weekly by Sue Draymond, had at least a hand and word in another remarkable event on this block, the commemoration of the 50th anniversary of the March on Washington. The event, sponsored by the city and funded by Jim Baer, saw Hamilton Avenue closed to traffic, viewing stands erected, speakers and performers on King Plaza, all culminating with a big screen viewing of Dr. King's most famous speech. Which brings me to a request for a different big screen reprise. In April 1967, Dr. King spoke at Stanford's Memorial Auditorium. It was a difficult time, largely condemned by the press for opposing the Vietnam War, poverty program funding sapped, the FBI trying to destroy him, nonviolence losing ground to darker forces. King's speech, The Other America, the America of poverty, unemployment, substandard housing, and despair, in front of a packed house, was filmed. On its 40th anniversary, LaDoris Cordell and the Aurora Foundation at Stanford played it. I can't adequately describe the feeling of sitting in the same memorial auditorium where students and faculty sat and stood in 1967, watching and hearing Dr. King speak, calm, eloquent, and without notes, now on film and via the big screen. You can find it on the web, but I hope that others will have the same experience as I, and that it will be played again on the 50th anniversary in mid-April and in Memorial Auditorium. Thank you immeasurably to Dr. Jones and all those who keep the King's work and mission alive and relevant to the present.
Thank you. And now we'll move on to the Fire Safety Month Poster Awards recognition to the Palo Alto Unified School District students for excellence in design, art, and messaging.
Well, good evening, Mayor Scharf and honorable council members. I'm Eric Nickel, I'm your fire chief, and I'm excited to introduce a group of extraordinary youth fire prevention leaders. As you walk through the hallway to the front lobby, I hope you had an opportunity to see the fire safety artwork created by the amazing artists I'm going to present to you this evening. This group of young artists and their parents are a demographic we typically don't see here in council chambers. These young community members, though, are an important part of the fire department's community risk reduction program. As you may know, October was Fire Prevention Month, and it was established to commemorate the Great Chicago Fire of 1871 that killed more than 250 people and left 100,000 homeless. This year, the Palo Alto Fire Department sponsored a series of events, including open houses, a city employee safety day, and of course our annual youth poster safety contest. This year's theme was Don't Wait, Check the Date, Replace Smoke Alarms Every 10 Years. The advance in smoke alarm and battery technology has allowed new alarms to last up to 10 years, except in the Vice Mayor's home, those two that we've taken care of, right? Smoke alarms save lives, and having a working smoke alarm cuts the chances of dying in a house fire in half. The United States Fire Administration has identified 2 high-risk groups that we have here in this community, and this is nationwide. Those that are under the age of 13 and those that are over the age of 65. Unfortunately, these 2 high-risk groups account for almost 50% of all fire fatalities nationwide. The goal of our poster contest is to partner with the Palo Alto Unified School District in creating an atmosphere where students can both learn about fire safety and then take these messages home to teach. And we have lots of great stories where the children are teaching their families about fire safety. The 114 men and women of the Palo Alto Fire Department are committed to education to reduce the community's risk from fire, especially in the high-risk youth and elderly groups. This program is bookended on the home safety visit program that City Manager James Keene shared with you 2 weeks ago. The home safety visit is focused and dedicated to our older community members seeking to maintain independence and safety. I would now like to introduce a couple of our team members. First, apparatus operator Tammy Jasso to tell you some more about the successful artist-inspired, youth-led risk reduction program.
Thank you very much for having us here. This is the second year we've done this in front of City Council, but we have been doing the poster contest for a couple of decades now, and I've been had the honor of being the coordinator for 11 years now. And it's something that is, I feel is very important, and it's why I've continued to do it, and I enjoy going out to the schools. We used to do the awards presentations in the classrooms, and so it's really nice for the kids to be able to come here and get even greater recognition for their efforts. And every year they turn in some amazing artwork, and it's really tough to pick winners from that group, but every year we do, and it's usually myself and a group of other firefighters that get to try to do the tough job of picking the winners. But every year we get a lot of participation from all the students in the school district, so it's really it's been a great program and a great experience.
So I'd like to invite the mayor to come down and help me hand out the awards and the certificates.
So we're going to start with the first graders, and for second place in first grade from Escondido, Roman Woolfolk. So University Arts has sponsored us for several years, and they provide gift certificates as prizes. So first place gets $25 gift certificate, second place gets a $15 gift certificate, and third place gets a $10 gift certificate. So for first place in the first grade from Nixon, Taeyun Lee. Third place for second grade, Anja Covert. Second place for second grade from Hoover, Tanay Agrawal. First place for second grade, Victor Peng. Third place for third grade, Olivia Zhu. She's not here. Okay, they're not here. Yeah. Okay, second place for third grade, Zoya Raza. First place for third grade, Jeffrey Fan. And Olivia Zhu, third place, third grade. So first place for fourth grade, Sayona Dingra. Second place for fifth grade, oh, wait, hold on. Third place for fifth grade, Nishi Goyal. Okay. Second place for fifth grade, Royce Lee. And last but not least, first place for fifth grade, Michelle Koo.
Mr. Mayor,
Thank you, Mayor.
Eric, Mr. Mayor, could you wait a minute? The city clerk's office has just announced that all the children who won tonight are going to get a city pin, and tell them not to leave until they're able to fasten it on. So all of you who won tonight, come on up here, and you'll get a city pin that the city clerk will pin on you to take home. Thanks.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Thank you, Council.
All right. I suppose I could give it a few seconds. All right. Now, Pastor Baines, welcome. So, we have a proclamation for you. Councilmember Holman is going to read the proclamation. Then, if you'd like to say a few words afterward, that'd be great.
It's my honor to read this. I've known Pastor Baines for a while now and really am honored to read this. So, whereas Pastor Paul Baines has been a long-time positive force for good in both East Palo Alto and Palo Alto, and whereas Pastor Paul Baines is the co-founder and president of Project We Hope, We Help Other People Excel, an East Palo Alto-based homeless and supportive housing shelter that opened in 2009 and assists homeless and at-risk adults in East Palo Alto and surrounding San Mateo County and Santa Clara County communities. And whereas the 55-bed Project We Hope shelter has evolved into a year-round supportive housing emergency shelter which offers on-site life skills classes, anger management, 12-step recovery, communications, financial education, health and nutrition, art therapy, and exercise classes. In 2016, Project We Hope found permanent homes for 16 individuals. And whereas Project We Hope launched the Kids Now food program standing for Kids Nutrition on Weekends, a program which provides weekly fresh food for families in need. Project We Hope also provides Thanksgiving and Christmas holiday dinners for less fortunate community members. And whereas Pastor Paul Baines and Project We Hope launched Dignity on Wheels in 2015, a mobile shower and laundry program which regularly provides service at 9 sites in San Mateo and Santa Clara counties and is at the Opportunity Center in Palo Alto every Saturday morning. And whereas Pastor Paul Baines was sworn in as the chaplain of the Palo Alto Police Department on October 27, 2010, and developed the police department's chaplaincy program to improve opportunities for relationship building between staff and the community. As chaplain, he supports officers when making death notifications to community members and provides support to employees when needed. And whereas Pastor Paul Baines is a member of the police department's critical incident stress management team and has been part of Family Day, which provides information to officers, families to better understand the life of a police officer and how it extends into their personal lives. Now, therefore, H. Gregory Scharf, Mayor of the City of Palo Alto, on behalf of the city, does hereby recognize Pastor Paul Baines and extend appreciation for his years of valuable contributions and service to this community. Congratulations and thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. 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 I was told to show up here by my executive assistant, Nakia, over there. My wife, though, is co-founder of Project We Hope, and I want her to stand with me. Believe it or not, this Pentecostal preacher is a little speechless right now, which is a rare find. But mayor, vice mayor, city council, clerks, staff, we like to say this, that none of us is as strong as all of us. And we could not do what we do if it wasn't for people in this room. So that's the Chief Burns, Chief Watson, Chief Erickson, and the police department and the various other departments. Many hands make work light. And it takes those many hands to make a difference in people's lives and the trajectory that they're on. So thank you for this honor. I don't know if my wife wanted to say, she doesn't want to say anything. So thank you, and let's continue to serve the less fortunate, the marginalized of our region, particularly here in Palo Alto.
So don't go anywhere yet, because I have to give you the proclamation.
Oh, okay. This is my first time receiving something like this here, so I don't know the protocol, forgive me.
So the protocol is I shake your hand and give you the proclamation. All right. And thank you very much, too, for supporting them. However you want to do this, I'll say yours. Thank you so much for all the work you do. Really appreciate it.
Thank you for allowing us to serve.
And now I've asked Vice Mayor Niss to read the proclamation honoring Clarence Jones. Is Clarence Jones, come on up to the podium. And
It'll be my great honor to read this to you, Clarence. So come right up, stand right where Paul stood. It's wonderful to have you here this evening. Thank you so much for being here. So, this is a proclamation honoring Clarence B. Jones. Whereas Palo Alto is proud to honor one of our most esteemed residents, Clarence B. Jones, veteran of the historic civil rights movement, author, accomplished speaker, scholar, business leader, and close associate of Dr. Martin Luther King. He also has served as a political advisor, personal attorney, and speechwriter for Dr. King, beginning in 1961, participating in the writing of Dr. King's historic 1963 I Have a Dream speech, and helped negotiate the end of the Attica prison inmate rebellion in New York in 1971. And whereas Dr. Jones is the author of 2 books, What Would Martin Say? And Behind the Dream, the making of the speech that transformed a nation, and continues to be a much requested speaker and featured legacy documentary subject. And whereas he has been honored with numerous awards and recognitions and honorary degrees by universities, civic, legal, and faith associations, and I know that makes us just one of many, but I still hope that this is a wonderful night for you, Clarence. And international venues, and whereas he is today a scholar in residence at the Stanford Martin Luther King Jr. Research and Education Institute, and a diversity visiting professor at the University of San Francisco, whereas he generously contributes to our local community by participating in educational and civil rights programs, including Youth Community Service Students and the 2013 Let Freedom Ring, 50th anniversary of the March on Washington here in Palo Alto. And whereas Dr. Jones continues to challenge us here in Silicon Valley to address issues of equity in employment, education, and housing, now therefore, I, speaking on behalf of Mayor Greg Scharf, Mayor of the City of Palo Alto, on behalf of our City Council, hereby recognizes you as a community hero and extend our appreciation for your many years of valuable contributions and service.
Thank you so much. I never forget that I am the providential, gratuitous beneficiary of having a relationship with perhaps the most extraordinary person in the 20th century. I just last month celebrated my 86th birthday. Dr. King's birthday was always 1 week later on the 15th. When I teach and I speak around the country and I try to give persons a summary description that they can take away about this extraordinary person he was in the pantheon of our history of our country, I tell them this and I tell you this. And hopefully you will remember. In 12 years and 4 months, from 1956 until April 4th, 1968, the date of his assassination in Memphis, Tennessee, with the exception of the presidency of Abraham Lincoln and the Emancipation Proclamation of 1863, Martin Luther King Jr. may have done more to achieve social, racial, political justice and equality than any other person or event in the previous 400-year history of the United States of America. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And if I can just say one I'm glad to see here because when the election was coming up, I kept getting all of these mailings with your pictures on it. And so I'm glad to see what you look like in person. And Councilman Fine, I was especially delighted to be with you. You maybe didn't see me yesterday at the Temple Betham rally, refugee rally. And so I was glad to hear you speak, and I listened to you very carefully about your parents coming from Lithuania, is that, I think, if I remember, is that correct? And so I'm proud to have been there along with several hundreds, if not 1,000 people there yesterday. So all of you did, I'm especially proud to see you there and to know that you're a member of the council. I guess they did say it yesterday, but it didn't sink in. Thank you.
I'm honored to give you this proclamation.
Thank you. I'm honored to accept it, sir. And by the way, Pastor Baines, who labored carefully, toilously, local English years. I came to Palo Alto in 2005 and 2006. And he has been one of the persons that I've come to admire. A lot of people, as you know, I'm just speaking the truth, but a lot of people talk the talk, you know, but there are not too many people who walk the walk. I'm just telling you here, walk the walk. I'm very honored to receive a proclamation at the same time as you are, sir. Martin Luther King Jr. and Christian would be so proud of the work that you have done and are doing. And thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, members of the City Council. This means a great deal to me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. So now we're going to move on to our study session. Did you collect the? Oh, item number 2. I forgot item number 2. I apologize. So we're going to call item number 2, which is the American Construction Inspectors Association presentation of the 2016 Internship Leadership of the Year Award.
Thank you, Council Member. Mayor, thank you. It's hard to follow an act like that, right? I mean, children, honoraries. So our small little piece of the presentations tonight is an humbling offering to the council tonight. Peter Pernijad, your Development Services Director, here with me today are a few of your dedicated staff people. George Hoyt, your Chief Building Official. If I would ask him to stand up. Bud Starmer, our Building Inspection Supervisor, and Rob Dunbar, our Building Inspection Specialist, and some of the other fine inspectors we have working out in the field. You guys stand up too? Let's give them a round of applause if you don't mind. You got us. It's an honor to share a bit of good news with you today, not as good as the news that you received in these last 3 presentations, but nonetheless, as you may know, the Development Services Department is committed to enforcing all aspects of the construction codes while ensuring the process is efficient, effective, predictable, and transparent. In our continuing efforts to be leaders in the area of progressive building codes, we also seek to ensure today's complex buildings are built to comply with all aspects of the building and other regulatory codes. We do this by employing the most skilled and credentialed inspector that must be vigilant in keeping their current status and their current certifications. We currently are one of the only 9 cities out of 14,000 rated agencies in the country that hold an ISO Class 1 credential. So in California, we're one of 4 that out of 297 agencies that have been rated by this organization. So that award demonstrates the city's maintenance of the highest standards of structural safety, and it also provides a benefit for insurance holders of property owners in Palo Alto. Today, we are proud to bring another award that recognizes the outstanding leadership of your inspectors that have demonstrated leadership in the industry of inspection. I'm pleased to introduce Melvin Wiedner here, President of the American Construction Inspectors Association. The ACIA, established in 1954, is an organization of skilled and knowledgeable construction professionals. And Mel will have a couple words to say about a very honor that we're here to share with you.
Honorable Mayor, council members, I too am a bit stammered for words, and I normally am not. You've put me behind a national hero, a local hero, and a bunch of children. Thank you very much. The American Construction Inspectors Association is 60 years old. In the mid-70s, our then Governor, Ronald Reagan, asked us to take over the licensing division, and that's the Registered Construction Inspectors. We're an organization of architects, engineers, inspectors, all throughout the state, construction managers all throughout the nation. Your city was nominated for an award. And so I'm the national president. So I started digging through and saying, okay, when has a city ever been nominated? I haven't seen this before. And I'm a two-time president. Been on multiple boards, been a local chapter president for 7 years, been on this board for 5 years. So I asked our executive director, look into this for me. And we could not find that it was ever done. So then I said, okay, who nominated this city? Okay, throw this back at me, let me do some digging. And what I found out is that no one on your staff, no one in your department, no one that lives in this city, no one that currently works here or has a job here nominated you. So that really got my interest to find out why. And I went through about 7 pages of reasons and nominations, and you were nominated by a chief building official that does not work in this city and would like to remain nameless so that he can keep his job in another city for not nominating himself. Okay, so then I started developing and going through and asking, why did they earn this? And I found out that through your leadership, this city's leadership, okay, you employ forward planning, advanced thinking, a proactive, a teamwork approach. That's the class I teach. And I was told that if I came over here and networked with some of your inspectors, that they would teach me. So I got introduced to a few of your inspectors and got involved in no projects or anything else, just networking, and found out that what you have in your development services department, your building department, is infectious. And I've never seen it before, never. And so I took the information back and the nomination and everything that was available to me, presented it back to the board, and the board unanimously picked the city of Palo Alto. And there are no employees here. There's nobody involved here in projects. None of us are currently gaining or have previously, other than one that was here years ago, collected employment from you. So I would like to present the city of Palo Alto the Industry of the Year Award. And by the way, you're the first city in 60 years that has gotten this. One municipality has gotten it before. So this is quite remarkable, and I'd like to say thank you, because you have built a team that is second to none, and I'm not sure that everyone here knows it.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Congratulations. And obviously, thank you to all of you in the building department. We're really proud of you.
I've got just a little bit more as an individual.
Sure, go ahead. Are we handing them out?
Yeah, yeah.
We should take pictures.
So while investigating this and everything else, and the building department, most of the time, is a thankless job, because you have to enforce things, but while doing so, and it doesn't make everyone happy, because sometimes a homeowner, a jurisdiction, a builder, a contractor has got to spend a few dollars to do things right, okay? to do things right. And that's paramount because your safety should be their biggest concern, and it is. So I'd like to present the leader of that department who's allowed us the ability to communicate, to talk, his forward thinking. I'd like to present George Hort. And it's the Industry of the Year, and this is what it says for George: for your teamwork, advanced planning, proactive approach to improve the building and inspection industry, not only for your city, but for statewide. And I'll tell you real quick how he does that. His other two employees working for him, I'd like to come up here, and I'll keep talking while they come so I can get out of here, because you're going to follow this up with kids, and I'm going to look like, okay, is Robert Dunbar and Bud Starmer. What your department does, what your city does to improve the inspection and construction industry, you've produced books, you've produced inspection manuals, you've produced guidelines, and you share those freely. And normally in the inspection industry, when you produce something like that, you kind of tuck it away. I've seen it, I don't do it, but you tuck it away in your shirt and you hold it back, and because you think that you have the information that no one else has, that it makes you better, your city doesn't feel that way. They try and make the industry better, and these two gentlemen need to be recognized for it: Robert Dunbar and Bud Starmer. Thank you, gentlemen.
Congratulations. Do you want to get a photo? I'll hold it up. All right. Do we have any results on the voting?
Yes, we do, Mayor. For the Historic Resources Board, rather than reading out what everybody voted for, David Bauer, Beth Bunnenberg, and Brandon Corey all received 9 votes. So they have now been appointed to the Historic Resources Board.
It's unanimous.
I'm going to skip over to the Planning and Transportation Commission. And we have Councilmember Du Bois voting for Susan Monk, Councilmember Filseth for Susan Monk, Councilmember Fine for Susan Monk, Councilmember Holman for Greer Stone, Vice Mayor Niss for Susan Monk, Councilmember Koo for Christian Pease, Mayor Scharf for Susan Monk, Councilmember Tanaka for Susan Monk, and Councilmember Wolbach for Susan Monk. Susan Monk has the appointment with 7. Going to the Parks and Rec Commission, we have Councilmember Du Bois voting for Jeff Greenfield, Jeff Lemire, Ryan McCauley, and Keith Reckdahl. Councilmember Filseth voting for Jeff Greenfield, Jeff Lemire, Ryan McCauley, and Keith Reckdahl. Councilmember Fine voting for Doug Hagan, Jeff Lemire, Ryan McCauley, and Don McDougall. Councilmember Holman voting for Jeff Greenfield, Ryan McCauley, Keith Reckdahl, and Ellen Turnbow. Vice Mayor Niss voting for Jeff Lemire, Don McDougall, Keith Reckdahl, and Ellen Turbo. Councilmember Koo voting for Jeff Greenfield, Ryan McCauley, Keith Reckdahl, and Ellen Turbo. Mayor Scharf voting for Jeff Greenfield, Jeff Lemire, Don McDougall and Keith Reckdahl. Councilmember Tanaka voting for Doug Hagan, Jeff Lemire, Ryan McCauley, and Don McDougall. And Councilmember Wolbach voting for Doug Hagan, Alice Mansell, Don McDougall, and Keith Reckdahl. We have Keith Reckdahl getting 7 votes, Ryan McCauley with 6 votes, and Jeff Lemire with 6 votes, and we have a tie on the last position. So we'll have to do a second round for the final position on the Parks and Rec Commission.
If you just got appointed and you want to stand up and be acknowledged, if you're here, I see Beth, I see Susan. If you want to just stand up, we'll acknowledge you, congratulate you. All right. So now we'll move on to our study session. Do we have any speakers from the public? No speakers from the public. Oh, we have one. Okay. Yeah, we just vote for one. All right, so Jeffrey Eustace, if you want to come up and speak, to be followed by Herb Barak, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Jeff Eustace, and I own 539 Thane Way in the Barron Square condominium complex adjacent to the proposed project. I have previously submitted written comments, which I understand are in the council's package. I believe that the council and the community need additional information early in the process, and that the present application needs to be supplemented. Specifically, I believe that a visual impact study with specific reference to Barron Square is necessary. I understand visual impact studies involve taking photographs from several specified points, which are called receptor sites, and then drawing the proposed structures on the photographs. My suggestion is to select receptor sites directly in front of the Barron Square buildings closest to the proposed structures. In addition, the applicant should provide a shadow study to address potential reduction in direct sunlight to Barron Square units and common area during all 12 months of the year. I understand that the developer is proposing a relatively massive project, almost doubling the number of permitted units and utilizing multiple 3-story buildings on a small 3/4 of an acre parcel. To fully evaluate the compatibility of the proposal and its context, I believe further studies are necessary in order for the council to make a recommendation. Thank you for your service and for your consideration of these comments.
Thank you. Herb Barak. To be followed by Ari Cartoon.
Mayor Scharf and council members, this process on this study session item is opposite of previous study sessions where the public speaks last after hearing the presentation from the city staff and the council's questions and comments. The idea of a study session being is primarily for the council's benefit, so the council can comment on the proposal, and by having the public speak after the staff presentation, the public would have the opportunity to comment on anything that staff says. I believe something is missing from this set of information that you have on this project, and that is comparing the proposed project that's available on the presentation you're going to see with what can actually be built under the current zoning, because the current zoning, as with other residential projects, can take advantage of the state density bonus law. However, if based on this study session, the applicant goes ahead and files an application for zone change, and the council adopts it, the applicant can then throw this project proposal in the garbage and come forward with a different application that takes advantage of the state housing density bonus law. But the applicant doesn't want you to believe that. So you should believe what the applicant is giving you, which is a project that doesn't use the housing density bonus law, and you should compare that to the existing zoning with the housing density bonus law. And I believe you will find, for the most part, that the project's objectives would be met, and that whatever objections neighbors and others might have would be mitigated by the fact that the applicant is currently entitled to build under the zoning with the density bonus law. If the applicant's intent was to fool you and give you one project to get the zone change and then come in with another project, that would be like, to paraphrase Chairman Mao, picking up a rock only to drop it on your own foot. Thank you.
Thank you. Ari Cartoon, to be followed by Ruth Lowry.
Hi, I'm Ari Carton, 3506 Emerson. I walk around the city a lot. I use my primary transportation if I can. I use it for exercise. So I know how long it takes to get from that particular lot to any kind of major transportation. Yes, there is a bus going up and down El Camino, but to get to the nearest train station will take the average walker about 25 minutes. I walk it. That's the one that's under the bridge over in Mountain View. All I want to say is I live next to the Alma Plaza development. I saw that go up. I saw the total lack of parking for people to come and visit people. And I don't understand why the city council even has zoning regulations if you're not going to try to figure out where people are going to actually live and how they're going to live and where they're going to put their cars and where their friends are going to put their cars when there's a party or when there's a visit or when the parents or the in-laws or whatever come over. It doesn't make any sense. So to squeeze twice as many housing units into this little lot as you could possibly ever imagine under any zoning law doesn't make any sense unless we're going to just stop having zoning and start building straight up with maximum density all up and down the peninsula. That doesn't make any sense. I do know that there are exceptions granted for putting things in transportation corridors. This is not one of them. People will not take buses to go to work. So if you think that all the 21 whatever units can fit in that little bitty space with 1 or 2 people per home who need to get somewhere, I just don't think that that's going to happen. I don't have any problem with somebody making a lot of money on their property. That's totally fine. But they can have 2 or 3 or 4 big houses or whatever, and they'll make pretty much the same kind of thing. There's a limit to how much you want to build in the city, how much we need to build in the city, if we're not going to provide people a place to put their cars, get to and from, invite their friends over, and make this a living place. If this were near a transportation hub, I'd have a different thought about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Who is that? Bob Moss? Oh, right, exactly.
Good evening, Council. I'm Ruth Lowy. I live in South Palo Alto in the Barron Park neighborhood. I urge you not to increase the zoning to RM30 for this lot. RM30 is intended for larger parcels, and this is not a large land parcel. The 4146 lot facing El Camino Real is small. In fact, it's 3/4 of an acre. I urge you to keep the RM15 zoning and insist the project conform to the 3/4 acre limits. RM15 zoning will better allow for more adequate underground parking for residents and for their guests, and for more open space above. One RM15 acre allows up to 15 units. 3/4 of an acre allows for 11 to 12. Which amount is reasonable on a small lot. Fewer units would keep population density increase at a reasonable pace. It will not cram more people into smaller spaces. Overdensity will negatively impact increasing traffic in this congested section of town. Fewer units will be better for the new residents and will provide more outdoor space and quality of life. It would better conform with the adjacent neighborhood and will keep parking from creeping into the surrounding neighborhoods. Eliminate one tower with perhaps 6 buildings, 3 units to make 18. I suggest that the northmost tower be eliminated to create more space between the massive building and the adjacent surrounding ones. Parking could be improved, such as no tandem parking. The council's history of allowing underparked buildings is impacting all neighborhoods, such that we now need permit parking plans. Don't let this happen here. If zoning is increased to RM30, remember that the comprehensive plan supported the concept that lower unit amounts within the formula should be the outcome, so that we don't have runaway growth. If RM30 allows 23 units, then 3/4 of an acre would allow 17, getting close to my suggested 18. I would like to acknowledge that the architect did meet with our neighbors, listen to our concerns, and use some of the information in planning the project. Unfortunately, the number of units are still too many. Please keep it at RM15.
Thank you. Bob Moss? Bob?
He's getting hard of hearing. That's right. He is hard of hearing.
Thank you, Mayor Scharf and council members. There's a couple of problems with this particular project, and I think that Arthur Keller had some very good points, but one of them is traffic. If you drive along El Camino during rush hour, that area is totally blocked. And putting an upzoning on the site, increasing the number of car trips by 100 to 150 a day, is not going to be good. It's going to be a problem. The traffic on Maybell, traffic on Arastadero, in addition to El Camino, is very bad right now. Second, even though the design that was shown to you is not actually before you for approval, there's some things about it that concern me. One of them is that the access street is only 18 feet wide. The normal requirement for a street serving 5 or more units would be 30 feet. Why is the street so narrow? The street behind the buildings is 25 feet. Again, less than the 35 feet required. So any project which goes in there should be required to have adequately wide streets. Second, the various plans that they show have different numbers of parking spaces. In one case, the parking is about 24 units, 24 parking spaces. In another, it's 40. How many parking spaces are really going to be on the site? You have to have adequate parking for everybody, plus guests. 10 of the parking spaces that they're showing are dual spaces, which means they're only going to be acceptable if both people who have parking there live in the same apartment. If they're different people, different apartments, you could have somebody parking there and blocking this access and egress from the car in front of them. So I think this has got to be looked at very carefully. I don't see any justification for doing the upzoning to RM30. There have been several projects proposed in the past which were approved by the council for development on that site at the RM15. RM15 works on that site. It's been approved before. The projects didn't go forward not because of anything that the city or the city council did, but because the property owner backed off. So I think you should be very careful about doing this upzoning in an area which is as congested as this is, and that's going to have so many problems on the adjacent streets and in the neighborhood.
Thank you. And do we have a new Parks and Rec Commissioner?
We do not have a majority. Jeff Greenfield received 4 votes. Don McDougall received 4 votes, and Alan Turbo received 1. So we need to do another ballot.
All right. So the clerk just reminded me, because I think council members were a little confusing to me. I thought we were voting for 5 as well. So we're voting for 4, and then after that, we're going to take another vote for the unexpired term. So 2 more people will be elected. It's just whether or not they get elected for the full term or the not full term.
So do you want us to vote?
No, we're just voting for 1, and then we'll do another vote after that. All right, so back to staff, if you want to give the presentation.
Yes, good evening. I'm Sheldon Ossing. I'm a planning consultant assisting the city with projects. I do have a PowerPoint presentation for you. The applicant also has a PowerPoint presentation after mine. So the applicant does seek preliminary feedback from the City Council concerning a rezone of the property from an RM15 to RM30 designation. The lot's approximately 3/4 of an acre size. And the purpose of this meeting and the pre-screening is to allow the public and the council to preview the proposal and provide some preliminary feedback on some issues that may arise. So in summary, project site is surrounded by residential on one side of El Camino, and then there's commercial on the other side. There's predominantly 2-story, 3-story development in the area. The current zoning does allow a maximum of 11 units. The proposed zoning would permit a maximum of 23 units on the site. As you did hear, that the state does have a density bonus for affordable housing at a sliding scale if certain criteria is met. So that bonus would be 35% more than what the zoning does allow. So for the maximum of 11 units, you're looking at 4 additional units. In the case of the 23, you'd be looking at additional 8 units. Some background on the project. What's proposed in the packet is 21 3-story unit buildings. There's 7 buildings. And this project was presented before the ARB in a preliminary form back in May of 2014. At that time, it did also require a zone change. The ARB was supportive of the project with the need to study the building frontage, rhythm, and connection to the street, as well as they did stress a pedestrian connection between the Barron Square and El Camino Real. Neighbors at the time did have some concerns similar to what you're hearing today, indicated that they wanted to see a visual impact study, as well as the project may be too big for the area. The project does provide site plan elevations for preliminary consideration. However, they should not be considered the final designs, and the applicant will go over more of that. The site does show 7 buildings fronting El Camino Real with some surface and tucked under parking below grade. Just to provide a little bit more perspective on the elevations, shows a 3-story project, what it would look like, and it would be consistent with some of the adjacent development. For instance, at 4100 El Camino Real, we'll have that photo for you. Some of the key issues to consider for the upzoning of the site and the intensification would be, in terms of the height, you would have additional 5 feet that would be allowed for buildings. The rezone would also allow for additional floor area for the site. For the site specifically, you're looking at about 3,300 square feet. The rezone would also allow for the additional units on the site, as I mentioned, would be an additional 12 units more than what the current zoning code would allow. And the rezone would result in about 1,700 fewer square feet in open space. This photo does provide an aerial context, demonstrates some of the development in the area. You've got a hotel there at the intersection. It's 2 stories. Behind it, you have 2-story residential. There's Thane Way as an access road, but it is gated off. And then adjacent to that, along El Camino, is the 3-story residential project, and across the street is commercial. So you can see, looking at the site, where you see the gated off access and the 2-story development, and then below that is the 4100 El Camino site that has 3-story residential nearby. And then looking towards across the street from the project site is the commercial with the Starbucks and other commercial. As you heard with the public comments that we've received have a visual simulation, a shadow analysis. These are things that you typically do see in applications that go forward to the ARB, so that would be considered. Some of the next steps would be tonight, receive the comments from the applicant and the public, council member comments, and there's no formal action that's requested. And next steps would be that the applicant would consider comments and submit plans for ARB review with the Planning Commission to council consideration. That considers my presentation. Be happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. And now we'll return to council. So I just want to remind council colleagues that the purpose of this session is to give the applicant feedback of if you have concerns. The applicant would probably go out and spend a lot of money on this kind of stuff. So if you're not supportive of the rezoning, I would encourage you to say you're not supportive of it. If you are supportive of it with, conditions or any concerns that you have, I think it's a good time to give the applicant some sense of where we are so they don't go down the wrong path, frankly, and spend a lot of money. I think that's the purpose of these. Councilmember Du Bois.
Can we ask about the questions first?
It's comments and questions. So I actually think we're sort of behind on time. We have two big items tonight. But ask all the questions you want. Make all the comments you want.
Yep.
And then we can just move down.
Generally, I'd like to hear people's answers to questions before I make comments.
Excuse me.
I'll give it a shot, though.
Excuse me, Councilmember. Just typically we hear from the applicant that you give a brief presentation.
I did forget about the applicant. You're right. What? Why don't you give a brief presentation? Yeah, 10 minutes. And we normally give the applicant 10 minutes. Is that correct? That's what I thought.
Oh, you already have it up. Great. Oh, perfect. All right. Good evening. Thank you, and good evening, Mayor Scharf, members of the council. My name is Ken Hayes with Hayes Group Architects. I'll be presenting or making the presentation tonight on behalf of our clients, the Wan family. I think this is an opportunity for better land use, for increasing residential density, for much-needed housing on a vacant site on a major transportation corridor with amenities and services nearby. The site is on the west side of El Camino Real. It's currently in the land use is multifamily. It's zoned RM15, allowing a yield of 11 units, as staff had said. The site's also on the housing element housing inventory, allowing up to 20 dwelling units per acre, which would yield for this site about 15 dwelling units. The site is also considered a node site, a pedestrian node site in the South El Camino Real plan. This is a guiding plan that we use. It's located in the triangle area. These pedestrian nodes are envisioned as areas of increased density, if you read the South El Camino Real guidelines, and those zones are nodes that offer amenities and services to people that live there. The existing zone across the street is CN. However, we do have some RM30 up the street. In fact, a smaller parcel between us and the corner parcel. To the south, there's a CS zone site, and there's others as well. CS zone, as you know, allows RM15 residential density. So we're kind of an anomaly on this side of the street. We're right there, again, RM15. To the rear of us is the Barron Square portion, to the west, I should say, consisting of 65 condos on 6.5 acres, roughly a density of 10. We did meet with them, as one of the speakers indicated, and they expressed their concerns to us. Really, no access from Thane Way to this project, and move the project as far away from Thane Way as possible to minimize sightline issues. These are views of the site. I think we've seen those already. I'll go through those more quickly. The 2015-23 housing element identifies challenges for housing in Palo Alto, being there's a jobs housing imbalance of more than 3 to 1. We know all that. It's taxing the infrastructure. There's a high cost of land. Smaller lot sizes make resident development difficult. Lack of affordable housing, obviously for all segments of the population. And there's limited land, nearly built out. I think the housing element says 0.5 of 1% is developable land still remaining. This is a diagram out of the housing element. It shows some of those vacant parcels. I don't know if they're all still vacant, but our site is right here. And then north on El Camino, there's one other vacant site at Kendall. In accordance with the California Housing Element Law, the regional housing needs allocation for Palo Alto through 2022 is 1,988 units of those various breakdowns. Annual rate of housing production in Palo Alto, however, since 1970 has never produced more than 240 units per year. The average is 163 units per year, and at that rate, you're not going to meet the housing requirement until 2026. I see this as an opportunity again. The housing element strategies, they talk about strategies. Those strategies are listed here. Goal H2, support construction of housing near schools, transit, parks, shopping. Programs to get there would be to allow increased residential densities and mixed-use developments where you have adequate urban services. It goes on to say in the next program there, as part of planning of the future of El Camino, explore the identification of pedestrian nodes consistent with the South El Camino Real guidelines. So it's right there. That's why we thought this made a lot of sense. We do have transit that provides bus service, VTA Bus 22, 176 trips per day. VTA 88 does 24 trips per day. VTA 522, 127 trips per day. And the Stanford Shopping Express Marguerite does 8 trips per day. And a lot of those are almost 24 hours a day. This is just a diagram of Bus 22. Our site is there. It provides access to the Palo Alto, obviously Caltrain station. There's connections to San Antonio train station, and the route ends up at East Ridge Shopping Center down in the far right-hand corner after passing through the San Jose train station in downtown San Jose. Bus 522 does essentially the same thing, so I won't go through that. These are the bus stops right in our block, essentially, for this project. And the site is there. You can see the bus stops located there. And as a previous speaker pointed out, from our site, a car ride to San Antonio Station is 6 minutes, a bike ride's 8 minutes, a bus ride is 11 minutes, and if you walk, he said 25. I Googled it at 30. So the program here is a zone change from RM15 to RM30. Develop 21 multifamily, 1 and 2 bedroom residential units instead of 11. So we'd have 7 one-bedrooms, and it may change slightly, at 618 square feet, and 14 two-bedrooms at 1,100 square feet. We want to provide 3 BMR units instead of just the 1, and provide outdoor common space. We're going to park it in accordance to the ordinance. I understand the comments that were made tonight, and they were good ones. It's hard for me to read this now up here. The zone change from RM15 to RM30, really the big issues are, or the only real differences are height. We have an increase of 5 feet in height. And essentially we have an increase in the floor area that's allowed from 16,770 to just over 20,000, 3,300 square feet more. However, it allows us to go from 11 units to 23. So what that means is instead of having 11 units at an average size of 1,525 square feet per unit, we would have potentially 21 units at 875 square feet as an average. So that average unit size comes down. I mean, these RM15 sites, you're going to build the floor area, they're big units. So one way to make those units smaller is to increase the density and just slightly bump the floor area. So here's our proposal that we showed the ARB, and we're going to go back and work on it. We understand that there were comments made, but we like this idea of trying to sort of pick up the rhythm of El Camino. We want to push it away from the Barron Square neighborhood. We want to create outdoor space at the back for solar access. We want to reinforce that El Camino Real edge consistent with the Grand Boulevard plan and create actual yards on that side too. The main entrance is there, and we'll look into the width of that driveway. Entrance from the garage there, but from the street, the main entrance would come in between the buildings and to the elevator core, and then provide access to the units themselves. Nice big sunny outdoor common space at the back. We felt like El Camino might not be the best spot for the sort of assembly area for the neighbors, but we do have those yards in front. This is a view from El Camino Real showing the 4100 project just to the north. It's a 3-story project, and then the hotel here to the south, and so our project is here in the center. Staff just showed this, a series of 3-story buildings that actually appear 2 stories because then the 3rd floor is set back. It creates a 3rd floor balcony. This is just a diagram that is in your packet that shows that we could have our building right here on a 10-foot setback under an RM30 or RM15 scenario. If we did, the building would be much, much closer to the Barron Square project. In this case, this is where we're estimating the closest Barron Square home or condo to be, and we're going to be at least 60, 65 feet away from that back property line. So you can see it's a very, very slight angle. I think it says 11-degree sight angle. If we plant trees here, I don't think you'll see much of the building at all if that's their desire. And just some 3D views. You can see how the terraces, they're 2 stories in front on El Camino Real, although I'm not an opponent to being 3 stories on El Camino Real. This is a view from the back. You can see the sort of the outdoor spaces, another view from the front, so on and so forth. One of the comments the ARB made was they'd like us to lower it a couple feet to get it down a little bit closer to the sidewalk. All right, thank you. I look forward to your discussion. Thanks for the time.
Thank you. Councilmember Du Bois?
Let's see here. So question for staff. So what would be possible under the state density bonus law?
So again, that's that is a sliding scale, and then the applicant would have to have a program where they would be wanting to provide very low, moderately income types of units. So it's not a requirement that they do so, although the city does require at least, in this case, it would be 3 units to be affordable. So in the case of, depending upon what level of affordability and the amount of units, they could have up to 35% of a density bonus. And so in the case of RM15, that would equate to 4 additional units. In the RM30, that's an additional 8. That's, again, assuming that the maximum they're providing a lot of affordable.
And it's been a while since we saw one of these. And under that, they could pick different forms of exceptions to add additional FAR for those units. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So it could either be higher or less setbacks.
Or it could be parking or some other development standard.
Right. And then are these proposed to be ownership or rental units?
Actually, I think the applicant would be best to.
Sure.
May I? Ownership.
Okay. And then I did see the plans. There were 2 parking configurations. There was an underground one with like 42 spots. What's the planned parking? Yeah, anybody.
Yeah, the plan is to park in accordance with the ordinance. So right now you go down and it descends and you park below a elevated podium.
There's one sheet that shows 20 spots and one that shows 42 spots.
We're going to need it'll be closer to 42.
Okay, so what are the 2 sheets, like A1.1 and A1.2?
So 1.1 actually shows the parking spaces that are under the podium. 1.2 is a view from above the podium, and you wouldn't see them. They're tucked underneath.
Got it. Okay, thanks for clarifying that. I did hear some comments from the public about desire for privacy. So I guess more of a comment would be, if this building is higher than the surrounding buildings and the hotel, to make sure that there's privacy screens or try to keep as many trees as possible. And then a question for staff again, what's staff's basis for considering rezoning the lot?
The findings that are required, or?
I'm just wondering why you're even considering the rezone.
Okay, well, so the code stipulates that any applicant who is interested in doing a rezoning request has to go through this pre-screening process. So we're not before you with any recommendation. We're just going through the process of presenting this before you.
Okay. And one last question, I have some comments, but do you know how the Zen Hotel, which is, I guess, a PC zone, came to be?
No, I don't have that.
It's kind of interesting. It's like a 1-story hotel. So So I do think context is important. I mean, you have this pretty established community behind the property in Barron Square with two-story condos, and I think you've heard concern about, not crowding it, and I wouldn't encourage a cut through there unless the residents there wanted it. There is a lot of housing there. I mean, there was pictures of the Starbucks, but behind that, there's apartments, there's senior housing, and it's very crowded already back there residentially. So I would encourage being fully parked with room for guests. But my biggest concern is really the state density law. My gut is that we should keep the zoning as is and encourage you to look at more affordable housing to use those bonuses to increase the density. I think we want to encourage affordable housing, and just going ahead and giving an upzone and then potentially having come back with even additional density from the state law. I think we get way beyond what would fit in the context there. And then, the last thing, I know it's a small lot, and I think it's below the open space requirements. I see what you're doing in the front there, but if there's any way to have more green space for the residents there, that would be appreciated. So, thank you.
Councilmember Koo?
So I'm not really clear about the parking and the ramp down, and there was another picture that showed 3 arrows from El Camino going into the property. Can you better explain that to me? Where does it go, and is that a one-way?
Do you see the diagram up here right now, Councilmember?
Yes.
Koo? All right, so that, as you pull off of El Camino, the driveway will begin to descend, and so as you get behind the project, you'll be eventually low enough to be able to park. So if this is the car coming in, you'll turn here, and then you're down far enough by the time you get here that you'd be able to park underneath.
And underneath, you have how many spots are you anticipating?
Oh, it's going to change just because. I want to
So
incorporate
the other
comments before,
question then would be, is per unit usually 2 cars, 2 parking spaces? How do you count? What is the formula for that?
1 bedrooms require 1.5 spaces.
Say that again, I'm sorry?
1 bedrooms require 1.5 spaces, and 2 bedrooms require 2 spaces. And then there's a guest parking component that is 1 space plus 10% of the number of units. 1 space plus 10% of the, so, 3.
Thank you. Do you anticipate that you'd be able to provide that for each of them?
That's our intention, yes.
One more thing. The trees that you have mentioned that's going to be going in, is that going to be mature trees that we're putting in so that when this project goes up, it won't be as visible for the neighbors and there will be some shielding?
The trees at the back, no, many of those trees exist.
Okay.
There are lots of trees along that back fence line, but we would be supplementing that with another planting zone on our property. Yeah.
And
So we can certainly focus on trees that are, faster growing and have bigger canopies.
So don't be offended by this, but I was just wondering, is there any way that you can have a different design, instead of contemporary with flat roofs, maybe something slightly different, and start a new trend maybe?
We have to get our RM30 zone change first, right?
Well, we'll see about that. Thank you.
Councilmember Fine.
Thank you. Thank you, staff, and thank you to the applicant for bringing this before us. With respect, and not joking, it's nice to see a housing project in Palo Alto again. I think this is an exciting project, and we should actually pursue intensification of housing on this site for a number of reasons. I've heard a lot of the term upzoning tonight. I think we need to reevaluate using that term. This is an intensification of use and a more efficient use of scarce land for an important social and economic good, housing. It's one of our council's priorities for the year. And I think the applicant, at least in my opinion, you should be willing to consider even higher than RM30, if not RM40. This is designated as a multifamily residential use in the comp plan, And, on the zoning code, it's only RM15, which is the bare minimum. Yet this is a site that's identified as an opportunity site. It's near El Camino. It's near the node on South El Camino. It's near services, jobs, the 522 services. I think this is a pretty ideal site for housing density, actually. I'm actually not concerned about it perhaps getting an intensification of housing use and the density bonus law. That's the whole point of the density bonus law, is that when you allow more housing, you get more affordable housing. To produce affordable housing in this community, we actually have to produce more housing overall. I think there are legitimate concerns that the site should be adequately parked, and the residential areas behind have real concerns about access and shadows. I encourage you to keep working with the neighborhood to figure those out. But I really do believe these concerns can be addressed while pursuing an RM40 designation of the site. We create more affordable housing by creating more housing overall. So that's my encouragement on this site. I think this is an exciting project. I think it would be great to have housing instead of a vacant lot on El Camino.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Councilmember Filsath.
Yeah, so I think, so this is an RM15 to RM30 that we're discussing, which after density bonus is basically an RM20 to RM40, I think was mentioned before. A couple things that were mentioned. One thing was mentioned was sort of the cost of housing. You mentioned that these are going to be sale units. How much do you anticipate these units selling for?
I have not done their financial pro formas. I would just be guessing, $1,000 to $1,500 a square foot. I actually don't know. The last analysis I saw was for the VTA site,
right,
and those were just about $1,000. This was 2 years ago when we were working with the Pollock Financial Group.
Yeah, I remember when the VTA site came up, we asked the applicant how much the units would sell for, and the applicant, had no idea. Right. I think, it's surprising that somebody that's considering investing many millions of dollars into a construction project like this actually wouldn't have much of an idea how much,
I'm sure they
rent
do. They
intended
haven't shared it
to
with me,
generate.
yeah.
So I think as we consider this, I think the key is, what's going to be the benefit to residents of a rezoning here, and I think the priorities for residents tend to continually be traffic, parking, and the cost of housing here. I think on traffic, it's probably a negative. I mean, basically, anytime you add people, you add more traffic. Parking, as we'll hear more about later this evening, I'm sure, I think the city's parking ordinances, not everybody in town has full confidence in them, so we're not sure exactly what to do with that. And as far as the cost of housing here, it's sort of an unknown at the moment. So the arguments in favor of this that we've heard so far are intensification and density. But I haven't yet seen a compelling benefit to residents of Palo Alto, why the upzoning makes sense. So I would be delighted to support a high-quality project that meets existing zoning. Thanks.
Thank you.
Councilmember Walbach.
I think the first and most important thing about any future project on this site is that it's properly parked, whatever happens with the zoning. It's no secret that I'm probably as in favor of more housing in Palo Alto as anyone on the council. I'm not excited about changing the zoning for this location. I'm not 100% sure I'm against it, but I'm not really excited about it, and I haven't heard a compelling case yet in favor of encouraging this project to move forward as it's been proposed. It's not near real transit. I mean, I know we talk about El Camino as a transit corridor. I was on the policy advisory board for El Camino Real bus rapid transit, and we struggled to, even among that board, to even recommend a pilot of a very toned down vision for bus rapid transit along El Camino Real. while I'd love to see El Camino be a more efficient and effective transit corridor in the future, I'm still not sure how we're going to get there and what that would look like in the future, and how we can do that in a way that helps congestion. And so that's the transit context that we're looking at. I do know that this is in the Triangle area. It's considered one of the potential future nodes for greater intensity of use. But I think that's something that's further down the line. And I think that improving congestion and transportation in that area is something I'm going to need to see at least a path towards. And that's not something that that the applicant's going to be able to do. But I think I'm going to need to see more of a path towards that before I get instantly excited about greater intensity of use at a site, at a location like this. And that's just from the traffic and transportation side of things. So 5 years from now, 10 years from now, that might have changed, right? We might have something on El Camino that moves people more efficiently, and at that point, I might be more open to that. Yeah. But you guys are bringing forward. You guys are bringing forward a proposal now, and so that's what we're looking at. Yep. And as far as the density compared to the neighbors, it's certainly, the proposal here is certainly much more dense than the neighbors that right behind you. You did point out, and it is true that there are other locations not far from there that are RM30. Yeah. So as far as how it fits into the context of the area, it's a mixed bag. But again, I guess I'm looking for a more compelling argument in favor of seeing the change there. As far as the style goes, I'm not enthusiastic about the style. I don't think that the neighbors in Ventura and in Green Acres and in Barron Park are going to be excited about this stylistic approach either. And I think that's an important thing to be extremely sensitive to in proposing any project in this area. We did see at least one letter from the public suggesting that a fully below market rate project be proposed here. Obviously, the architect isn't going to make that decision, and I don't think that the current applicant is interested in doing that. And the suggestion was that if the upzoning is allowed, that be in the context of going to essentially fully below market rate. Given the proximity to the infamous Maybell site and how that turned out, I frankly have a hard time envisioning any affordable housing developer getting excited about putting in a bid to this developer to buy the project and then bring forward a future fully BMR project there. So I don't see a real path forward for that, as much as I'm in favor of more BMR housing even in that part of town. So I just don't see a path towards that becoming a reality, unfortunately. So I guess what I'm left with is thinking that either the current zoning or something less than the proposed zoning change is the range that I'm more excited about. I would like to see this be something other than a barren lot. I would like to see it be housing or include housing. But I'm just not excited about this particular proposal. And again, the lack of what I see as real transit options there right now and the design are two of my primary concerns.
Vice Mayor Niss.
Well, it's always interesting to run for office in the fall where we all spoke about the need for housing, but now we're approaching this very, very delicately for whatever reason. I think we probably all have our own reasons. So I'm actually going to start with something Lydia Koo mentioned, which is the design. And I have a feeling I'm not even sure what kind of design to call it, something more, it might fit in more with that particular area, whatever that might be. And it's always hard to say, well, what we really would have liked was something that looked like this or like that, whatever that might have been. I am not sure what others would say, but it probably looks too modern.
But the
or-
design can take any shape, right?
Yes.
All right, so,
Because I actually like the idea of looking at the intensification, as Adrian Fine just said, the intensification of the area and how we can begin to look at this. It's something we have said we would do, and I don't know if Corey's idea would work, that we do something between 15 and 30, I don't know. But I think this is one of those areas where we ought to look at more rather than less. But I'd like to see a different kind of design. And I don't know, I guess, Lydia, you didn't have any particular idea either, and just, I don't know. Maybe it should be, who knows what.
yeah, right, fine.
And then to go on from that, I don't see the transportation issue as a problem. That's right on the major bus route. And when I was on that same committee that you were on, which means that bus rapid transit never seems to go anywhere, but nothing to do with you or I. But in that particular sense, I think this is a pretty good corridor for that. I am not sure what it would be that would be appealing, but if anyone can think of something like that, I think you could.
Yeah, I didn't even know whether we should put this particular design option in the package and just talk about density increase, because I didn't want you to get fixated on this idea from 2.5 years ago. But it's always better, I guess, to have something to look at.
So I would say I don't land too far from that, sort of in the middle. I'm not sure, I hesitate to even say this, but there was a time in the past when we might have looked at something like this in the old terminology of planned community, where you would have looked at, perhaps you could do something far more creative in some way, because you had a variety of different options in the end, or different kinds of proposals you could make. We're a little limited at this point, and to be honest, we haven't discussed housing for quite some time, and that makes quite a difference. We're kind of, I think, out of the habit of it. And I'm intrigued that you brought it forth. I'm not sure it's quite ready for prime time, but maybe what we're giving you as feedback tonight can help with that.
Great. Thank you.
Councilmember Holman.
Thank you. Good evening. Through the mayor to the applicant, Ken, when you were talking about ownership, you weren't talking about ownership BMRs, were you?
Well, there would have to be 3 with the density, with the rezoned
But the
R30.
BMRs wouldn't be ownership, they would be rental?
I am not sure how that would have to, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I think it's a condo project, so they would be condo BMRs, so it would.
So the reason I asked that is maybe as a question for Jonathan. I think we've had some issues with ownership BMRs and sometimes the sale of them is even. So do you know what the market is for ownership BMRs?
The price point for selling, or?
No, just people being able to buy ownership BMRs.
Oh, well, I think there's a waiting list for that, yes. We do have a waiting list for ownership units.
Okay. I know in the past we've had some issues with that, so, okay. It's tempting to cut to the chase here. It's kind of tempting to say, we need housing. It's, we've got a piece of land here. Let's, get a few more units instead of the RM15 zoning. I think actually, though, that as applicants, I think, to be perfectly frank, I think you all could have done yourselves some great good favor if you had brought forward what you were going to do, and with a commitment of what you were going to do, because with the state density bonus law, we don't know what we're going to get. We don't know if we're going to get more height, less parking, less open space. We just don't know what we're going to get. And so I think that could have been a help to all of us. There are just a lot of unknowns. You know, in a perfect world, this could be treated sort of like a horizontal mixed use, but that would require some kind of, or ideally, that would have some kind of employment agreements to the extent that they could be arranged with adjacent business owners or landowners. I'll repeat what somebody else said, a couple other people have said, the access street being 30 feet instead of 18, I think that is correct. The design, I'm not going to pick on what the design looks like particularly. I think it's been used a fair amount, and so it's a little, and you said it's a few years old, so I grant you that. That said, though, my real issue with it is it's, you know, it's very, very repetitive. And so there's no, so whatever you come back with, at whatever zoning you end up doing, you know, we've talked about this a lot at the council, whether it's in commercial areas or residential areas or El Camino, it's the same thing. It's like, just don't make it look all the same, because then it just looks like one big, large development. There's no character to people's living places of residence. So there's no personalization to people's spaces or from the street either. I do like the setback from the Barron Park residences. I personally, because we talk about pedestrian nodes, you mentioned pedestrian node, there's a wall proposed, as I looked at the plans at least and looked at some comments, there's a wall proposed for the front of this, and the one that's associated with the Stanford housing development on El Camino further towards downtown is set back further off El Camino, as I recall it.
California, or the one?
No, on El Camino.
All right, north of Stanford Avenue.
Yes, yes. It's set back further off the street. But if you have a wall right near El Camino and you're pushing the housing forward to get away from the housing in the back, then putting a wall there seems really unfriendly and unpedestrian friendly. So
Seawall?
It still seems kind of off-putting, so maybe some landscape. So I don't want to get into that kind of detail, but just that's something that really I was like, and I think that's it. So at this point in time and knowing what I know, I think I could not commit to anything beyond an RM15.
Thank you.
Councilmember Tanaka.
So, yeah, thanks for bringing this project forward. I found it interesting, and I could consider something more than RM15, perhaps even RM30. I do think it makes sense to actually have higher density here in terms of units. You know, you might have known, but I think micro units make a lot more sense. So small units, I think, definitely make more impact on the housing crisis. But with that said, you know, when we are looking at a upzoning, which is what you're asking for, I think getting neighborhood buy-in is super important. So if this were to come around with RM30 and the project something like it is, and you wanted it to be approved, at least you wanted my vote on it, I would say that you really need to get the neighbor to buy into it, right? The neighbors around there really to buy into it. And if they didn't buy in it, I probably would not vote for the project. So to get neighborhood buy-in, I think there's a couple of ideas I have for you. And these are kind of dramatic from what you have right now. So one of them is I noticed that the project doesn't have full basement parking. It only has it under a portion of the condo units. And if there is a parking situation there, which I don't know if there is or not, but you could extend it all the way under the whole condo structure and thus make maybe some publicly available spaces available, thus giving a public benefit a way to get buy-in from the neighborhood. So that's one idea. The other idea I had is, you know, there's a Walgreens there. You look across the street. There's a bunch of retail facing El Camino, and El Camino is, you know, one of the busiest streets in Palo Alto. And in general, putting housing right against traffic is never a good idea, right? Housing doesn't love traffic, but retail does, hotels do. A lot of other things, a lot of other types of land uses love traffic, but not housing. So, so I'm not a huge fan of actually putting a bunch of housing right against traffic because I just think it's not terribly compatible. So another idea I have for you is perhaps the front-facing, and this is not a big lot, unfortunately, but another idea is to actually have that retail or some sort of neighborhood serving retail. And the reason why would be trying to get neighborhood buy-in, right? That might not do it, I don't know. But right now, most of the retail is across the street, so people have to cross the busy El Camino to get there. There is Walgreens, there's a Tesla just nearby as well. And so there's and there's a hotel right next door, so there's some continuity and perhaps having some retail, at least on the front face of it. But yeah, I think you would have to do a lot of neighborhood outreach. You know, there has to be some sort of benefit for the community, right? I think it could be extra parking, it could be, you know, retail facing El Camino. But in general, I do like the idea of smaller micro units. I mean, much smaller than what you have actually, maybe like 300 square feet type of range. But I think to do that, you really need to get neighborhood buy-in though. And so I don't know if that's possible. In terms of design, I don't actually have a big preference, but for design, I would also say community buy-in, right? Because you're asking for an upzoning, right? And so you need to get that. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Councilmember.
All right, I think everyone's spoken, so I'll just speak briefly. So yeah, I wouldn't say I'm excited about this project at all. I also agree with the style issues. I do like the fact that we get more housing, and I'd like to point out to my colleagues that it's not if you want more housing, it's the FAR that matters, and this has a slight increase in FAR. It's not a big increase in FAR. Going from 15 to 30 seems like a lot, but all we're doing is driving down the size of the units. We're only ending up with 3,354 square feet of more FAR. So the reality is what the upzoning does is it makes smaller units. We have a council, many of us have said we prefer to have smaller units. What we're doing there is we're going to making more affordable units instead of having, you know, I think his number of 1,000 to 1,500 square foot was probably pretty accurate. I mean, if you chose somewhere in the middle there, you know, the smaller the units, obviously you can do the math and figure out what the affordability is. It's substantially more affordable if you have more units within the same FAR. So for me, that's a positive of the project. I, however, agree with Councilmember Tanaka that I like to see on El Camino retail with housing as well. And I'm much more supportive of a mixed-use type project. I'm not really that supportive of just a wall of housing on El Camino. I think when they did the Ricky's Hyatt site, I heard all negatives from the community. I think if that was more of a mixed-use site with some retail there that the community could use, people would be more enthused about it. I do think that if you go forward, I think it'll be really important to make sure that you have fully parked project, and I heard you said you want to. I do think that if you want to sell it to the council, I guess I wanted to ask staff this question. When they came forward, when would the rezoning occur concurrently with the project? Because a lot of people complained that said you could come forward with the density bonus. So we'd see that project. We would know what we're getting at the moment we went to the rezoning. So I think that's a project, I think that's a positive. So I don't think I have the concerns that you would suddenly spring on us a higher density with more FAR at the last minute because we wouldn't rezone until we saw, I mean, it would be all concurrent. I did think that Councilmember Holman, who I've also heard in the community, was was raising an issue that I've heard. So my understanding is that when we do ownership BMR units, it creates long-term problems in the homeowners associations in terms of upgrades or maintenance issues or seismic retrofit, all of those issues. And I actually think in terms of being more inclusive and that rental BMRs work better. With the Palmer decision, we don't get many rental BMRs built into that because we can't require it. I was going to ask staff, and I was unclear, I think currently what we do is if we have a condo project, we basically put a deed restriction on it, and it is for sale housing. And if we said nothing, that would be the direction that would occur in this. At least that's the ones I've seen. I don't know if that's correct, but that was sort of my understanding of it.
Yeah, for projects that would comply with the city's BMR requirements, that would be restricted, yes.
So one of the things I think I was intrigued at Councilmember Holman, when I went to the PAN meeting recently, this issue was raised with me as well. And I would be interested if we could restructure our BMR program that, and I don't know if we can, but I'm assuming we can, that on condo projects that we contract with, you know, somebody to manage those units, but whatever they are, probably the Palo Alto Housing Corporation, that those units become rental units within the condo complex, and then procedures are put forward on that rent and that kind of stuff that allows for maintenance and all of that and payment of the homeowners association, and that we set up a system that works better. If not, I think we need to set up some sort of a system for people who have the BMRs that the maintenance and improvements can be made that aren't a financial hardship for them at the same time. With that, I think we're done.
Great.
I hope that was helpful.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Just one clarifying question, please, and that's considering the council members' comments this evening, if the project were going to be upzoned, would that happen concurrent with or separate from the project review? Because a multifamily housing project doesn't get reviewed by the council. So, and I don't know that the applicant's going to want to do a lot of design work on something when they don't know if they're going to get an upzone or not. So would you explain what the process would be?
Yes, if the applicant were proposing greater density than allowed by the current zoning, they would need a text amendment. That application would be filed concurrently. Today's process is that the ARB would review the project, and there'd be a condition imposed that it's subject to approval of the council approving the text amendment. There is an amendment coming forth to the City Council in March, I believe, that would require any project that requires council approval that they all come together so that you would see the whole package and be able to approve on the entirety of the package.
Thanks for clarifying.
Thank you. And now we're at agenda changes, additions, deletions. I don't see any. City manager comments?
Yes, thank you, Mayor, members of council. I do have a few timely items of information I'd like to share with you. We've got a photo of our what's affectionately known as the trash rack. This is the installation of a piece of infrastructure located adjacent to the West Bayshore Road bridge over the San Francisco Creek. So just briefly, well, it's certainly good news for the drought. The recent heavy rains have created some significant challenges in our area with road closures, landslide, power failures, and the like. Late last week, this trash rack, as Caltrans had named it, had been installed to prevent logs and other debris from getting stuck under the Highway 101 project, which is remaining in construction over several years. This photo from this morning of Caltrans contractor removing a broken section of this rack that had broken free during the last storm beneath the West Bayshore Road, and tomorrow we'll begin to remove the debris that has accumulated under the West Bayshore, and Highway 101. The objective is to complete the repairs as well as the debris removal before this Thursday, when additional rain is expected to return. With another series of storms forecast to arrive later this week, for which the National Weather Service has issued a hazardous weather outlook statement, we'd like to encourage everyone to review safety information provided on the city's website, www.cityofpaloalto.org/storms, and to get prepared and stay informed. That page also contains direct dial numbers to report trees down, utility outages, and other storm-related situations so that we can keep our 911 lines free for imminent life safety emergencies. City staff is working in close coordination with Caltrans, as this photo is taken off of our city's website, and other agencies to monitor and respond to evolving conditions. We'll continue to update the council, as well as use other communication social media channels with the latest storm information as they develop. With regard to Edgewood Plaza, this morning there was an administrative hearing earlier with the hearing officer Lance Bayer, conducting an administrative hearing on Sand Hill Properties' appeal of the citations levied against them for violations of the planned community ordinance requiring provision of a grocery store at Edgewood Plaza. Mr. Bayer accepted evidence and arguments from representatives of both Edgewood Plaza and the city, as well as neighborhood residents and members of the press in attendance to listen in. Among the arguments advanced by Sand Hill Properties legal representatives were arguments based on the wording of the applicable PC ordinances, administrative citations, and the city's ability to increase penalties, as well as the property owner's efforts to locate a new grocery tenant. Parties agreed to continue the hearing for several weeks, in all likelihood before concluding the hearing about 4 p.m. today. When the hearing process is over, Mr. Bayer will have 30 days to render a decision, which is then subject to judicial review. A couple of more transportation notes, one relating to VTA's Next Network. The public comment period for VTA's Next Network planning effort ends next Monday, February 20th, and city staff has drafted 2 letters that we'll be sending to the general manager, Nuria Fernandez, this week. One on behalf of the city manager and one from the mayor to reflect prior discussions from the council. We will provide copies of these letters with the council members and believe you'll agree that they'll capture the substantive issues that were discussed at your study session on January 23rd. As discussed at that study session, we hope those of you who represent the city with VTA bodies will also find opportunities to communicate concerns at upcoming meetings. With regard to Caltrain modernization funding, another transportation issue that has recently come news is the funding and some discussion among congressional members of Caltrain electrification. We understand this funding has been threatened in Washington based upon input from the California Republican members of Congress, and staff will be crafting a letter to the new Secretary of Transportation voicing the city's support for the electrification project as a prerequisite for expanding capacity along the Caltrain line and more frequent service along the corridor. And finally, with all kinds of issues of both nature and the like, weather permitting, there will be Santa Clara County Vector Control District activities this week, potentially, with application of a biological control agent and insect growth regulator by helicopter in certain marshes of the coastal areas of the county. Currently planned for this Thursday, February 16th, to reduce the emergence of adult mosquitoes. The treatments are scheduled to start approximately 7:30 a.m. in the Palo Alto marsh areas and may continue into the afternoon at Sanker Marsh. If needed, operations may be extended into the morning of Friday the 17th. The areas to be treated are the ITT Marsh, Palo Alto Flood Basin, and Zanker Marsh near Alviso. Approximately 725 acres in Palo Alto will be treated with water-based formulations of environmentally safe products. Products are mosquito-specific and short-lived in the environment, effectively control the immature mosquitoes, but are not harmful to birds, fish, other wildlife. Map of the area and additional information is available on www.sccvector.org. That concludes my comments.
Thank you. And now we'll move to oral communications. We have a number of oral communications. You'll only have 2 minutes. We're an hour behind. Oh, we need to vote. Yes. Oh, yeah. That's right. We need to talk about that. You have the results of our Park and Rec.
I do have the results. We have Councilmember Du Bois voting for Jeff Greenfield, Councilmember Philseth voting for Jeff Greenfield, Councilmember Fine voting for Don McDougall, Councilmember Holman voting for Jeff Greenfield, Vice Mayor Niss voting for Don McDougall, Councilmember Koo voting for Jeff Greenfield, Mayor Scharf voting for Don McDougall, Councilmember Tanaka voting for Don McDougall, and Councilmember Woolbach voting for Don McDougall. Don McDougall has been appointed to the Parks and Rec Commission with a term ending 12/15/2019. We just passed out the ballots for the unfinished term.
All right, thank you. So for oral communications, items not on the agenda, Fred Balin, to be followed by Tim Mulcahy.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, as Mr. Balin's coming up, if I might make one addendum to my earlier comments. Apparently, we just received notice that the county may be delaying the vector control spraying to next week, given anticipated weather.
All right, thank you. Mr. Balin.
Thank you. A quick heads up to the public about the general use permit. The deadline for the scoping session, or the deadline for the scoping of the project, is this Friday, February 17th. Council had been scheduled to have a study session on this item last week. It was pushed back now to, I believe, next week or the week after, so the public will not have the benefit of council's input if they want to make separate comments into the county. Also, last Wednesday, the county held a scoping session over at the Arts Center. It conflicted with the mayor's speech, so that may have limited people who want to comment at that. The purpose of the scoping is to allow the public and agencies to provide input on the scope and content of the project's environmental impact report. This is a big project, as you know. It is 2.2 million new net square feet of academic and support space, 3,100 new on-campus housing units, 40,000 new square foot of childcare space. If you can grab the project, take a look at it, comment on how the EIR should be conducted, how should traffic be looked at, how should other MPECs be evaluated in the best way, please do it, get them in. This Friday, go to the county website, sec.gov. You can download the notice of preparation and information to write to there. The council will receive an extension. They will get a report from city staff. It's not ready yet, and it's not clear what input you'll be able to have on that when you come here and speak on that day. So best to put your own comments in separately. The deadline is this Friday. Thank you.
Thank you. Tim Mulcahy, to be followed by Gianni Maximin.
Good evening, council members. Later on tonight, you will be...
That's not for you.
Okay, I'll stop again. Later on tonight, you're going to be discussing changes, issues in the downtown RPP program. I would like to remind the council that the Evergreen RPP program needs some important changes, and before permits are issued in March, and the project starts in April. Currently, the California Avenue Parking District wait list has 400 people on it, and they will take up all the 125 units or permits allowed. That means that the dentists and people on my office, any office, won't be able to get one permit. Healthcare businesses have been left out of discussions and solutions, and I ask why. We provide emergency services for our patients at the time of need. We're first responders in an emergency. We have community-based healthcare, and we've been there for 9 to 20 years. There are 8 dentists that could be affected. Our employees can't afford to be in the cost of housing here and have to drive anywhere from 40 to 70 miles in order to get to the office. Some go through the robust transportation system. I have 2 in my office, but the others can't do it for some reason. We are fighting a healthcare shortage even without this issue, and without parking, reasonable parking, we will lose these employees and we will not be able to thrive here in Palo Alto. We will have to move. It may not happen right away, but it's pretty quick. A petition has recently been circulated in Palo Alto and signed by your Palo Alto constituents, and we're over 1,000 people signing this petition. we need a better solution. We need to go back to the drawing board at least visit some other solutions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You'll also notice that the names are up on the board, if you can read them from where you are. The next person is Giannini Maximin, if I got close, followed by Stan, and I won't try the last name, and then by C. Reedy. Good afternoon. Good evening.
Hey, good evening. Good evening, council members. Unfortunately, Gianni had to step out for a phone call, and so as his corporate counsel, I got stuck with the cast of a impromptu speech here. So my name's Robert. We've been listening.
Just leave your name with the clerk, though, when you're done.
Okay, sure. We've been listening to the people's concerns about parking, and I work with a company called Pied Parker. We've been trying to create a technological solution to the problem here, and we're a shared economy parking application. What we do is we get homeowners and commercial business owners to rent out their private parking spaces. And, parking is responsible for up to 30% of people's transportation issues, and folks lose almost 2 days a year in looking for parking. So, we've been working with people and council members in Long Beach, and we've been successful there in reaching out and getting people to license the use of their private parking spaces. So we hope to come here and work together to get a solution to try and help the concerns of the city for addressing the commercial parking issues as well as the private citizens' issues with being able to park for coming to town for their businesses. So if anyone's interested in learning more about Pied Parker, let me know. My name's Robert Mazzola. I have some business cards I could share with you. Thank you.
Thank you. And now Stan Belajic, am I close even?
Close.
Are you the person?
Yes. Goliaths? It's silent J's. But good evening all. I'm a dentist in Evergreen Park. I worked on behalf of our dental society and worked with residents most recently downtown, and hope to work with all of you going forward. I wanted to provide you with a quick update as far as the Evergreen District goes. As things stand right now, since it's been passed, we have done the research on our end. Our offices that are at the far end of the edge and most that are closer to California Avenue are left with absolutely zero permits. We spoke with some of the four founders of this program, of the original RPP program. We're told that the design of the RPP program, as loosely defined in the 60s by the California Vehicle Code, was to provide for residents and merchants. We were told that the idea was never zero permits, but to have a balanced parking. So we want to be a part of that solution. I can tell you right now that we have an opportunity of 2 months to make this right for our residents and for our offices as well. It's not going to be, it might be an administrative burden to this, but the important thing that we gathered from talking with some of the residents downtown, we have to improve the process. I've sent you the information on this as far as, I guess, we got to say we put the residents first. Our residents have spoken just in the Mayfield, from that petition that's got over 1,000 signatures of Palo Alto residents, just from Mayfield and Evergreen districts alone, we have over 200 supporters for our offices. And we have to explain to them how we're going to be left with zero permits. We have worked to find solutions for this. And we hope that the city can make a constructive effort to work with us. And having worked with Mr. Buchanan Golson downtown, I can assure you that if you provide us with a construct through which we can work together, there is no problem that we can't solve to the benefit of all. We can decrease traffic, allow for the core businesses to remain, and still provide for sustainable growth. But you guys have to give us a platform to work on that.
Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
C. Ready?
Good evening, City Council and citizens of Palo Alto.
I'd like to take a minute or two to get away from this city of Palo Alto issues and to talk about things of the world. I think we have a wonderful city. I want to commend the mayor for giving a great speech. I think it's wonderful. He articulated well, perfect communication. I would give him a 10 for the way he communicated. Now, I also see a sea of change in the city council, how we're interacting with each other. Not everybody is a pundit. We are taking inputs. I think that's a good, healthy change. Of course, we are all different, and the leadership is different, but I do see that, and it's a great thing. So going to the world issues, I think it's a great opportunity for President Trump to think outside the box and negotiate a peace deal between...
you have more time. Keep going.
Peace deal between North Korea and South Korea. There's no reason why they have to be separate. They need their egos involved. That'll save billions of dollars of potential destruction due to nuclear arms race. So I think some of you are very effective leaders in the community. You can contact the congressmen, the congresswomen, and senators and express your desire for peace talks. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephanie Munoz to be followed by Bertha Peterson Perez.
Good evening, Mayor Scharf and council members. I have a couple of things to suggest to you that I think might help you do what you want to do in housing. That is, put in more people for fewer cars and a little bit less congestion, certainly less traffic congestion. I think that the first thing you might think about is much the same. The first thing you might think about is differentiating between commercial and residential. You know how people are saying now that Prop 13 should have been different for commercial and for residential because the result is that the people in homes are spending more proportionately in taxes than they used to relative to commercial. Well, in the case of the housing, if you had the density bonus different for commercial and for housing, if you had the height limit different for commercial and for housing, you'd get more of what you want, because commercial always wants more, because they can make more money. That's just natural. That's no sin in that. But what you want is for people to be housed. And I believe that if you work on small is beautiful, and having the companies build at least one bedroom for each person, that means SRO units. But what I'm here to tell you is that they could be really pretty, and they could be something that you could be proud of. We got markup in the state legislature, and they could change that density bonus, and I'd recommend that we ask him to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Bertha Peterson Perez.
Bertha Peterson Perez could not make it here this evening, so as counsel, she's my client and I'll be representing her. So this would be Peterson Perez versus Assistant Police Chief Patty Lum. Now, if you throw the picture of my mother up on the wall, please, up on the screen. Now, this is my mother at 92 years old. My mother was 80 when abused by Patty Lum. She is, as you know, she's the interim police chief. And there should be no police officer anywhere across the nation that should be abusing anyone, our youth, our teenagers, and especially our most vulnerable, my mother. Now, I'm going to show beyond all reasonable doubt that Patty Lum abused my mother, and in the next video that you're going to be seeing, it's going to tell you the voices of several young people and what they had to say concerning the abuse that police officers potentially can met out. Could you show the video, please?
This is Palo, and I'm currently interviewing 3 individuals that are from Menlo Park. And I wanted to ask them the question. I'm going to be writing a story on elder abuse. Now, do you think it would be appropriate for a police officer to abuse anyone, young person, teenager, and especially a vulnerable person, an elderly person, perhaps 80 years old? What would be your response? Should they be a police officer?
No, I do not believe that a police officer that abuses anyone is upholding standards, moral standards that we have, and that they should be the models of society. So I do not think that's correct.
Okay. And what are your feelings?
I think there's a lot of corruption within the police force, and I think it's even worse to think that departments support officers when they're being accused of abuse, especially those of elderly, those who are elderly.
Okay. And then are you echoing the very same comments on that? What are your feelings?
Yeah, abuse is illegal and police are supposed to enforce the law, so the fact that they are abusing people, that's not okay.
Okay, very good. Well, I certainly appreciate the opportunity to be able to interview you. You know, as young people, it's important that your opinions get voiced. You know, and a lot of times it's a voiceover by older people like myself. You know, they don't give young people the opportunity to really, voice their opinion. And, obviously it's very important. So thank you very much for the interview, and hope to see you soon.
Now, back in 2004, Patty Lum abused my mother. And I'm sure that anyone here in the court of opinion would probably be very angry about that and would be standing here just like me. So I believe, council members, that Patty Lum should be summarily terminated this evening. She needs to turn her badge in now, along with her sidearm, and someone in payroll issue her an immediate check. Again, no police officer should abuse an older individual, especially my mom. And there will be more in the future on this subject. Thank you.
Dr. Eric Wu.
Evening, Mayor and council members. I'm an orthodontist in the Evergreen Park area, and wanted to speak to you this evening about some concerns that I have about the current iteration of the proposed RPP program in Evergreen Park. As dentists, local healthcare providers, we are resident-serving businesses that are really about working with the residents of the immediate community. We really want to work with the residents in the immediate neighborhoods to open up conversations about the issues we're having with the parking situation. As local small business owners, we're really the mom and pop shops who give back to our communities, and we're really here to take care of you. So please help us help you. As some of my colleagues earlier this evening have pointed out, with the current iteration of the RPP program in Evergreen Park, we currently have no recourse in which to purchase parking permits for our staff and employees. And this is a serious problem. We respectfully request the council to identify that local resident-serving healthcare providers are essential to preserving the current quality of life in Palo Alto, and therefore should be protected by somehow amending the RPP program proposed to allow residents serving businesses to purchase parking permits for their employees and for their staff. Additionally, moving forward, we do ask the council to not approve any additional building developments in the future that don't have adequate parking to support its own use. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now we're at minutes, approval of minutes. Can I have a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved.
Second. Vote on the board. And that passes unanimously. And now we're at the consent calendar. I have one speaker on the consent calendar, Herb Boruch, speaking to item number 8.
This is on the request for resolution on a loan repayment pledge. I heard the presentation of staff before the Utilities Advisory Commission, and I support their desire to obtain these funds as soon as possible to be able to fund these worthwhile projects at the lowest possible interest rate. City staff believes that the Water Board will accept the payment pledge that's in the resolution. However, that doesn't match the language that the Water Board requested. The Water Board requires that the city pledge the net revenues of its wastewater system, with system defined to include all wastewater collection and treatment. The bond council confirmed the city's ability to pledge revenues. However, the draft resolution only pledges the revenues from Palo Alto's collection enterprise and not from the other 5 partners to the wastewater fund. The letter to me from the Water Board in response to my Public Records Act request says that they've withheld additional correspondence that is determined to be exempt from disclosure due to attorney-client privilege and attorney work product privilege. With Palo Alto being the only collection fund pledged, if there's a default by any of the partners, it's our collection enterprise alone that would have to make up any shortfall, while the other non-defaulting partners would share the burden only if their collection enterprise funds were also pledged. City staff may be right that the Water Board staff will accept the resolution with the pledge of only Palo Alto's collection enterprise revenues. But if not, then the loans might be obtained faster if pledges from the other collection enterprises are obtained first and included with the information sent to the board. Thank you.
Thank you. Now if we can have a motion on the consent calendar.
Second.
Okay. If we could vote on the board. And that passes unanimously. And now we're at item number 14, which is a public hearing, adoption of an ordinance amending Chapter 18 of the Palo Alto Municipal Code, making permanent interim urgency ordinance 5330, limiting the conversion of ground floor retail and retail-like uses with some modifications, extending the ground floor combining district to certain properties located downtown, modifying the definition of retail, adding regulations to improve pedestrian-oriented design standards in the downtown, and related changes. Do we have a presentation?
Mayor
Thank
Scharf,
you.
Yes.
do you want to do the
Yes,
first?
let's do the vote.
Thank you. We have Councilmember Du Bois voting for Jeff Greenfield, Councilmember Philseth for Jeff Greenfield, Councilmember Fine for Doug Hagan, Councilmember Holman for Jeff Greenfield, Vice Mayor Niss for Ellen Turbo, Councilmember Koo for Jeff Greenfield, Mayor Scharf for Jeff Greenfield, Councilmember Tanaka for Doug Hagan, and Councilmember Wolbach for Doug Hagan. Jeff Greenfield, with 5 votes, has been appointed to the unexpired term on the Parks and Rec Commission.
Thank you. And if staff wants to proceed.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to introduce Gene Eisberg with Lexington Planning, a consulting group that is assisting city staff with this project.
Good evening, Mayor Scharf and members of the council. Again, I'm Jean Iceberg with Lexington Planning. Based on the City Council's direction, staff has prepared a draft ordinance for permanent retail protections to replace the retail interim ordinance when it expires. Tonight, we're requesting that you review and consider an ordinance to protect ground floor retail conversion citywide, add design standards in 2 combining districts in the downtown and on California Avenue, and modify the ground floor boundary downtown. The ordinance is very narrow. It's a very narrow zoning intervention to address one issue affecting retail. It responds to the council's concerns about office and non-retail uses replacing retail, installing window shades and films that were reducing the vibrancy, particularly downtown. There are a number of other policy interventions that could help support retail development, but those are not contemplated as part of this ordinance. So just looking back at the interim urgency ordinance, this was prohibiting conversion of ground floor or basement retail or retail-like uses citywide to any non-retail use. It was adopted during a period of time when the city, particularly downtown, was undergoing these conversions and seeing vacant retail spaces replaced with office uses, and this ordinance will expire at the end of April. The interim ordinance defines retail and retail-like uses as shown here. You'll see in the proposed ordinance this same list of uses appears. The council twice discussed priorities for permanent retail protections. And as you'll see in downtown, SOFA 2 and citywide, and these are the key outcomes shown here that drove the draft ordinance before you. Looking at the input along the way, the Architectural Review Board discussed potential design standards at a study session, generally supported standards that supported transparency in addition to the existing design standards and guidelines that are already in place. The council directed staff to conduct informal outreach to solicit feedback on the ordinance. The project has a website, a mailing list, and we interviewed stakeholder groups, individuals, developers, property owners, architects, residents, and store managers and retail business owners. While some stakeholders supported the idea of extending the GF boundary to strengthen the retail core, others thought it was overly prescriptive and unnecessary. Similarly, many stakeholders tended to favor more flexibility in finding tenants based on current market conditions and expressed concerns about potential vacancies as a result of the ordinance. The Planning Commission met twice on the topic and was generally split. Some commissioners expressed support for the draft ordinance, specifically the intent to prevent these conversions of retail space to non-retail uses as a way to promote vibrancy, particularly downtown and other commercial districts. Other commissioners objected to the premise of the ordinance, that it presented too broad a reach, and recommended additional analysis to focus and refine retail preservation and retail policies that would support more neighborhood-level analysis. Additionally, several commissioners were dissatisfied with the scale of the stakeholder meetings and wanted to see a broader community outreach effort. Ultimately, the commission recommended approval, but asked the council to direct them to study the issue further. I'm just going to run through the key points of the ordinance, and we can come back to any items that you have questions about. So first, broadening the definition of retail, removing the extensive list of retail uses. And this was intended to respond to the changing nature of retail in Palo Alto that's starting to focus more on restaurants, on experiences, and on services. Second, and this is really the heart of the ordinance, this continues the citywide moratorium on conversions with one notable change. The draft ordinance only protects uses that are permitted or conditionally permitted in the retail zone, whereas the interim ordinance protected any retail, even if it was not permitted in the underlying zone. The ordinance maintains the economic hardship threshold that requires documentation of an unconstitutional taking, but also provides an opportunity to consider an alternate viable active use. The proposed revision for expanding the GF district purposes, this is intended to capture the contribution of architectural forms such as transparency, pedestrian orientation that create a vibrant commercial district. In terms of downtown, the draft ordinance continues the interim urgency ordinance provision to restrict the conversion of basements, but only in the downtown GF CDC district. Also in downtown, there are a number of modifications to the design standards in the GF district. One restricting dance, art, fitness studios from locating on University Avenue, removing the provision that allows 25% of the ground floor area not fronting on the street from being used as office or other non-retail use, and then requiring clear glass or a low E-glass transparency, requiring 70% of any sidewalk fronting facade to have transparent window and door openings, and prohibiting window coverings during business hours. I'm going to run through a series of maps. So the ordinance also proposes to modify the GF boundary on Alma Street and Hamilton Avenue. And this is intended to expand the downtown core where ground floor retail would be required. So this is the proposed map, and we'll come back to it. But looking back briefly at this evolution, so before 2009, and you can see the circled areas at the bottom, the GF boundaries included the areas around the University Avenue Circle and on Emerson. In 2009, you see some changes in green, removing these designations, and in red, adding the designations along Emerson and Hamilton. And then in 2013, the vacancy rates have dropped for retail, and the council voted to add the GF designation parcels onto Emerson here. And so the result today that we're looking at, the pink is showing the existing ground floor boundaries, and now you're seeing the proposed addition in yellow of the parcels, bringing those back around University and Alma, and then additionally linking along Hamilton. Notably, some of these properties along University are currently occupied by uses that would not be permitted in the GF overlay, such as office, financial services, real estate offices. So as a result, these properties would become non-conforming with respect to use until those uses discontinued and they'd be required to meet the requirements of the GF. And notably, some of these properties were not designed for retail. They were designed as offices and do not have the architectural features, storefront windows, transparency that make retail viable. One note on the SOFA 2 plan. Currently, the SOFA 2 plan prevents new ground floor office in the Homer-Emerson corridor. So this ordinance would extend those protections to other retail uses in SOFA 2 outside of that corridor, namely in the Addison Street, along Addison Street on the southern end of the plan area. The alternate viable use waiver process would also be permitted in this area. Lastly, in the report, there's an additional staff recommendation to allow property owners at that southern portion of SOFA 2 in the RT 35 district to replace retail uses with private educational facilities. The council had previously expressed support for this specific provision this fall, and staff is now recommending to include it in the draft ordinance to provide some additional flexibility outside of the core. Just a quick look at our timeline. As mentioned, the ordinance does expire at the end of April, so looking to have the permanent ordinance in place prior to that expiration. Lastly, today you received some correspondence. It's also in the back of the room from several individuals. I'm just going to summarize briefly. Correspondence requesting, objecting to the expansion of the GF designation, request to allow housing as a non-retail use given the housing crisis, a recommendation to focus protections outside the retail core, a request for more flexibility in allowing various uses depending on market conditions, a request to increase the number of students threshold for fitness studios. This is that trigger for the CUP requirement. So in conclusion, staff recommends approval of attachment A, which is the ordinance. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
And Mayor, I'll note that Chair Michael Alchek is in the audience from the Planning Commission if you want to hear from the PTC comments.
Yes, Michael, would you like to come forward? Chair, I'll check.
Good evening, Mayor Sharp. Good evening, council members. How can I help you tonight? I'll tell you a little bit about this meeting. We reviewed...
Could you speak closer to the microphone?
Yeah, I can tell you a little bit about our 2 meetings on this topic. I think I can speak for everyone on the commission. We felt that there was an opportunity missed here to spend a great deal more time evaluating the ordinance that was in front of us. There was a sense shared amongst us that the interim ordinance was put in place in a, I don't want to say a rushed manner, but in an effort to sort of quickly address something. And the idea was that it would come back to us so that in that interim period of time, we could evaluate how to address any issues that came up. I think there was some consensus around the premise that the effort to really evaluate what is working and what isn't working, or whether we should involve maybe a stakeholder group like the 2009 effort was missed. In an effort to make that recommendation, there was a lot of division on the commission, and there wasn't support for recommending that you don't move forward, although that motion did come before us. The follow-up motion was that you do move forward, and concerns with specifics were suggested, and the overarching suggestion was, is there a framework by which we could review this in the future? Is there a creative way where we could incorporate a stakeholder group like the 2009 group? There were suggestions that essentially asked you to allow us to participate in this process with a little bit more stakeholder involvement. There are specifics in our recommendation about neighborhoods where the ordinance should maybe more specifically be looked at. Cal Ave, for example, SOFA. I'm happy to answer other questions. I think largely our takeaway was that we'd like to be of more service to this process, and there was a sentiment that we didn't have this sort of involvement from local business owners that we would have liked to have seen. Is there anything else I can provide you with?
All right, thank you. Now I'd like to hear from the public. We have a number of public speakers, but I'm going to give you all 3 minutes. If anyone could get their cards in as soon as possible, that'd be great. So our first speaker is Roxy Rapp, to be followed by Chop Keenan.
Thank you for being number one, the oldest person in the room. I'd like to talk about retail. My parents moved here in 1947, had a little lease shoe department in Walster's department store. And I was going through school, I used to work in the shoe store. And after graduating Menlo College, I went into the shoe business. And we built a large family shoe store, about 10,000 square feet, under one roof of family shoes. And then from there on, I opened up my own clothing store while I was still running that shoe store, called Roxy's in Carmel and also in Palo Alto. Very young clothing and shoes. And then I was lucky to be in the starting of the athletic shoe business. And I started a chain of stores called the Athletic Shoe Factory. Built 68 stores in California, Arizona, and Nevada, and was fortunate enough to sell it to the Foot Locker. And so, working 6 days a week, 7 days a week, I loved it. And I had a tremendous passion for retail. And that's what it takes to be successful in retail. You have to have a passion. because it's hard work. And today, for young people to be in retail, it is so hard, and it's so hard to get financing. And it's just a real struggle. So I was having coffee this week with a good friend of mine who used to be president of Clark's of England. You probably have all wore Wallaby shoes or Clark shoes over the years, most of you. And he sits on a couple of boards, and one is a large shoe chain. And he was quoting an article from Forbes, which he's going to try to get me a copy of. I'd love to forward it to you. But it was about the United States and retail. Per capita, we have 50 square feet of retail space in the United States. In Europe, they have 2.5. And I've been saying to myself for years now, because I did a lot of traveling when I had all these stores, that we're over-retailed. We got too much retail. And retail is changing radically. I mean, you've all grown up in it and seen how it's changed with the internet. And they're having 30, 40, 50% increases every year. And retail is going down and down. Today, you don't need a large 10,000 square foot shoe store because of inventory control of shipping. But it's even going to change in the future. I'm talking in the next few years. When you walk into a shoe store, you're going to have a scan done of your foot. You're going to choose the material you want. You're going to choose the heel height you want. And the scan's going to go right to the factory, make the shoes, and it's going to be shipped the next day to you. And that's the way the future's going to be. So I think you have to realize that retail is changing. It's changing fast. And it's very tough to be in the retail business. And to expand the core, you're just going to hurt. To expand out of the core, you're just going to hurt the existing retail. And I think you need to be aware of that. And one other thing.
Roxy, we're over the 3 minutes.
Okay, I want to tell you one more thing. That's going to be the most important thing that you got to be very careful on your decision making, is that the atmosphere that the retailer makes, the experience inside the store is going to be so important in the future. So be very careful when you're talking about windows and glazing and lights and whatever. Thank you.
Thank you. Chop Keenan, to be followed by John Schenk.
Good evening, Chop Keenan, 700 Emerson. The downtown is a classic mixed-use district, very mixed. Retail, office, hotel, residential, and city hall. The one-size-fits-all proposed ordinance for downtown, SOFA 2, Cal Ave, Midtown, and El Camino is definitely mixing apples and oranges. SOFA 2 was a 3-year specific plan and EIR. There's no parking district in SOFA, and to change the zoning without an EIR is very problematic. Densification on University Avenue has been very successful since 2009 and then 13. The city and stakeholders performed an exhaustive 6-month review, face block by face block, building by building, and the zoning map was ultimately drawn with a laser, not a spray can. Retail by mandate won't fill the space in light of the current big box and internet retail environment. What to do explained in 3 minutes. Eliminate the one-size-fits-all citywide ordinance. The downtown core and SOFA 2 are already highly regulated and shouldn't be included in the ordinance except to expand the allowable retail uses definition in the core and SOFA, all without a CUP. Delete onerous city modifications, including the counterproductive design guidelines and the 25% ground floor exemption off of the avenue due to our very deep lot sizes. Whole Foods, CVS, Walgreens, Aquarius would all be in violation of this new design guideline. Signs are more important than storefronts. Sign ordinance needs to be modernized. Incidentally, we have just concluded new long-term leases with Aquarius, Whole Foods, and Hana House. Return to the 2009-2013 retail-only map. Everything else can go either or, startup, service, commercial, or even retail. The proof is in the pudding. Every year since 2009, our downtown resale tax revenues have increased. The downtown proposed ordinance is a classic solution looking for a problem. Eliminate the new grandfathering or alternate means of snapback retail regulation, in other words, the non-conforming aspect. And the idea of continuous ground floor retail is simply not achievable. It's not on the ground now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. John Shank to be followed by Brad Ahikian.
Thank you, Mayor Scharf and members of the City Council. Thank you for this chance to speak on this. And I am not the retail guru. I have been in real estate a long time. Maybe I should mention I'm John Shank, at address 629 Emerson, and representing and the CEO for the Thwaites family, who have been retailers in downtown for over 100 years. Civic citizens, help the city become a city, on the back wall, all those good things. We care about this city, and we care deeply about the downtown and its vitality. And as I read this ordinance, I too thought, as Chop mentioned a minute ago, that it really was a solution looking for a problem. It seemed to me, going back to 2015 and looking at the facts and findings or whatever it is, the council said, hey, we're concerned about something, staff. Would you go tell us if we ought to be concerned? And 2 months later, there's an urgent ordinance adopted, and a month later or 2 months later, it's turned into a 2.5-year-long thing. Where's the problem? As I talk to our retailers, they don't say there's a big problem other than parking and wayfinding, things that are in the way, or in the way of there's solutions in the works. They comment that the council, despite voicing, hey, we're trying to help, has just burdened with the RPP. That's been painful for them. Raising the minimum wage, the business tax, the registry. They struggle to get their signs approved. We have so many things that y'all ought to be focused on that are low-hanging fruit that we could fix and help the retailers, and not figuring out, try to tell them what their storefront glass ought to look like. I really think we're off target here. So please don't adopt this ordinance. And if you still feel like there's things that need to be studied, or the maps that have been walked and laser-like focused lines drawn in the past, if that needs to be revisited, let's engage the community and let's go do that. So you heard from the Planning Commission, it's the same thing. It's just unfortunate that here we are at the 11th hour and y'all are looking at an ordinance that isn't baked. I'll leave it there, but we all love the retail, we want it to thrive, we want a diverse downtown. I just don't think we need to do this. Thank you.
Brad Ahikian to be followed by John Goldman.
Thank you. My name is Brad Ahikian, and I'm with Premier Properties. I went back through and reviewed some of the meeting notes from the 2009 Stakeholder Committee on this issue, and I was really blown away by the level of depth and participation that they really went into for that study. Unfortunately, I don't believe that happened this time. I was able to participate in the 2016 study. It was a 45-minute phone call. I noticed really none of my comments or concerns really made it into the report. Really, in my mind, this report fails on a number of levels. It reports to really highlight the important relationship that we have between our retailers and our offices. It fails to address the changes in today's retail environment. In fact, some experts believe that the fate of retail is less retail or reduced size retail. It fails to do anything that actually helps our retailers. In fact, expanding the district will only really dilute our existing businesses, and it will drive foot traffic out of our core area. Really, TMA and RPP low-income permits were really kind of the first step in providing any relief to our retailers. It's unfortunate that we're here tonight to talk about removing parking from our employees in the RPP district, but I guess we'll get to that later. This report fails to identify any negative impacts of the CUP process along Cal Ave. To date, I'm not aware of any CUP applications, which is just yet another barrier to entry. fails to take into consideration that some sites are just inadequate for retail in today's environment, especially outside the core downtown. Because of this, we need broad uses, not restrictive. Downtown just lost two of our major national retailers, the North Face and Anthropologie. Both left to Stanford. They're going to pay probably 3 times the amount in rent, but they're going to probably get 500, 1,000 times the amount of foot traffic. To retailers, that is huge. This ordinance is just way too broad. As a personal example, I had a strong retailer that was interested in the North Face building. But in order to accommodate them, I had to provide additional parking for them to succeed. I designed a plan to demolish 2,000 square feet at the rear of my building to accommodate a mechanical garage that would add the additional parking that would allow the retailer to be successful. Unfortunately, staff could not support that idea because the interim ordinance prohibited any reduction of retail and provided no discretion to staff, even when the reduction was sensible and beneficial. The space has been vacant for over a year. This is the world that we're living in of unintended consequences. So again, without some flexibility, I'm concerned that we'll see continued vacancy or marginal tenants that bring little benefit to our community. It's time to really slow down, ask the question, really what is the intent? I urge council to set up a real true stakeholder committee that was done in 2009 and not rush this issue. Thank you.
Simon Sins and Ben Sins. Oh, after John Goldman.
Yeah. Hi, thank you. So I've worked in downtown Palo Alto in property management and retail leasing for 20 years. I just had my anniversary last month. I was a member of the 2009 stakeholder group, and frankly, that was a great experience. We had property owners, residents, retailers, city staff, and I think that's the right way to do it. And right now, it feels like there's a focus on fast-tracking what I consider a pretty big bundle of changes to the ordinance. So I just want to address a few of the issues where I think it's a little bit being fast-tracked. So to prepare for tonight, on a beautiful sunny day in Palo Alto, I went for a walk so I could think about the design elements, the design standards. No window coverings, clear glass. So I walked on Ramona Street and Emerson Street between University and Hamilton. So the following businesses had window shades: Shoji Sushi, Jing Jing, Rangoon Ruby, Pachi Pizza, Palo Alto Creamery, Edge Salon, Jute Salon, Three Seasons, Osteria, Cardinal Barbershop, Pace Gallery, Amberdara, Opa, Natural Mattress Store, and Pizza My Heart has extreme dark glazing. So that's in two blocks. So those design standards, in my mind, are unworkable. With regard to the use provisions, I think they are very strict. They don't just prevent office conversions. Wire art, dance, and fitness studios limited to 15 customers. Retail-like uses can't be reduced even to make way for housing or parking. There are extreme restrictions. For example, film data and video processors can't process any items for off-site stores. If they have a branch store, they're not allowed to work on product for that store. I mean, that seems super picky. Tutoring services have been treated by the city as personal services. They're absent from this ordinance. Schools, I guess now it's being discussed, but that's something that's worthy of considering outside of the core district. There's no consideration of sort of housing-only projects or affordable housing projects. I mean, some properties would be appropriate, especially in neighborhoods, things like North Face or SOS Market. They're in the middle of a neighborhood. Perhaps they should be considered for 100% housing. The sites proposed to be added to the GF retail zone are the same ones that were removed from the zone at the recommendation of the 2009 stakeholder group. So having been in the group, I can tell you that the reason those sites were removed from the GF zone was because as you approached Palo Alto, most of them were typically vacant. So it gave a very bad first impression to visitors. So the idea was let's let them have a little bit more flexibility for the pride of the town. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Simon Sins and Ben Sins. So you're speaking together only once 3 minutes.
3 minutes, okay.
Well, I mean, if you spoke separately, you'd get it twice. So I'm just
okay.
confirming.
Well, if we were twins, okay. My name is Simon Sins. My brother Ben Sins. Ben is a resident here in Palo Alto. Both of us grew up in Palo Alto. We own 4 small commercial properties in Palo Alto. The blanket citywide prohibition against any and all ground floor retail conversion is a one-size-fits-all approach to retail preservation. It doesn't matter what type of retail, It doesn't matter where the retail is located. It doesn't matter whether or not the retail is viable in this location. It ignores most of the issues that should be considered in a carefully thought out process. Is this the way Palo Alto wants to do zoning and city planning? It's important to note that almost all of Palo Alto's existing retail is currently protected by current zoning and other ordinances. This ordinance only serves to protect a very small portion of Palo Alto's existing retail, including retail properties where retail is no longer viable. What is the real benefit of this proposed citywide ordinance against ground floor retail conversions? It's also important to note that the ordinance mentions that there's 70,000 square feet of retail has been lost since 2008. Let's put this in perspective. Ms. Jean Eisenberg told me there is about 2.6 million square feet of retail in Palo Alto. This means that only 2.7% has been lost in about 6 or 7 years. This isn't much considering the rapidly changing nature of retail in these last few years. Let's imagine what would happen if this ordinance was in place when our family converted our 1960s auto garage to a 3,400 square foot medical dental office at 882 Emerson and Sofa. We now have 2 dentists and 1 doctor. Majority of their patients are Palo Alto residents. It costs us hundreds of thousands of dollars to do the conversion, which we could only do because the increased rent from medical dental space. If this ordinance had been in place at that time, you'd still have, or we would still have, the city of Palo Alto would still have an auto garage there. You tell me what is more beneficial to the city, having 2 dentists and a doctor, or having an auto garage with a number of wrecked cars parked along the side because they weren't going to go anywhere. So we really hope that this blanket restriction against converting retail will be turned down in this ordinance, and that you will take actions to really support retail. The major thing you can do is help retailers by fixing the parking problem, not making it difficult for their employees to park and find a place to park and be hired, not making it difficult for their customers who visit the many stores, for example, in the downtown, to find parking and be part of the downtown environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Thank you. Judy Kleinberg to be followed by John McNellis.
Good evening. Thank you very much. I want to call your attention to a letter that the Chamber sent to every one of you, and I understand some of you haven't read it yet, so rather than read it to you, I encourage you to read it because it's a thorough discussion of some of the high points that we wanted to call to your attention with this new proposals. I just want to say, is any of you a retailer? Have any of you ever been a retailer? Been a retailer, run a business, not a lawyer, that's different. But in terms of running, and I know that's different. No, but this isn't the first time that you've heard from the retail community. They've been coming for a couple of years from the first time that this emergency ordinance was proposed. There are not that many here tonight because they've come over and over and they don't really believe that you're listening. I thank you for listening tonight. There have been a number of comments made about suggestions that you should look at carefully that have to do with density issues, different uses that are being allowed, the design standards that are, I pointed out, not even energy efficient standards, the 21st century commercial reality. Our retailers are having a tough time competing with online. I think this Christmas season was the first time that online sales outdid regular retail. The retail businesses like Bloomingdale's find out that smaller spaces are what works. Malls work because they're pedestrian friendly. Don't increase the size. And I've heard retailers here over the last couple of years tell you, don't extend the retail, compress it. That's why malls work. Make it pedestrian friendly. So I'm not going to read you all the different comments, but what I will tell you, and please do read it, and pay attention to the people who have come to speak both sides. I think the people who are worried about retail leaving are just as valid as anybody else. We obviously represent retailers. We want them to succeed. Here at the Chamber, we get calls from all over the country. I just got a call from Fort Collins, Colorado. How do we get that kind of vital downtown that you've got? Don't ruin it, please. I know you care deeply. You want to do the right thing. This ordinance isn't ready. In fact, I don't think this ordinance is necessary. That's what everybody's been telling you. If you must continue to look at it, please send it back to a really careful, collaborative, cross-sector study discussion, the way it was done in 2009. That would really, really get you something that would protect the retail, not harm it. Thanks very much.
John McNellis to be followed by Lund Smith.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Sitting here for an hour and a half reminds me of the 9 of you have a really tough job, and I think I would like to thank you. I don't think city councils get enough praise and gratitude for everything you do for us in a city. It's a difficult decision. I think I would really like to just second Michael Alczek's motion and restudy this. I think we should have a blue ribbon panel. This, what you have before you, unfortunately, is fatally flawed. I could give you chapter and verse, or I could just point out a couple things. I called Yoga Source, I called Yoga Works. They agreed they'd go broke if they only could have 15 students in a class. Just a small thing. Retail basements haven't worked since 1950. Nobody keeps nobody warehouses on site anymore. Forget about basements. The glazing, some of you remember, and signage, when I last came before you with Alma Village and you let me get away, we had to cover those windows. Every retailer, you heard John say, clear glass is lovely for planners, it's lovely for architects, it's lovely for portfolio pictures, but it's not what helps retailers. I think what we really need to do, if we're going to do this right, we need to appoint a blue ribbon committee, get people who actually lease retail space, maybe people who have no financial interest in Palo Alto at all, young leasing brokers, and say, who can you actually lease this space to? You know, the point I made to you, and which the Post picked up, I'll just say, I have personally developed 4 million square feet of retail space. That's more than in all of Palo Alto. We still own a couple million square feet. We have a number of projects here. Every single day, I'm confronted with retail tenants who are leaving. Every single day, I'm confronted with the reality that my time is almost up, that it's food and it's services. What we really need to do, we need to embrace, to make our downtown great and keep it great, we need to embrace anybody that brings people to us, anybody that has patients, customers, patrons, students. We need to open it up. That's the retail of the 21st century. That's what we have a wonderful opportunity to really do something swell for our downtown, so people from Fort Collins will continue to call us and say, how the hell did you pull that off? Well, we can do that, but not with this ordinance today. I am kind of running a cold. If you have any questions of me, you've got to ask me now because I'm about to go home. But anyway, thank you very much. I appreciate it. It's a tough decision.
Lund Smith to be followed by Jamie Wong.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Lund Smith. I'm here tonight representing the property owners Boyd Smith and Dick Jacobson of 425 Portage Avenue. As you may recall, our property was discussed in a council hearing last year where we requested that our property be excluded from the retail ordinance. I'm here tonight to make a similar request, but also to address a lot of the same issues that have been discussed here as to why the retail ordinance is flawed and should not be adopted. I want to read a letter first, some highlights from a letter that was sent to you earlier today from the owners of Pet Food Depot that I think highlights one of the issues of this ordinance and why it doesn't work. The one-size-fits-all approach does not work. I'm just going to read some highlights. I'm Hegnar, and my father, Harry, is the owner of the Pet Food Depot. I've helped my father run our family business since 2001. In January of 2012, we moved from our El Camino Real location, where Equinox now sits, to the 425 Portage site. Since our occupancy at the 425 Portage Avenue location, our business has struggled to survive. We've not been able to attract new customers because it is not a retail location. given its lack of visibility, lack of parking, and the fact that the building is a warehouse. We have no doubt that new business trying to establish itself here would fail, given the constraints we mentioned above. Our landlord, Mr. Boyd Smith, has been very generous and helpful. He even substantially reduced our rent in order to help us. Despite our landlord's help in reduced rents and despite our making every effort to make the business profitable, retail just doesn't work here. A few years ago, we approached the city about purchasing the city's pet supplies from our store. We were told the city does its purchasing online. It's unfortunate that the city of Palo Alto does not support its own small businesses. This property is not conducive as a retail business location. Our experience has shown that this property should be used for a non-retail use that does not require visibility, parking, and can operate in a warehouse building. I bring your attention to this letter because, as you can see from the letter, Pet Food Depot did not survive at 425 Portage, largely because it's not a retail location. This ordinance puts us as owners in an impossible situation because you're telling us that we cannot even lease the building out as a warehouse. We've tried to market the space as retail for over a year. We put ads in the Palo Alto Daily, Palo Alto Weekly, virtually no interest. I know we are just one location of many impacted by this ordinance. This is an example of why the ordinance cannot be a citywide ordinance. It has to be specific to the retail corridors and focus on just those locations. We allowed Pet Food Depot to come into our warehouse at reduced rent from day one as an accommodation because they had no place to go. Now we are now being severely penalized because we can't go back to just a warehouse building. With the risk of being locked into retail forever, no property owners, including us, will make that accommodation again. Mandating that all retail or retail-like locations stay that way indefinitely is ridiculous because it takes a one-size-fits-all approach. It doesn't allow for change. Retail has changed a tremendous amount, as many have pointed out. And quite frankly, the city trying to claw back more space to support retail won't change that. The very minimum, the council should just focus on the major retail corridors, and they also need to acknowledge that retail is changing and should greatly expand the definition of retail to allow for businesses to adapt. Thank you.
Thank you. Jamie Wong to be followed by Robert Wheatley.
Good evening. Jaime Wong. I'm here to ask you not to adopt this ordinance and add my voice to the many thoughtful remarks you heard today, the suggestions, the thank you also. My family has been both a lessor and a retailer. And on either side, on both sides, there's a fine line between success and financial disaster. It is dangerous to legislate retail because retail changes and landlords and other retail tenants need the freedom to adapt quickly to these changes. The internet is constantly and instantly changing the rules of retail. No city ordinance could save the typewriter business. IBM couldn't. Another point, creating design standards for retail, I think is a big waste of time and a big waste of resources. You will need to create another big bureaucracy to deal with all the requests, the complaints, the exceptions, the hearings. With all due respect, the ARB does not have the means to create successful retail. Neither can the PTC or council, not without ongoing input from landlords and retailers. The current boundaries of the ground floor combining district were carefully drawn back in 2009 because of the traffic patterns, both auto and pedestrian. And the areas around the circle in Palo Alto at Alma and University, that has not changed. This area will not support retail. The buildings at 102, 116 University that you want to put back under the ordinance, which my family represents the ground floors of, were built not with retail in mind, and they were removed from the area in 2009. They have large opaque glass windows throughout, which do not draw pedestrian traffic, and because of the way the circle was designed, downtown foot traffic mostly bypasses the building, going to Caltrain and Stanford. It's just a crappy location for retail. One consideration I have not heard is that my family's biggest partner, our bank, underwrote the loan to this building as an office building. If we change it to a retail building, The financial and contractual conditions will no longer be true, and the existing loans are then subject to recall. Opening and operating a retail business is difficult already. Attracting and renting out to retailers is also difficult. Mandating retail where it is not suitable will not make it happen. Please do not extend the ground floor combining district to the circle where 102-116 University is. Don't bother creating more retail and pedestrian-oriented design standards. It's a waste of city resources, and it will not help retail. And please do broaden the definition of retail. Thank you.
Christian Robert Wheatley, followed by Christian Hansen.
Hi, my name is Robert Wheatley. I've had an office in Palo Alto since '86. I grew up here. Time's up.
No, time's not up.
Yeah.
You get the extra 3 seconds.
Thank you. I've shopped on University Avenue since the early '60s. Bought toys there, got my haircut there, went to Raps Shoes to buy my shoes. I was fit by Lou Rapp several times for my shoes. Enjoy the pedestrian district now with my wife. We come down and walk Hamilton, University, those areas. What I don't do is walk 5 blocks south and enjoy the commercial district or any retail 5 blocks south here. I think all the speakers that have spoken tonight and said this should not be passed are correct. The 2009 very precise plan that showed retail core areas was the correct area to focus on. It should go back to that. People say, well, there's a waiver. You could get a waiver. A waiver process going through city to get a waiver for something is just a death sentence to any kind of a deal that would ever be done with a tenant. No one wants to wade through that. No one wants to wait. No one wants the uncertainty. So that is not any kind of a solution. Left out of the summary of council direction was that the council has considered this several times back in August and again in the fall. And the conclusion was that more uses should be allowed in the Addison-Alma area. I happen to be one of the owners of the old anthropology site where they've moved out, as has been noted. There was action given to study a solution and get that education use somehow in. Then there was something brought to say let's do it, but it only didn't pass because it required a supermajority to override the interim ordinance. So there's been broad support. It's been voted positively on twice by the council. It was voted 5-1 by the Planning Commission in support of those ideas. So there's broad support, but it isn't adequately mentioned in this report, I think. So I would encourage the educational use, other flexibility and uses in the non-core areas that would be very beneficial, both to businesses trying to locate here and to owners who are trying to have a viable economic plan. We appreciate all your consideration, and please do not allow this interim ordinance, which was put in place as a temporary solution, to become permanent and do permanent harm to the city of Palo Alto. Thank you.
Robert Wheatley. Christian Hansen to be followed by Terry Shuckett.
Good evening, council members and mayor. I just wanted to share with you my experience. You heard from my partner. We purchased the anthropology building a couple years ago, and we did that knowing that there was a good chance that anthropology might move out. When we purchased the building, we looked at the zoning closely, and we saw that the SOFA 2 allowed for flexibility. It didn't allow a 100% office in our building, but it did allow us to put a different use. If we put a retail tenant, it's a 10,000 square foot building, Anthropology's building. The current zoning allows us to put a smaller retail tenant in the front along Alma where they get good frontage, and it gives us flexibility to put a different use in the back of the building. We've now been, with this retail ordinance, we've now been marketing the building for over a year. And we have not yet received an offer from a retail tenant to lease the entire building, which is extremely concerning for us. Now, it's not because it's priced too high. We've gone out to the market with an unpriced marketing package to bring all offers because we really want to see who would like to lease this building. And the interest that we've had from restaurants and from fitness centers and from other uses were not allowed by the city. So we are facing significant economic hardship. And I come to you tonight pleading with you to please look at what was done in 2009. Each of these areas, Midtown, South El Camino, the downtown corridor, are all so different. And to say that they're all the same and to preserve retail in all these areas, and you've heard it tonight several times, it's a one-size-fits-all approach. And for our building specifically, and for other buildings mentioned tonight, the North Face site and the Pet Food Depot site, it's not working, and we're trying. So please, please take this under consideration. And then one last thing, to speak to the waiver provision. As you know, time is of the essence when leasing a building. Right now, if I want to go down and lease our anthropology building to another tenant under zoning, if this emergency ordinance wasn't in place, it'd take me a week, maybe 2, to get a tenant. With this waiver, it's going to take months, could take months, which if we go down that road and we get 2 months down the road and get denied, guess what? We start over, and we're looking at significant vacancy. The provision waiver will not work. We need a very broad, robust definition, and we need it broad in retail and really make it so that we can lease our buildings. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Terry Shuckett, to be followed by Lorraine Brown.
Good evening, council members. As you all know, retail is really changing in Palo Alto. And Judy put it best that most of you, in fact, it would almost appear all but one, have never really had any retail experience. And retail is getting terribly difficult. For 51 years, I had a camera store on California Avenue. At one point, we were one of the top 25 sales tax producers in Palo Alto. However, as time went on and the internet became more and more powerful, our business shrunk. And it finally shrunk to a point that I closed the business. So everybody in Palo Alto, if you ask them, they'll say, oh yeah, I want the hardware store back. I want the jewelry store back. I want the five and dime store back. However, they're gone because people didn't support them. And without the support, it's really hard to get good retail tenants. California Avenue has a little special clause that says chain stores cannot come to California Avenue. To me, that is a huge mistake. California Avenue does not have a place for giant chain stores, but places like Pete's Coffee, a chain store, cannot come to California Avenue. There are a number of smaller chain stores that are large in number, yet they only take up 2,000, 3,000 square feet. And I think that in a period of time that independent retailers are going to be pretty much gone. Years ago, and I was born in Palo Alto just a few years ago, and as I was growing up, so many businesses were owned by local residents, and those same residents owned the buildings they were in. I was fortunate enough to own my building, so I didn't ever have to talk about the nasty landlord that raised the rent so high. I purely went out of business due to lack of business. And with this lack of business and the increase on the internet, I foresee a lot of empty retail space. And so expanding the retail area is really a big mistake. I agree that retail has to be concentrated in a certain area to make it vibrant. And of course, parking is rather difficult in this city, regardless of which shopping area you go to. And we are all in dire need of more parking. Shopping centers have the advantage. They attract people because of parking. California Avenue, University Avenue have gotten very difficult to park in. So we truly need more parking. The parking would certainly potentially encourage more retailers.
Lauren Brown to be followed by Jonathan Saddle.
Hi, thank you. I'm here to talk about 3241 Park Boulevard this evening. I sent you an email on Friday. I received one response, thank you. I'd like to second the comments that were made by Mike Olczyk, Chopkeen, and Lund Smith. This is the one-size retail ordinance is just not going to work. 3241 is kind of in the backwater of Palo Alto. It's a half mile from south of California Avenue. It's a half mile off of El Camino. There's no retail around it. We were swept into this by virtue of the occupancy of Park Avenue Motors. My business is Vance Brown. We're a general contractor. We've been in Palo Alto since 1932. We've been in the Park Boulevard area since 1950. We were at 2747 for 35 years. We started with 2,000 feet, and over those 35 years, we expanded to 5,000 feet when we were busting at the seams. We got an opportunity in 1990 to move to 3197, which is next door to the property in question, and we got ourselves 10,000 feet, and we thought it would last us a long time. It's now been 27 years, and we're sort of starting to feel like we're running out of space, and so when Park Avenue Motors decided to quit business, the owner approached me and says, you know, we noticed we're right next door to you. If you ever wanted to expand, this would be a great property for you. It's the same zoning, GM zoning. And so I took him up on it. And so we bought the property with the idea that we would have future expansion space. Well, Park Avenue Motors, they had given their notice they were going out of business, but they were still operating on that date when the arbitrary ordinance was put into place. And so we got swept up into it. I would like, it's really a poor location for retail for all the reasons everybody said, and I just urge you not to pass this ordinance, or at least, we were also told by city staff that there would be a study that would go look at all the properties individually on a case-by-case basis, and that study has never been done. So at the least, you ought to at least have staff go back and look at all the properties that really don't make sense and get them out of this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Jonathan Saddle.
Thank you, council members, for the opportunity to speak on this matter. My name is Jonathan Satz. It's S-A-T-L, it's S-A-T-Z. I work for Alt School, private independent educational facility located in the SOFA 2 zone of Palo Alto. I think you've heard from mostly property owners tonight. Hopefully I can offer a tenant's perspective. We opened our doors in 2015, and we now serve a population of around 80 families. We're proud to be located in the downtown core and to offer the community vibrant and active use. This coming fall will mark our third year in operation, but when we started our site in 2015, we always anticipated adding another small middle school downtown. Our current facility, which is only 5,000 square feet, was never meant to house an entire K-8 population. We call it a micro school. However, with the adoption of the retail ordinance in 2015, searching for an additional location has become incredibly difficult, as we're prevented from converting out of retail to educational uses. Furthermore, people who own properties that have office uses on the ground floor, which we would otherwise lease, are no longer willing to lease to non-office users, given the fear that they will not be able to convert back to that office use once we leave. Because of how difficult it has been to find any new location, we would support an exception that allows conversion to educational uses within the SOFA 2 area in the areas that staff has recommended. With that said, it's still a very narrow exception and does not provide as much flexibility to schools looking for new locations. We hope staff and council consider a broader exception for educational facilities in the future. Thank you.
Thank you to everyone that came out and spoke on this item. We'll now return to council for our questions and comments round. Councilmember Koo.
So it's a question for staff. I heard that somebody said that there was 70,000 plus square footage of retail space that was lost between 2008 and 2014. But was it about 534,000 square foot of office space that was created after that?
I don't think I have those numbers, so that comes from a finding at the front of the ordinance for retail. I don't have a number. I might be able to look something up quickly
I'd
if you want me to
appreciate
come
that,
back to
because
it.
I think that was addressed in the previous council meeting, that while we lost 70,000 square foot of retail space, we actually gained about 534,000 square foot of office space, which is why the emergency ordinance came into place. Additionally, say for example, the school, the last gentleman that spoke, are you fully parked? I mean, is there a circulation issue?
So you have to ask the mayor before
I'm
you
sorry.
ask them. But I'm happy to allow it if you want to come to the mic and answer. If you have questions for him?
I think he answered.
He answered, okay.
Thanks. Sorry about not knowing
no
the
worries.
procedure. Then also, I mean, I kind of look at this. This is comments and questions, Mayor? Comments and questions? Okay. So, I mean, somebody earlier mentioned that, city needs to solve this parking problem that we have. Yet, in the last few years, the last decade, we've been building consistently office space with underparked facilities. I mean, just last week, the council passed 429 University that is grossly underparked, and they have retail space, they have office space, they have housing. So I don't know how we can continue on without some sort of interim rule in order to fix the problems that you're all talking about. I mean, we have dentists here today that are not able to find parking spots. We have people that are displaced from their retail stores and then can't open anything else simply because rents are too high. I mean, the gentleman also just said that office property owners are not willing to rent to him because they're worried that they won't be able to get it back as an office space. So, we're being very counterproductive here when you guys come in and you say, we want this, but we're not going to provide that. And then paying into the parking assessment district is paying for parking spaces that are phantom. It's not out there. So you're actually circling the neighborhoods and taking up actually parking spaces and permits from the dentist employees, from Channing House nurses and aides. So I really hope that, you give a chance in order to work something out rather than pushing the problem to a different place.
Councilmember Niss, Vice Mayor Niss.
So let me also go to staff and ask a number of questions, because it's pretty clear that we're getting substantial pushback from the business community. And one of the things I would remind us is that, as sympathetic as I am with doctors and dentists and so forth, there's no sales tax there whatsoever. And we run on sales tax. We run on businesses who function and function well in our community. And that's really important. So I'm very concerned with a very different kind of ordinance that, as many have said tonight, is a one-size-fits-all, which would mean that we're applying it not only California Avenue, and who talked about Pete's on California Avenue? Oh, it was, thank you. I keep thinking, why can't we have a Pete's on California Avenue? I'd forgotten why. And I prefer Pete's to Starbucks, just many of you know that anyway. So looking at this from an overall city standpoint, we're talking about anything on El Camino, we're talking about anything on California Avenue. How about Midtown? Midtown is about as funky as they come, and that is where I do a lot of my shopping. But I have a feeling almost any one of those would have trouble staying as they are. We're a quirky town, and we're very different from this end of town to the far end of town, where there is a Pete's at Charleston Shopping Center. So I'm very inclined to support what Chair Alchek mentioned early on. Is this really ready for prime time? And I realize it was passed as an emergency ordinance. I know I was here when that was passed. I'm not going to indicate that was done before my time. But I think this is one of those that we need to rethink. I'm extremely concerned about the number of things that are bought online. How many of you have bought on, now be honest, how many of you have bought online in the last month? I mean my colleagues too. There's no one who's not buying online anymore. You frequently go and look at a store and then you buy online. That's what's happening. I'm older. My kids don't know that you could actually, I don't think they know anything other than how to buy online. That's what they do. My daughter will say, Mom, if you need new shoes, why aren't you online? Why would you go downtown and look for them? And as, who said it earlier? Roxy, did you mention how we'll buy shoes in the future? Yeah, I think that's true. I think we need to think this through. We're now 2017. We are becoming so automated that I do worry about our retailers. I'm glad they're still here. I'm glad Fort Collins is calling. We are known all over the world, but I think we have to protect this asset that we have, and I think we need to think it through carefully, and I think, sounds like to me, we need to think it through one more time. Was that a question or a comment?
You could do either.
I did.
Councilmember Philseth.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions for staff. On the ordinance proposed, there was a bunch of discussion about design standards and window tinting and so forth. Right. Why? What's the thinking behind that? Why would we regulate that?
The concern is specifically about opaque or translucent window films on uses that were covering existing windows so you can't see inside.
So that's an issue, if I understand that right, of somebody that's, sort of supposed to be retail but actually isn't and you can't see in. Is that the issue?
That's right.
Okay. And then the next one I wanted to ask was the yoga studios. There's a delineation between 15 and under members versus over that. And if it's over that, it's defined as commercial recreation, and it's under that, it's defined as like a form of personal service. Why? What use are you trying to filter with that?
So this is an existing interpretation that's now being codified in the ordinance. So the idea is that at the threshold of 15 students, it becomes a conditional use permit, and then there may be different review and requirements provided around parking or other occupancy, so other provisions that would get triggered at the CUP level. So
I see. So it's not a question of we want to segment these uses from those uses. It's more along the lines of, let's make sure how much parking it's going to take.
Right, how it's implemented.
I see, okay.
Councilman, I might add, that's exactly right. And I think the interest there was also to create an opportunity for those types of businesses to get established without going through a more rigorous conditional use permit process, which would be the alternative if we considered it a commercial recreation use.
And then finally, one of the speakers commented on the 25% issue, said that actually CVS and Whole Foods would be in violation of that. Do you know if that's true?
No, so that would be I believe that would be an incidental, in that case, if it's a Whole Foods and there's an office in the back for the Whole Foods, it's not a separate tenant. It's an incidental use to the retail use or the food service use in the front versus leasing to a separate office tenant.
I see. So the provision is specifically for subleases.
In the code before the interim ordinance, you could use the rear 25% of the tenant space for a office use, for instance. And I think that was eliminated with the interim ordinance. It's also proposed to be eliminated with the ordinance that's before you.
Okay.
And we make some comments about that in the staff report about some of the opticians and people who might want to use some of that space for that. I believe the speaker was also talking about some other aspects related to the design requirements, and those probably would not be in compliance with the window transparency requirements that we were proposing.
Got it. Okay.
Councilmember Holman.
Yes, thank you. Chop, we're going through this together again. Thank everyone for coming tonight, for expressing what the concerns are. To Councilmember Koo's points about the 70,000 square feet of retail loss, those were numbers I was given also by staff. A couple years ago, that square footage was lost between 2008 and 2015. Just a little bit of background here. That's before we applied the ground floor retail protections to the block of Emerson between Hamilton and Forest, we lost Fresh, which had to move, and that became office. We lost a shoe store there. It was sort of a nonprofit shoe store sort of thing that we lost that to office, and we lost the cleaners at 204 Forest at Emerson. We lost that also to office. We also have, I don't remember if it was this packet or the packet before, a report from the auditor that Palo Alto's overall sales and use tax revenues for the first quarter of 2016 increased by about $273,000 or 4.6% compared to the first quarter of 2015. Palo Alto sales and use tax revenue totaled $27.4 million for the year ending March 2016, an increase of 6.6% from $25.7 million during the prior one-year period. Something good's happening in retail. This just came out. So something good is happening regarding retail. I didn't raise my hand to your question, Vice Mayor Niss, about buying online because I almost never do. And I encourage everyone that I know, don't buy online. Go to the brick and mortar because we need the sales tax dollars. They need the support. You know, what constitutes retail has changed. What constitutes personal service has changed. So some specific questions for staff. There are some places in the ordinance itself that reference ground floor and some places that reference GF, but don't reference R, which is what California Avenue has. Is there a reason for that?
So the design standards are referenced.
I'm talking about uses primarily.
The only use changes are in the GF district. There are no use changes proposed in the California Avenue R combining district.
So if we don't want to have let's just say I know we have a new one there, but if we don't want to have a trade school on California Avenue, why would we, if we don't want to have a trade school on University Avenue, why would we want to have it on California Avenue? It's disruptive, it would seem, to retail.
That could be a suggestion, a modification to the ordinance, but right now we haven't proposed any use changes.
Okay, all right.
In the combining district.
Clarification too, we have on the ordinance page 5, it talks about entrances and lobbies, reception areas serving non-ground floor uses. Currently, there's no square footage limitation to that, and there are some instances where that seems to be quite sizable, even on University Avenue. Would staff be amenable to putting either a square footage limit or something like the amount needed to serve the upper floors? Would staff be amenable to that?
Yes, I think you could have a square footage cap or a cap that's related to the width of the facade. So some of these frontages that are larger, maybe there's a percentage of that frontage that could be a lobby, but the other percentage would be retail.
Is there any, just to answer a question also that Chop brought up, because I agree with him and I've brought this up a number of times myself, so have ARB members, do you have any kind of idea or plan for updating the sign ordinance? Because it is outdated, and hey, if you look around the whole city, probably fully half of our signs are illegal. Is there any timing on that that's considered?
No, that is not it's not a part of our current work program, but I do understand some of the concerns that have been expressed about the sign code.
Okay, all right. A question about the North Face site. And it's a question for staff. So if there isn't enough parking there for retail, although North Face was there for a long time, if it were to flip to office, would there be enough parking then either?
So I don't know the specifics about the site. I do recall meeting and talking to Mr. Hickey about that site. But generally, retail has a higher parking requirement than office.
Yeah, I understand that. I was just wondering if there would be enough parking either way. I think it's probably an underparked building no matter what goes there, but I don't know that.
Yeah, I don't
to be
recall
clear.
enough details about the site to answer that.
Okay. The changes regarding Addison, couple of questions. One is, I guess one of them is a comment as much as it's a question. I don't understand how we could change what the allowed uses are from in this ordinance, because that's a part of the SOFA 2 cap. It seems to me we would have to amend the SOFA 2 cap. That's one. And then the other is those two properties have not gone through the waivers and adjustments as called for in the ordinance.
What was the second part of your question?
I said those two properties also have not gone through the waivers and adjustment process that's identified in the ordinance.
That's correct. On the second part, we received a formal request for 100 Addison. The council considered that, but that's the only property that's formally requested a waiver, and that was not supported. But no other property has formally requested a waiver under the interim ordinance.
Right. So the Addison Antique site. So that hasn't gone through this process. So we wouldn't be making that action tonight anyway, right? Plus, it would be. I mean, wouldn't it require an amendment to the SOFA 2 cap? How could we make a change with this ordinance?
Okay. So just so we're clear, the 100 Addison site did previously request a waiver pursuant to the existing ordinance, and that was not supported.
You're saying it was not supported?
By the council. And instead, we got direction to amend the urgency ordinance to come back with the public school, the private school provision. And as you recall, that failed 5-4, needed eight votes to pass. So that one was sort of asked and answered. It was not supported. And again, that was under the Constitution, the waiver that we have in the interim ordinance is this constitutional taking standards, which is a really high standard. The proposed ordinance introduces a second standard that the barrier, while still, a high bar, does allow for opportunities for these outlier properties to be evaluated for possible removal from the protections of the ordinance.
So clarification, so we're not taking any action on that tonight, on those Addison properties tonight?
That's correct.
Okay, all right, good to get clarification on that.
Well, I'm sorry, just so I'm perfectly clear, we're not taking any action with respect to a waiver. There is the statement that we have in the staff report about the private schools. That's not included in the ordinance before you, but could be if the council were interested in pursuing that.
Okay, got it. And one question about the ordinance on ordinance page 7, at the very top of the page. We're going back to, yeah, it's okay, we can start there. Top of the page 7, the number 1 there, it talks about any ground floor retail or retail-like use could be replaced, but I think that's redundant to what's down in C below, it seems like. Is it not?
Sorry, that number 1, the top of page 7, number 1 is redundant with part C?
Yes, it seems to me.
So number 1 is really the core idea of the ordinance, that retail or retail-like use can only be replaced by other retail-like. And the part C is about the 2 paths for a waiver. 1, this economic hardship, or 2, this alternate viable use that's consistent with the purposes of the district. And that would allow for another type of use, whether it's private school or...
To make it clear for just this reader, it would read clear to be, may only be replaced, never mind, I got it. Okay. I think that's just about, just to clarify, somebody said something about the, which yoga source or whichever one it was, you know, they wouldn't survive if, you know, they had to go through a process. Well, yoga sources on Hamilton's, they would be allowed anyway. So it's not an issue for that. And then, I guess, last question, conditional uses, business or trade schools, commercial recreation, daycare. It seems like we would not want to have those on California or University Avenue. And I don't see that restriction in here. Do I misread it or overlook something?
So while Gene's looking at that, I believe they're not allowed on California Avenue because that's in the R overlay. And so that only allows retail and personal service uses. And with respect to university, that is a change that we noted in the staff report that we wanted the council to pay attention to. In the interim ordinance, you're not allowing these conditional uses. The proposed interim ordinance, or excuse me, the proposed permanent ordinance would create an opportunity for somebody to request a CUP for those types of uses. So if it is the council's interest to still not allow conditional uses on the ground floor or on University Avenue, that's the direction that we would need to make a change to the ordinance.
Okay, I think that's it. Thank you. And I have a motion when it comes time.
Okay, other people do too. Councilmember Fine.
Just two quick questions and then some comments, and thank you for the report. Does staff have an estimate of how much basement retail space we have?
We have a draft report from a consultant that looked at it with a very wide range. So we don't have a final version of the report, and so I don't know it off the top of my head, but it was sort of a shot in the dark, and we're working to refine that.
Okay. And then this may be to my colleagues or to staff, but do we know how long the 2009 stakeholders group took to come forth with their recommendations?
I believe it was a series of 2 meetings. I don't know how long that period was, but a series of 2 meetings.
You mean in 09?
Mm-hmm. And does anyone up here know how long that process took?
People behind me might know.
Mr. Mayor, if some of the members
Go ahead,
who were on that.
if someone knows.
So 6 months, 9 months?
If you want to come use the mic if you're going to speak, so other people can. And you better identify yourself.
John Goldman. It was quite a long time ago, but I think I personally attended about 5 meetings, and I know there was also a tour where groups went around all over downtown looking at individual properties. So I couldn't really tell you the complete time frame, but it was a number of months.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I think that's really helpful because it does seem like in 2009 the city did produce some good results here on protecting ground floor retail in the commercial core. And I think our city is facing a fundamental problem about the amount and location of retail in our city. Yes, we've lost retail across parts of the city. We are acknowledging there's a changing nature of retail businesses, pressure from offices, and in some case a lack of customers. So I'm wondering, and this is kind of just a question I'll float out there, perhaps we need to think about right-sizing our retail spaces and reinforcing a health-dense core of retail, but not expanding this citywide, and essentially allowing more flexibility of retail uses in the GF core and across the city otherwise. As some other council members have mentioned, there are other things we could look at and focus on, such as a signage ordinance, perhaps getting an economic development manager in place. So tonight, the only thing I would be willing to support is expanding the types of acceptable uses in GF and other areas, but I wouldn't support extending the city-wide, enlarging the GF area, or adding new requirements like the window designs. I think at the moment, we probably would be wise to kick this back to PTC or perhaps form another stakeholders group that does diligent work like we see in this 2009 plan and ordinance and boundary. I don't think we're going to help our retail environment by adding more restrictions and requirements to these businesses at the current time.
Councilmember Tanaka.
So I think the good news is that I think everyone in this council chamber wants the same thing, which is a vibrant retail environment. I think everyone here in the dais wants the same thing as well. But I think the challenge is how do we get there? So there's the carrot and the stick, right? So the stick here is mandating it. But where's the carrot? And so I wanted to just ask staff, does staff have any idea of like how many vacancies we've gotten as a result of this ordinance? Has staff studied that?
The retail vacancy right now is about 2%.
No, I guess
between 2 and 3.
what do we know what properties so we had some people who spoke about properties that are vacant because of the retail emergency ordinance. Do we know what those are?
We know of at least 3 waivers as a result of this that have vacancies that haven't been filled. And those would be downtown SOFA 2 area.
Okay. So I had a chance to review this on PTC, not the latest draft, but the one before, and I still think it's not ready. I think that it's kind of half-baked. I think there's a lot of issues and challenges with it. I think it's going to be hard for us up here to actually kind of re-engineer this on the fly. So I agree with my fellow council member Fine about forming some sort of working group, maybe getting the PTC involved to figure out how to make this really work. Because I think we need not just mandate of retail, but we need ways to actually encourage retail to be vibrant and successful in the city. I think one thing that's really missing, and something maybe this working group could come up with, is thinking about the curation of retail. So if we look at Stanford Shopping Center, or we look at Town and Country, retail in that area has been incredibly vibrant because retail has the co-tenancy, it has the right mix of retail, and that's very important. It's harder for us to do that as a city because there's all these independent property owners, but I think we could definitely think more about the curation of retail as well, and I think that can help. I want to ask the mayor, are you looking for motions now, or you just?
Nope,
Okay.
not looking for motions.
Okay.
Councilmember Walbach.
So it sounds like we might, well, hard to say where the motions are going to go. I'm not going to make one right now. It sounds like there's some skepticism about whether we're ready to move forward or what moving forward would look like. But however we move forward or don't tonight, I just wanted to mention a couple things. Heard a couple comments from colleagues earlier. One that I thought was, I just wanted to follow up with staff on, that paying into the parking assessment district is paying into phantom spaces. And I was wondering, the parking assessment district has helped build parking garages in Palo Alto, correct? Yes. Real parking garages? Yes. Okay. I just wanted to double check on that. And also, I think that we might have a tendency to mix and match our various concerns and their impacts. There's obviously a lot of concern, very legitimate concern that I share about parking issues in downtown in particular. We're taking up that item, hopefully tonight as well. And we also have a lot of concern about maintaining a healthy retail environment. But the conversion of retail to office is not what's responsible for our parking problems, because retail actually creates more of a parking impact than office does. Frankly, I think it's worth managing that. I'm okay with having a little bit more parking impact, especially in areas like downtown, for the benefit of maintaining, a healthy retail environment. I think it's worth doing, but I want to make sure that we're all, conscious of the trade-offs that come with these things, right? Office is not responsible for all of the problems, and retail doesn't provide all of the solutions. They each have their own benefits and their own problems. I just want us to make sure we have a nuanced understanding of that and are thoughtful about that. And as we continue the conversation later tonight about about parking, to think about the importance of how that works with the retail environment. Understanding that retail and restaurants do have a pretty big parking necessity because you've got the employees and you also have customers coming and going. There are a few issues that I just wanted to highlight that I share some of the concerns and uncertainty about. One is, something that, in the past I was very much on board with wanting to make sure we didn't lose basement or backroom space, but I'm hearing more from, we've heard tonight from people who work in or work with retailers that the necessity of large on-site storage is changing. And by the way, there was a question earlier about who here has been a retailer and owned a retail business, and nobody on council, or maybe one person on council, suggested they had. At least myself and others may have worked in retail, even if we weren't the owners of retail business. I haven't worked in retail in a few years, so it's quite possible that the environment has changed since I worked in the industry. But the question of what we do with and how we manage or restrict how people use their back rooms or their basement space is one I'm not as sure about as I used to be, based on what we're hearing from the business community. On the question of 15 people per class for yoga or martial arts or dance studios, et cetera, it was actually really interesting to hear that explanation, that exchange between Councilmember Filseth and staff, because looking at that, my first question really is, do we want to restrict to under 15? But if the idea is to encourage the small ones to at least get started, and then they can go for a CUP, I'm not sure that's the best approach. I'm trying to think of a better one off the top of my head, and I can't. But that's, again, a question we might want to explore. If our goal is to encourage vibrant activity, having a small class, let's say you're a coffee shop owner, restaurateur, talking to the gentleman who runs, Printers Cafe on Cal Ave. They have a athletic place that went in next to them. I thought that would be great for them. They've got people coming in, going to have, class get out, and then they're going to be hungry and going to want to go get some coffee or food. But what I'm hearing is that because it's a small group of people in there, or very few people in there at a time, it actually doesn't create a lot of foot traffic and doesn't add to the vibrancy. Especially on Cal Ave itself and on University Ave itself, unlike the side streets, I would want to make sure that any studios for martial arts or yoga or other athletic things, make sure that we encourage ones that have denser use of people in whatever size space they have. A moderate to small space with a lot of people is probably the best thing to create customers who walk out of their workout hungry and then spend their money in the restaurants. I share the concerns and really curious about how we make sure we maintain flexibility about how people treat their windows and use those. I think we should maybe be a little bit more flexible on how we restrict signs. And I'm skeptical about expanding the area, particularly into the Sofa 2 area, because a lot of work went into that, and I don't think we've done enough thinking about whether we want to mess with all the time that went into developing that coordinated area plan. And the issue of making sure that waiver applications can be handled in a more timely manner, I think, is really important.
Councilmember Du Bois.
Yeah, first of all, I want to say I appreciate the opportunity to have questions and discussion. I think this is an important issue, and I know we want to get to the RPP, but this really deserves some time, so I appreciate that. I had a question on the new kind of hardship case, or the active viable use. Is that a CUP process, and how would that be administered?
Okay, so it's not a CUP process, it's a separate process. The idea was that the economic hardship threshold was very high. To show an unconstitutional taking was a really high threshold. So this is intended to allow an opportunity for a waiver where the use is still meeting the purpose of the district and the comprehensive plan, land use designation, and encouraging that pedestrian-oriented active use. And so the documentation requirement that's proposed in the ordinance puts the burden on the applicant to show, one, they would have to show a 10-year history of the occupancy of the building. Has it been retail in the past, and has that been, the idea being, has that been a viable use? A map that indicates all of the existing surrounding uses and their zoning. So if you're just a one-off retail business, not surrounded by other retail, you might not have the foot traffic, and there may be more propensity to allow an alternate use.
So some of these examples we heard, I guess, would fit into this new process, it sounds like.
Maybe, for example, if there was an existing retail or retail-like that was surrounded on both sides by office or other uses that were non-retail, then perhaps that would be, more of a reason to allow a waiver where there's just not the foot traffic to support it.
Okay. And then I saw that there was an addition in the ordinance to measure use annually, and don't we already do that through the business registry?
So I think that was in relationship to the annual reporting. So yes, one through the registry, but also the downtown monitoring report looks at retail use. It looks at retail uses in addition to vacancy, sales tax.
Yeah, it just wasn't clear if we were basically adding a second annual survey.
No, this was just, that came out of a recommendation from the PTC.
Right, so we would just do it as part?
I think part of that downtown monitoring report.
Okay. And then, real quick, on page 421, could you just explain the PC zoning issue at the top?
So right now, the PC zone is this was a recommendation from council to consider how this ordinance would affect the PC zone. And basically, because a PC is applied to a parcel, essentially the question from the council last fall was about how the PC zone parcels would align with the GF or P district. And right now, there's no combining districts applied with a PC zone. So right now, those provisions, for example, the design standards that are proposed here in the GF would not apply to a PC zone that doesn't have that overlay.
So this would align it? I guess,
No. So this is listed under sort of the issues that would have to be
I got it. Okay. Future
studied
work.
later. So a PC zone that was adopted 10 years ago that doesn't have this GF overlay. And you can see in the map that there are some locations where there's sort of a hole in the GF because there's a PC designation. Right. The GF would not apply.
So next question is, would you say a clear window requirement's uncommon for retail areas?
Are common?
Is it uncommon to require that?
No, I think, when we reviewed this with the ARB, we looked at some comparable cities, San Francisco, Santa Monica, San Carlos, that have similar window transparency, some percentage requirements similar to what's proposed here.
Does staff have any response to some of the concerns that were raised in terms of sun being too bright or whatever?
Yeah, I think two things. I mean, one, you look at the Apple store and you have this huge amount of window transparency, basically 100% floor to ceiling. And in that case, you don't have any fixtures in front of those windows. It's just not the type of use that has a tremendous amount of materials or equipment being sold. But you think about other uses that, require racks, or where you have tables and you're trying to maybe hide certain things that aren't as attractive from the outside, and you want a lower bulkhead on the bottom of the retail space, or, you want some privacy to allow, a changing room or whatever it is. And so the 70% requirement between that 2.5 to 10 feet is trying to allow for some of that, some of those fixtures or other elements.
Okay. And then did you say the current vacancy rate is 2%?
I think, let me just look for that number. It's been between 2 and 3% over the last couple years.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, I think the staff...
Downtown. So, downtown, that's right. So it really fluctuates tremendously depending on where you are in the city.
Right. So just some quick comments. So first of all, quick clarification on the parking assessment district. I think there's about a 1 to 10 correlation between parking units and parking spaces. And sometimes those numbers have been conflated. So I think that's where the randomness comes in, that parking units don't equal parking spaces. We've been working on this since 2015. It's the third time it's come to council, I think. We've had a lot of deep benefits about this. I hope the new council members had a chance to read through some of those minutes and discussions. Hopefully on PTC you saw those discussions. And last time I think we voted 8-0 with Eric Filseth absent. So we've all kind of, I think staff has taken our direction and come back with what we asked them to do. And you know, I would say 2% vacancy is highly successive retail. I mean, we have very vibrant retail. And I think the reason we got here is we just couldn't keep up with the dynamics of office space. And by the time we do a study or send it to another blue ribbon committee, it's too late. You know, we lose businesses that actually are still open. They just moved to Redwood City or Mountain View. And that was kind of what motivated this discussion in the first place. So I would like to point out that, you know, I am sensitive to a lot of the comments we heard tonight. I think there is a lot to like in this ordinance when you really read the ordinance. We heard a lot of comments about the changing nature of retail. And what we got in this ordinance is a much more flexible definition of retail than we've ever had before. You know, you're talking about foot scanning services, and you know, we have things like the beta store, yoga services. I mean, this ordinance allows those kinds of things where in the past they might not have been allowed. I mean, it basically says a retail service is anything open to the public during business hours, engaging in retail sales, service, processing. So I think it's a strong step in the right direction to allow a much greater variety of retail. We also are streamlining the waiver process, which I heard a lot of concerns about. And, you know, basically looking at whether a location is viable for retail or not. So we've added a lot of flexibility there. And then in terms about expanding the area, I mean, we've heard a lot of positives about the 2009 study. This new map is basically putting back spaces that were in the 2009 map, and we're filling in holes. So it seems to, especially downtown, I mean, it seems to be making a much more viable retail, kind of what we hear people asking for. And finally, I do think we really need to consider affordable business. You know, we talk about affordable housing all the time, but we're losing kind of secondary retail, more affordable retail for those locally serving businesses. And so in terms of carrots, I think we did provide a lot of carrots, a lot of flexibility that wasn't there before. And there's been a lot of time for feedback on the ordinance. I mean, we've been working this since 2015. I do think staff has called it a fairly narrow ordinance, and I would agree with that. I think, you know, reading the PTC minutes, they really wanted to expand the scope, and I think we could consider that separately. But I think the ordinance itself is fairly narrow. And finally, I think, you know, this idea about visible, inviting retail. I mean, there's plenty of situations you walk downtown where it's clear that there are offices behind opaque windows, and that was kind of the driver behind that. I think we asked staff to come back with a proposal to avoid that. So again, I would just say 2% vacancy. We're doing very well downtown, and like to find some places maybe for better locally serving retail. So thanks.
All right, so I have a bunch of questions. The first one is, the staff report talks about pipeline projects. The ordinance has been 2 years. Yeah. We have pipeline projects still?
So there's actually, I think, only one pipeline project, and that is going through the process now. It's on El Camino.
Okay. So it's one pipeline project on El Camino?
I believe so, but we've included that provision just in case there's something that we...
So there was retail?
There were three, yeah, there was...
No, the one on El Camino has retail, it's doing away with retail, is that it?
It's the Compadre site.
And they're doing away with retail on the ground floor?
Yeah, well, the restaurant use.
Okay. So the way the ordinance would work, though, if they were doing away with ground floor restaurant, and they wanted to put other retail there, they could?
Yes.
Right, so on that site, they're doing away with retail on the ground floor?
Yeah, actually, I think they're proposing a small amount of retail, but it's not to the same size as the restaurant that was there.
So the way the ordinance works is it's the same amount of retail, right?
Yes.
So that's why it's a pipeline project. Yeah. Okay.
And that was filed before the council took its action.
All right. So I guess I'll start with the broad things. I was just curious about the pipeline projects. First of all, I'd like to commend staff. I mean, I know you guys put a lot of effort and time into this, and I think there is a lot to like in this ordinance. I think that the ordinance does a lot of what we wanted. I personally think it needs a little tweaking, not much, but I think it's a good job, and I appreciate the effort you put into it. I also think that it is clear that our retail is extremely vibrant in Palo Alto. Between Stanford Shopping Center, Town and Country, and downtown Palo Alto, I think those are incredibly vibrant areas where retail is doing extremely well. And I think California Avenue in its own way does well on retail, and I think a lot of people really enjoy the retail there. I think it's more of a challenge on California Avenue for the retail. So in thinking about all that, I think that this ordinance does do some of those things in terms of making things more flexible. In going through this on a more granular level, I am concerned about the requirements and concerns about encourage clear glass in the storefronts, windows, only because of the comments that were made by people today, frankly. I guess a retailer probably, to be successful, has their own sense of the best way to make that work. And I think it would be a little mistaken of us to say, you have to do that. On the other hand, the non-conforming uses, I think should absolutely have to have clear glass in their windows, should have to have, if they don't want clear glass, they have to have displays. So is there any reason we couldn't do that?
So that is the intent here, is that we establish the standard, and then we have something that we can go to those businesses and say, this is what the standard is, and we need you to comply with those standards.
So I saw in the ordinance, I guess I should turn to the ordinance, we talk about non-conforming uses. So why couldn't we put that section just in the non-conforming use? What I don't want to do is be broad enough to say to some retailer I don't know if it counts or not, but there's the shoe store, Keen Shoes, for instance. They have all the shoes in the window. You can see the shoes, so I assume that's okay. But I don't want to catch up some retailer who tell them how to run their business when they're actually doing retail and they're trying to be successful in the downtown. What I do want to do is catch all the non-conforming people and make them do clear storefronts and make them actually see it. So that would be under non-conforming uses. There's a bunch of stuff. I'll let you answer the question. So I'm looking at packet page 433 where they call out non-conforming uses, and that's where I wanted to put that in there.
So in discussing here at the desk, we believe that there needs to be a consistent standard that would apply to the non-conforming uses and new uses coming in. So separating out a certain development proposal for these non-conforming uses seems problematic for us. Okay. However, one of the things that we would I think we mentioned this in the staff report, is we would come back to the city council with possibly another amendments to the municipal code that would give the city the authority to then, well, let me back up one step. If this ordinance goes forward and is approved with respect to this aspect that we're talking about, city staff would do courtesy outreach and inform property owners and tenants of this change and our interest in having them voluntarily comply with the new regulations. And these would be, we would focus our efforts on the tenants that are, I would say, grossly negligent in complying with that. We're not, should Keen's shoes, for example, be non-compliant, that's not where we're going to focus our effort because they have a substantial amount of glazing available. But if you go to Forest and there are some areas there that have obscure windows, we're going to focus on the obscurity of those windows, regardless of the use, to establish that standard.
How about the Wells Fargo building, which is probably the most obscured use on?
Yeah, Wells Fargo, that would be one where, but. We're doing this in just GF elsewhere.
No, the windows are black.
Yeah, depending on how we drafted that regulation, we could go after Wells Fargo, but I want to take another look at the ordinance.
So I'm just going to start at the beginning of the ordinance and go. So if I was looking at the ordinance on packet page 429H, fitness or exercise studios, we've had a little bit of comment about 15. I understand where staff was going with this, is that traditionally you've been looking at this and saying smaller uses. I think as retail has changed, I can say that one of the most vibrant retail uses on California Avenue is the yoga studio, that brings more traffic and activates that street more than a lot of uses. I see so many people who arrive to go there as a destination and then go have coffee, go do other things. And those classes are not 15 or below. I also think Yoga Source, where I happen to go, so I'll say that, those classes are not 15. They're quite above 15 for a lot of those classes. And I think that's a good thing. I think, as Councilmember Walbach says, that activates things. Is there any reason we couldn't just say fitness and exercise studios or similar uses and leave it at that?
Council certainly could. You would be carving out these types of establishments from the commercial recreation definition, and I just think you might want to have some kind of a threshold so that we know which one's going to require a CUP. But that.
So why would we care if we have a CUP for that, for recreation uses?
I guess the concern for commercial recreation is mostly about the intensity of vehicle trips and parking. If you have, say, a fitness, a large commercial fitness studio, that's like an LA Fitness or something like that. Do they have those out here?
But that takes a lot of space.
Well, it could, but there's the spinning courses that take place. That doesn't require a tremendous amount of room. You can put a lot of bikes in there. So it's just a question of how you want to regulate the balance between the number of trips and parking.
But isn't what we want in retail is it to be successful and have a lot of trips? I mean, that's sort of what you want retail to have. So the other thing I wanted to address is retail parking. So at least in the downtown, I don't think retail creates more trips than office. I think that's a mistaken thought. I realize that people think that because they're assuming that every car for every person. But 50% of the people downtown, I think it's probably higher than that. It seems to me that a large number of people who are downtown are the people already, for being in the office uses, for being in, whatever reason you're downtown already, are the people who go to those different retailers. There's not a specific trip that you're taking in a car for a vast majority of people for the downtown. So I don't think we necessarily create that many more trips than we do for retail. So anyway, I have a concern with H, and then I have a concern as the gentleman who was with Vance Brown. I do think it's a mistake to add in automotive services as defined in section whatever as a retail-like use. I think we're capturing people like the Vance Brown where they lease to an automotive use that is really not a retail-like use, and we shouldn't basically have that. So that's K on page 430 of the packet page. And what else was I going to say? The basement space, I'm not sure of. I understand that there's a lot of issues that people are saying that's not being used by retailers anymore. I heard a lot of people talk about that. I'm not really sure about that. And then when we get to page 434, that was the waiver process. I'm concerned that the waiver process, frankly, is too easy. I'm concerned that going to the director's decision, I think that makes it too easy and too much pressure and too easy to frankly change it. I think it should be that it should go to either the planning director, who then refers the matter to the city council, or I'm fine if the planning director makes a decision and then that goes on consent, but then council members can pull it if they have a problem. I think it's just too easy to lose track. And the reason I feel so strongly about this is what happened on California Avenue where Plantation Cafe was. And that was a really nice plaza, and so many people used that on the street when they went to the cafe. And then we turned it into an optometrist based on a director's decision. And that part of town is now sort of dead, frankly. And I think that was a real mistake. And so I'm not quite comfortable with just having a director's decision on that. And then I did want to briefly, I did also want to briefly focus a little bit on the issue of the following regulations on packet page 438. It says the following regulations restrict businesses that operate or have associated activities at any time between the hours of 10 p.m. and 6 p.m. where such sites abuts or is located within 50 feet of residentially zoned properties. And that's packet page 438. And my concern there is we talk about building residential in the downtown. And so if we're going to put residential in the downtown, are we going to restrict the night, basically places staying past 10 o'clock? I think we need to be really thoughtful about that if we're going to have residential and say that's not going to apply in our downtown as we move forward on that, if we move forward on having more residential. And I think those are my comments on that. And I also agree that we should look at a sign ordinance when we get a chance at it. I'm not sure that staff has the bandwidth right now to take on a sign ordinance, but I do think at some point we may want to look at that. I did want to briefly comment on the parking assessment since people brought it up. That roughly, I forget what it is, I think we have $4 million in our parking assessment downtown, which is going towards the parking garage. So I don't believe it's phantom parking. I believe that the parking actually gets built. It's delayed parking, which has its own issues, but it does actually get built at some point. And the PTC recommendations. The PTC recommended a couple things on page, yes, on packet page 414. They recommended approval of it, but that we send it back to the PTC for further study refinements to the ordinance, including evaluating non-viable retail. I actually don't support that. And I don't support that we request the council direct the PTC to review the impacts of the ordinance. I view both of those, frankly, as eating up a lot of staff time and probably not making the ordinance any better or giving us more information that we don't already have. So I don't support either of those. And I did want to briefly comment on secondary retail. I agree with Councilmember Du Bois that having more retail provides more opportunities for secondary retail, more marginal retail to get established. I see no negative to that and seen real positives for that, where retail has managed to establish themselves and then move, frankly, to a better location later. And I don't think that's a negative. I think that retail in Palo Alto, on the whole, does fairly well. And I don't buy this notion that we should push the retail in the downtown. I think the downtown's doing just fine. I think expanding the retail will do just fine as well. And so those were my comments. And now we return to council for motions, more comments, et cetera. Councilmember Phil Seth.
Yeah, thank you. I'd like to move the staff recommendation. And I hope that some of the issues we just discussed about will come up as amendments.
I'll second that.
So can I speak? I should speak my motion?
Yes, wait, you're distracting me. Councilmember Phil Seth, speak to your motion.
Okay. So first of all, I want to thank the staff as well. I think the staff has done a very thorough and diligent job on this, as well as the PTC, which reviewed it in detail at least 2 meetings, and I thought very thoughtfully. A couple comments on this. First of all, I believe that staff, I concur with staff, this is a very narrow ordinance, okay? It says if it's already ground floor retail, it should stay that way. It doesn't say, you know, we have to put retail in such and such places where it isn't really right now. It doesn't do things, so the suggestion that we should concentrate retail in some areas and not other areas, I think that does that, but this doesn't do that. I think it's also, this is not expected to keep retail in town. This is not what somebody in the PTC described as a retail master plan. It limits one of the pressures on retail, which is competition from other kinds of uses that can frankly afford to pay more money per square foot than most retail can. And there's a variety of reasons for that. I think retail is very, very important to this community. It's a very, very important part of our DNA in Palo Alto. As a lot of people have pointed out, it is under a lot of pressure. And I think the goal of this ordinance is to relieve one of the, or is to manage one of those pressures, not to fix all our retail problems. I don't agree that this is putting restrictions on retail. I think it puts restrictions on other kinds of uses than retail, but not on retail itself. So a few more comments in general. First of all, I appreciate the outreach the staff did. It looked to me like the stakeholder group was quite heavily weighted to developers and property owners. And I understand why that contingency would want more flexibility in uses, which to some extent this ordinance decreases. I think that characterizes also, and maybe even more so, the speakers we had tonight. So I was very glad we had a couple of retail speakers, in particular Mr. Shuckett, who made a comment in the PTC meeting that he said, you know, in terms of his building, he's getting tons of calls for office space, but very few for retail. And I think what that means for the city is if we want to have retail in town, then we do need to be active, okay, on this area. And I don't think we should wait for, you know, a couple of years to do more study and so forth. I mean, we may well do more study, but I think we should have this ordinance in place before we do that. One of the big discussion points has been, you know, the viability of different locations for retail in town. And it's kind of a curious discussion because it seems to me the question we're fundamentally asking is, are there locations where there's existing retail, okay, but it's not viable, which is kind of an odd question. I mean, you have to assume things about things changing, but you know, for me, there's a couple. I mean, we talked about the anthropology site, and that one's kind of an interesting one for me. And there's two things that really jump out, right? Which they said, well, you know, there's not a lot of foot traffic, you know, Alma Street and so forth, right? But Hassett Hardware is 1 block away on Alma Street, you know, and I go there all the time, and it's always busy in there. So that seems to me like that business at that location is viable. And the other one that jumps out at me also on Alma Street is the grocery store. Now, I think Mickey's lasted 4 months or something like that down there, and there was a lot of discussion about, you know, is retail viable in that location? It's far away from everything. And Grocery Outlet's been there a couple of years, and that place is going gangbusters, right? And, you know, we shop there, right? And it's been there a long time. So it suggests that it's not just location, but kind of, you know, which retail business is there is also an important factor. And I think it's kind of interesting because I'll bet if you took Hassett Hardware and put it in the Stanford Shopping Center, it would fail, right? So it seems to me more complicated than the issue of location. And again, none of this is easy. This is going to be very hard, okay? But I'm struck by Mr. Wheatley's comment about permanent harm to the community when he was up a few minutes ago, right? And what's the downside if we get this wrong, okay? If we are too conservative, okay, then the downside is we're gonna get some vacancies, okay? Now there aren't any right now, or there are not very many, right? And then somebody brought up in the PTC meetings the issue of, well, you know, a vacancy versus turns into a blank office space, so that's also a detriment as well to retail as well. But if we're too conservative and we end up with vacancies, then we can adjust, as was done in 2009, to take action against that. But if we get it wrong the other way, right, then we're going to lose retail forever, and it will never come back. Right? So I think we should pass this tonight. I think it's, you know, we had the interim ordinance. Obviously, it hasn't been a disaster, and I think we should do this tonight. And if more studies required, you know, I think that's a discussion worth having. But I think we should have this in place while we have that discussion, as opposed to, you know, we take a year or two to study things, and in the meantime, we lose a bunch of retail. Thank you.
Councilmember Du Bois?
Yeah, first of all, I appreciate the mayor going through the ordinance and focusing on specific issues, maybe anticipating some amendments. I have any questions, comments. So I think the yoga exercise 15-person limit, I'm not sure if 15 is the right number. I do think having some threshold, if you know, if you cram 100 people into a space, what's that going to do? So I understand what staff was doing there, and again, when you trigger to the next level where you need a CUP, I mean, it's still possible. It's not prohibiting. So I'd be open to some change there, but I think there should be some threshold. On K, the automotive use, you know, again, when I looked at that, I looked at the new waiver process, which says, you know, if there's one automotive place and nothing else around it, then maybe it's not a viable retail location. So I kind of felt like that was covered. I'm not sure if we need to strike the use. And then the one about noise near residential was a really interesting point. The question for staff, I mean, can we differentiate between mixed-use locations and quiet residential locations if the concern is housing downtown?
Yeah, so with respect to noise, there's, I believe the section that the mayor was citing in the ordinance had to do with the CSCN zoning districts, CC zoning districts, and that's existing language, and that was not something that we looked at and are not proposing to adjust. There's also a provision in the municipal code dealing with our performance standards, which deals with late night uses and activities, which has a whole set of a purpose and requirements section related to retail and when certain planning permits are required in different zones. So I feel like we have that. I don't know of that being an issue that needs to be solved unless the council's heard of some concerns related to that.
Okay, and then the other one I want to come back to is the 1830C.040, which was this very specific thing about doing a survey annually in September. And again, I think the business registry's in spring, and I just don't want to see us duplicate effort.
Right. So, you know, I think there is the potential for some duplication there as we think about the business registry. I don't think that we were contemplating that when it was presented at the PTC. We do annually report out on the vacancy rate. That's something that we do. But the added provision of and use is probably not necessary.
Okay, so I'd make a quick motion if it's acceptable that we just strike the and use part, and we would get that from the business registry. So this is packet page 432, 1830C.040.
432?
Yeah.
18 what?
30C040, annual monitoring of ground floor retail. And I think the intention was good. It's just we don't need to capture the data twice.
So you're striking that whole provision?
No, just the and use part. Yeah.
Okay, got it.
Is that clear to people?
Yep.
Yeah, you're assuming that the business registry covers that.
Yeah.
Is it staff comment? Does the business registry cover that?
Well, so I believe that we're still working on how that ultimate report comes out, but this is a business registry that we do some reporting on. I'll just take a moment here. Do we do reports? So the business registry is, we're still working on some of the details of the reporting for that. I would be hard pressed to say it is a, well, we've never done this, what was presented by the PTC.
Right.
And we're still working out some of the reporting details on the registry.
Got it.
And that's also a self-reported inventory, and the inventory that we would do, you know, we'd probably pull up county codes, SIC codes. You know, it would add some work and effort to our vacancy report.
Yeah. I guess if I can ask it a different way, if I understand what Councilmember Du Bois is suggesting is, if we leave the words "and use" in there, do you guys have to do a bunch of the same work twice?
Well, this would be more of a manual effort as opposed to the registry, which would be more of an automatic process. This will generate more city staff time to do this as opposed to the business registry, I believe.
I mean, if staff wants to propose some, I was just trying to leverage the data and not duplicate use. If there's a better way to word that.
Yeah, it's hard to say because we're not doing it in practice yet. We'd have to see how it plays out.
I think it's premature to accept the amendment, so
Okay.
I think I will turn it down.
That's fine. I think I understand the intent, but thanks.
Okay, so I have a note here from Councilmember Niss, who's been talking to staff, right?
I am the vice mayor.
Right, Vice Mayor Niss, that staff I is interested in moving the next item because how late it's going. Was that correct? Or do we want to move forward on that? I'm conflicted out, so I'm not leading this thing. I just thought we should have that discussion.
Sure. Well, certainly at the pleasure of the council, recognizing the hour, we have conferred and believe that the 27th of February could be a viable alternative should the council want to defer discussion of the RPP. We are confronting a deadline for the transition to the next year of permit issuance, and as such, would like to get this item discussed and directed from the council as soon as possible. But again, recognizing the hour and desire to maximize the effectiveness of the input you receive.
Could we hear public comment with people that are here?
So that would be my suggestion, is that when we finish this item, whoever wants to speak and stay could give public comment. I will leave the dais and turn it over to Vice Mayor Niss, and then we could take public comment, and then we'd move it. Is that the pleasure of the council? Okay. So I think we need a motion to continue, to hear public comment and then continue the item to February 27th. Is that the?
You have a motion on the floor.
Or is it a motion to a date uncertain?
You can do that at that time,
Okay, we'll
either
do it on time.
at
All
the
right.
beginning of the item or after.
Okay, so we'll do that. We'll let that happen then. I just wanted to inform the people here. And when we move it to another date, you don't have to speak tonight. You can obviously speak, but if you speak tonight, you probably can't speak then. That's normally the way we do it.
I don't think so.
Was that clear to everyone? So if you have, for public comment, when we get to that item, when this is done, if you want to stay tonight and give public comment on the RPP, you're welcome to. If you want to come back when we hear it, I think staff was talking about February 27th, you'll be able to, Nielsen, you're not recognized right now. You'll be able to speak again. You'll be able to speak then as opposed to now. All right. Hope that was clear. All right. Councilmember Holman.
Yes, thank you. I do have, and I'd sent them to David, I do have, as part of the motions, I don't know if you can cut and paste what I'd sent. I think there are 5 amendments. They're all fairly small, and one of them is consistent with one of the mayor's comments. So, okay. So, one of them is section, we're going to have a hard time here with people moving around, I think. One of them is in section 2, and this is on packet page, or the ordinance page 2, or packet page 428.
Could you say that again?
Sorry?
People are moving around, so why don't
Yes,
we give
that's
them a
what I
few
was saying.
minutes?
Yeah. So on packet page 428, under section 2, it's under personal services, B, self-service laundry and cleaning services. I'm just not sure that we want that on University or California Avenues. The rest of the, laundry and pickup and all that sort of stuff is fine. We have it now. It works really well, but I'm not really sure we want a laundromat basically on our main retail streets, University Avenue and California Avenue. So I'm suggesting deleting that use. Is that agreeable to the maker? Basically what it is a laundromat.
Yeah, I understand. You know, I shudder to draw this out because of the hour and so forth, but I think we should vote on that one.
Can't hear you either.
I'm loath to draw this out because of the hour, but I think we should vote on that.
So you want it as a separate amendment, is what you're saying?
Yes, please.
Okay, so is there a,
So Councilmember Holman has made a motion and needs a second if she wants, if anyone wants to second it.
to take laundromats off University and California Avenue?
Yes.
Oh, Jonathan.
Well, just when we start getting to the point of actual language, we might have some suggestions about what that looks like for the concepts.
Well, right now we need to get a second.
Thank you.
For even the concept.
Oh, I'd second that. To get them off the avenue, right?
Yeah, off California and University Avenues, yes, thank you.
To not have laundromats on California Avenue or to not allow that.
Couldn't have them off the side streets, right?
Okay.
Yeah, side streets, again, it's fine.
Okay, so anybody want to speak to the motion? You want to speak to your motion?
Yeah, if people just think about laundromats that they've seen in this town or other towns, I just don't think that's a type of use that we want to have on our two main streets. So zone for what you want, which I'll repeat later again.
You second it? You want to speak to your second?
I don't
Nope.
think I need to.
All right. Seeing no further lights, do you want to vote on the board? Yeah, that's the amendment. And that passes on a 1, 2, 3, 4. Someone didn't vote. On a 6-3 vote with myself, Councilmember Tanaka, and Councilmember Fine voting no.
Great, thank you. And then,
So I'm sorry, if I can just interrupt for a moment. So I believe we were voting on the concept of prohibiting the laundry uses on the ground floor or on California and on University. Okay, so we would like to have a chance to comment on the language because the section that's being amended here is the definition section, and we don't typically put regulations in definitions, so we would propose some sections where that language...
that's fine.
Okay.
That's fine, yes.
Yeah,
So-
we just need the clerk to clean up the language, because it'll be difficult to remember what was done tonight, and we want the concept, but not the specific amendment of that language.
Then also, and I did talk with Jonathan about this earlier, is in number 2 is retain the retail service examples. There's just not, is that acceptable to the maker? It just provides good guidance for the kinds of things. It's not a self-limiting proposal. Yeah, packet page 429, it's 125, retail services. It gives a list of, such as's or including but not limited to. So it just gives kind of guidance to like the kinds of things we're looking for, but again, it's not limited. We've broadened the definition.
So I suspect some of these are likely to come up for further discussion and may go off this list.
I'm fine with the staff saying, okay, these aren't applicable anymore and we'll delete those. And I'm fine with staff doing that.
Okay, I accept that.
Okay. And Tom?
I think it's actually cleaner without it. So I'm sorry, I think we should vote on this one separately as well. Again, I like the increased flexibility here about retail changing.
I'm with Tom.
Again, staff was okay with keeping it in earlier discussion.
So I think, I guess I won't accept that, and we should vote on it.
So is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? You want to speak to your?
I get just, you know, it's fine to have the general language and the broad language. I think that's fine. But it's so broad, I think it's good to have some examples to provide to staff to use as a basis. And again, I talked with staff earlier about this, and they were fine keeping it in. I'm fine with the staff editing out the ones that don't apply anymore, because those kinds of businesses don't exist anymore. I'm fine with that. So that's the purpose.
Okay. Councilmember Koo, you want to speak to your second?
No.
All right. So just briefly, I'll say I agree with Councilmember Du Bois that I think some of those don't make sense, and I think it gives more flexibility not to have them in. It makes more sense. And that fails on a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 to 3 motion with Councilmembers Koo, Philseth, Philseth, and Ullman voting yes.
Okay, then the next one is something I mentioned earlier, which is on ordinance page 5, which is packet page 431. It's C and about the middle of the page. And that has to do with entrances and lobbies or reception areas serving non-ground floor uses may be located on the ground floor. And again, adding language that limits the square footage needed to serve upper floors. The reason I'm proposing this is because we do have some occasions downtown where a considerable amount of the ground floor is not in retail use, it is lobby. And so this is to preclude that from happening.
I think we should vote on that one, too. There was some discussion on this at the PTC meeting, so I think we should vote on that one, too.
Okay. Is there a second?
I would second it with an amendment if you're willing to hear. So I would, rather than prescribe what it is tonight, I think maybe we direct staff to come back with a proposal to address this.
I'm fine with that.
So I would support that. And just to talk to it briefly again, I think having some, as other cities do this, some limit on the amount of street space that's used by a lobby, again, makes sense. But I think it needs some refinement.
All right. We ready to vote on the board? And that passes on a 7-2 vote with Councilmember Tanaka and Fine voting no.
Just a couple more here. On that same page, packet page 431, under conditional uses, that 1, 2, and 3, in other words, business or trade school, commercial recreation, daycare, that we clarify that those 3 uses are also not allowed, and I'm not saying this is the place to do it, but those 3 uses are not allowed on University Avenue or California Avenue. They're side street functions.
I think we should vote on that one, too.
Business or trade school, commercial recreation. What's commercial recreation? I might second it.
Commercial recreation is larger fitness facilities,
Like
for
the largest
instance.
fitness, just like more like, you know. She wants to not allow it on University Avenue and California Avenue, is that correct?
Yes, but they're fine on side
It
streets.
takes a CUP to do it, correct?
Yes. But remember how we got, much as we like Institute for the Future, we don't want that on University Avenue.
Got it. Second.
All right, didn't Councilman, okay, so you seconded it.
Yeah.
All right, any,
Institute for the Future is a commercial recreation?
no, Institute for the Future is not a commercial recreation.
No, but it's,
So I actually am going to vote against this. I think that California Avenue isn't not as vibrant, and it requires a CUP, so it would take some thoughtful decision on that, and I think it reduces flexibility. by putting in an ordinance, and I think by having a CUP, we get there, where we want to be.
By the way, Institute for the Future is, I think, it got in through some kind of, I'm not exactly clear, but business or trade school. Not, yeah. Yeah.
Okay, shall we vote? And that fails on a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6-3 vote with council members Koo, I can't read, Koo, Nis, and Holman voting yes.
And the last one up here is one that Mayor Sharp also mentioned, which is on ordinance page 8, and that is number 3, just above the middle of the page, has to do with the waivers and adjustments. And it is, I agree with you, and I'm amenable certainly to a change of language here, but what I proposed was that the planning director refer the matter to the city council and then delete the last sentence, so that we just come straight to the city council, because it is a zone change after all. Or no, it isn't a zone change, it's an allowed use change. So I'm amenable to a change in language, but if the maker of the motion would accept that with that caveat.
I think we should vote on it, but I might second it.
Well, then that would mean you would be accepting it.
No, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't.
No, it does if the seconder accepts it.
Care to speak to your motion?
Well, do I have a second then?
He seconded it.
You are seconding it, okay. All right, good. Yeah, it's addressing exactly what the mayor spoke to earlier. I think this is, potentially contentious. I think it puts the director in a very difficult position. I think these are very important decisions that the community is going to want to know about, and I think we should do them in a much more transparent manner than putting the planning director in a difficult position to make these on their own.
So let me ask a question. Let me speak to my second briefly. Let me ask a question. Does this language, so I thought actually the planning director putting it on consent so that it could be pulled off. Does this language allow that?
No, it doesn't.
No, but I'm amenable to that. I said I'm amenable to changes.
Okay, so I would support language that does that.
Okay, so planning director, but if it comes to consent for council.
Right, so the director will make a decision, it'll show up on your consent calendar, 3 or more council members could choose to schedule for a discussion.
Okay, I'm good with that.
So we need to replace the language, though.
Yes, yes. So does staff want to provide the language, or planning director further request to the city council? It would be the planning director.
Yeah, we'll come up with some language. The sentiment that I'm understanding is that the director will make a decision, it'll be transmitted to the city council on your consent calendar, and then we'll follow the existing process that we have today where the 3 council members need to pull it.
Right, but we should put the language in now.
Yes, we should.
Do you want me to put the language in? I mean,
we can. We're not putting the language in on some of these other ones.
well, we need to go back and fix it. I mean, it doesn't have to be in the ordinance, but it has to state what needs to be done.
Right.
So the
Okay, so I
intention,
the
on
concept
all of
needs to
these
be there.
items, yes, you're describing the concept. Staff will, not at 11 o'clock at night, carefully draft language. It will come back on your consent for a second reading.
So no one's considering drafting the language for the ordinance, but the concept is not there yet.
So how
Right,
about,
so it should say the planning director refer the request to city council on consent. I think if we just add the words on consent, we're
consent.
probably there. I realize if we're doing this only, though, we're saying that the director will make a decision, will be put in the position of having to make a decision, and then putting it on consent. The director may actually want to refer it to council, or make a decision and refer it and put it on consent. There may be some that are so contentious that the director might like them to come here first.
We could, if you don't mind, Mayor, we could also include a provision that, subject to the director's decision, that it be forwarded to the council. But, seeing how your agendas are, I think it'd be better if the director just makes a decision and you have the opportunity to consider it or not, rather than we force it on you.
The only thing that I'm thinking about, there have been some things in the last year and a half that the director has forwarded to council because they were too contentious or too unclear. And so she had the option, and she did bring things to council.
Yes, and we do have an amendment that is coming forward to the council in March. I'd referenced it before. This is your planning codes amendment, where we're actually adding some more specific language about the director being able to refer items to the city council.
Okay, all right. And then last question for staff is, what was at the very top of my motion was to apply the R, which is the California Avenue retail requirement, or overlay, to apply the R to references having to do with ground floor retail where GF is also referenced. And
Yeah, we do need to vote on that.
I'm sorry?
We need to vote on this, Councilmember.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Yes,
I'm
Councilmember
so
Tanaka?
sorry. I thought that was, I was thinking it was
Yes,
accepted.
you can speak to it.
Okay.
So right now where we are is you've spoken to your motion, you've spoken to your second. Councilmember Tanaka will now speak.
So it's about 11 o'clock. We just bumped an item. We disappointed a lot of members of the community. A lot of people came here to speak on RPP, and we just bumped it. And I know all of us want to do good things, but I think one thing that's really important for council to do is learn how to delegate. And so I'm not going to support this motion, mainly because I think we need to trust the staff. We need to empower our staff and our commissions
So
to
we
make
need
decisions.
to speak to the amendment, not the...
Yeah, no, I'm speaking to the amendment. So that's why I think for amendment, we need to empower our staff, because if we don't want to keep bumping items and disappointing the community and staying here till 1 o'clock in the morning, we need to delegate. We need to trust people, right? We're dealing with mice nuts here. So that's why I'm not going to support it.
Councilmember Fine? No. Okay. All right, let's vote on the amendment. And that passes on a 6-3 motion with council members Nis, Tanaka, and Fine voting no. Okay.
So the very last thing was, and I'm not going to go into detail about this tonight, but I'd like staff to come back, when they bring this back, to identify places where there might be opportunities missed or guidance missed, maybe, where the GF exists in the ordinance that also might include R, and R is California Avenue. And the reason I bring that up is because there are some places in the ordinance where GF is referenced, talks about ground floor retail, but it doesn't include the R, which is California Avenue. So we're treating the two districts differently, which may or may not be okay, so I'd just like something to come back from staff.
Staff comment on that?
Yeah, well, it's probably just because it's getting late. I'm not fully understanding what the specific direction is on that. We are changing the GF areas as it relates to design standards and permitted uses on university. And with respect to the R combining district, we're making changes only, I believe, as it relates to the design standards. And so we weren't, you'll recall that we have made some other changes to the California Avenue area since the interim ordinance was established, with the chain stores and moving some of the personal service uses off of California onto the side supporting streets. So we weren't proposing any use changes on California Avenue, only design changes in that district. So
Yeah, what I was asking was, when staff brings this back, if you just take another look at that and see if there are any things that maybe on a second look might be preferable.
So I could answer that for you now. It would probably stay the same as it is now, because as it's drafted, it reflects what we believe was the council's intent and direction. Since we're coming back as a second reading and it's not going to be a public hearing, if there's a specific change that you're interested in, we would need that specific direction to affect that change.
So you captured the council's direction. Are there things that staff would recommend, though, that the council didn't cover?
Councilmember Holman, do you have a
think,
motion?
yeah, I think I'm not going to accept that. So.
Actually, I wasn't asking it as an amendment. I was just asking staff if they would do that.
So we don't really, I mean, we can't really give direction to staff if it's not in the motion. Is there more, or are we, okay. Councilmember Walbach?
So before we wrap this up, I just want to make sure a couple things are addressed. One clarification about, just make sure I'm really clear on the map, in the map that we're proposing. I heard Councilmember Du Bois say that, and I'm sorry if I missed it in the staff presentation and the staff report, that we're essentially filling in from the 2009 recommended map. Did I understand that correctly? And that
No, so the 2000, let's just pull up the 2000, oops. These are the parcels in yellow are proposed to be added. In 2009, those were removed.
So in 2009, those were removed?
They were removed. So this is the pre-2009 condition.
And then the 2009 one was here. So it's really just like those handful of spots on High, University, and Hamilton.
Right, and these are actually new. So the idea here is extending this ground floor retail, so it's on both sides of the street. And these are existing retail sites now. So those were not previously
Okay,
designated.
I think, and so it's really just those yellow sites. Those are the only ones.
Just the yellow sites that are proposed to be added now. So nothing in SOFA 2, just University, Alma, Hamilton.
Okay, I think I'm comfortable with that. And you know, on this, going back to this question of you know, how many students do you want in a class if you're having a class? I mean, I almost want to flip it, right, and say we want a minimum number of people, because what we don't want is just like one person doing personal training alone in a big empty space, like that spot right next to Printers Cafe, where it's now a dead zone right on an important corner. Staff, do you want to weigh in on that?
Yeah, well, just on the, so that's a, that was a challenging item for us, the one on California.
We're still grappling with it, right?
Yeah, and so one of the things that I've thought about since then is, one of the things that's guided us in the past was the size of the tenant space. The one on California is huge.
Right.
So the ones that we typically see are about 1,000 square feet, you know, give or take a couple hundred. So I think if we added, in addition to that, that definition section of, you know, X number of people and no more than a tenant space of, say, 1,000 square feet, that would solve that California Avenue issue.
Right, right. Or phrase it in a way that it's, you know, a minimum of X person per per space. I mean, I'm not sure how to word it though. I'm not sure how to add that to the motion, or if it's worth adding.
I would just, you know, say fitness and exercise studios are similar uses.
Yeah, just remove the number. Yeah, so actually I'd just say remove the 15 or fewer students / customers at a time language.
And is there interest in a regulation on the size of the tenant space? Because otherwise we can end up with that California Avenue condition again.
Could we change it to excluding low density? I mean, I'm not sure. This is right. It's a tricky one, right? How exactly do we word this? And I'm not sure. And I'm open to other ideas from colleagues. You see where I'm trying to go?
I'm shuddering because it's 10 after 11, but I think this is getting detailed enough that we ought to discuss it as, we ought to either discuss it as a separate item if we get there, so we ought to, I'm not going to accept it.
Just, if I could just add one more comment.
I was looking if anyone has any thoughts on this one.
I mean, I kind of understand where you're going to, but I'm not sure we have a problem with people renting out huge spaces for one student. I mean, it seems like that's a market. The market will take care of that, but.
Well, it's kind of what's happening right now next to Printer's Cafe, across from what was Keep On Chuck It. So, anyway.
So what are you making the motion?
You know what, I'm going to defer to others if somebody has a motion that they want to make on that one, because I can't come up with great wording for it. Unless staff has a
No,
recommendation.
unfortunately, I don't have anything to address that issue, but I do want to, on that size issue, the reason we were allowing 15 or fewer students in a place was because we considered that to be incidental and not a great intensity of use. So if we're eliminating the threshold of the number of people, there's a question, and maybe that question's been asked and answered on the council. At what point do you want to have a discretionary review process to evaluate either the low density of the use or the high density of that use? Because we're now removing that incidental concept.
Right. Well, actually, what if we did it as 15 or fewer students or under 1,000 square feet of space? So it's either it's a small space or it's a small class, or just change it to small spaces. What do you guys think?
1,000 may be too small. I'm not sure. I think that most of those yoga studios are bigger than that, frankly.
All right, well.
I think I'm not going to accept it, but I think if you can get a second, we can discuss it. But I think what we're trying to do here is not, I want to make sure we don't sort of try to design retail and studios
Yeah,
here. It's just,
exactly.
we want these guys not to have to bid $10 a square foot against the offices next door.
Exactly, yeah. And, you know, we talked about earlier the utility of it.
I think your concern of a low density is a one-off concern that happened.
Okay, well, I'm going to defer to others if somebody wants to make a motion to have something in there. And yeah, I guess the last thing I'll say is, you know, I'm not sure it needs to go in here, but I just wanted to, you know, let staff know that, at least speaking for myself, there's a lot of encouragement to make sure we really do fill that economic development manager role in the city staff. You know, and it would be great if that's somebody who actually has the ability directly or through connections to help the city really be more effective in getting good retail and curating our retail and working with the chamber and working with the Business Improvement District and working with the California Avenue business members. And I just wanted to, I don't think it needs to be in the motion, but I just wanted to make sure staff knew that council really does support, at least I do as one council member, really do support getting that role filled.
Councilmember Fine.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a few amendments, and I suspect they're going to be unfriendly. So one, I'd like to remove 18.30A035 and 18.30C03.
So why don't we just take one at a time?
Yep.
And
These two are related.
okay, so where are they?
These are the design standards.
Yeah, which page?
So packet page 430 and 432. And so I think we heard from a number of retail business operators that these were overly prescriptive. These are kind of the window standards.
So it's 1830.035 and which one?
It's A and C, 1830A and 1830C. C035.
Middle of the page, 430, right?
So
18.30A.035 on page 430 and 18.30C.035 on page 431. 432, sorry.
So, middle of the page, design standards?
Yes, yes. And one of them, the A is for the overall district, and the C is for when it's combined with, I think, one of the other zones.
So I don't think I'll accept it. I think we should discuss it. So if you get a second, we can do that.
Sure.
So seconded by Councilmember Tanaka. All right, you want to speak to your motion?
Just as I spoke earlier, there are a number of folks from the public and property owners here who expressed concern this was overly prescriptive and would harm some of their retail success.
Councilmember Tanaka?
Yeah, kind of the same thing. You know, retail is changing a lot, and it's signage that matters a lot more these days. It could be digital displays. It could be interactive, things you could use. I mean, there's a lot of, it's hard to predict where retail is going to be headed, and just insist that it's going to be glass no matter what is just not really thinking too long term.
Okay, Councilmember Holman.
Yeah, I won't be supporting these amendments because, all you have to do is walk around downtown, especially downtown, and see how many dark windows there are, or even papered up windows there are. And, what retail likes is retail. And if you have blank windows, blacked out windows, papered up windows, it's not retail. You can't tell if it is. And there's nothing that attracts anybody into those spaces, even if it is retail. And if it's something adjacent to retail, it just causes the person to stop walking and stop shopping. I've heard this from retailers for years and years, so I will not be supporting the amendment.
Councilmember Du Bois.
Yeah, I just think we heard from staff, this is very common in lots of other cities. We're not doing anything crazy here. And it is, you see these windows that are opaque or papered over. We also heard from staff that they're not going to enforce this against clearly retail organizations. This is really about non-retail, on a retail street. And I think the 70% requirement and the ability to do tinting for sun control, which is allowed here. We're not saying it has to be clear glass. I mean, it can control for the sun. You could have an awning. So I'm not going to support the amendment.
Councilmember Walbach.
I wonder if the maker and the seconder of this amendment would consider tweaking it to instead of removing them, say that those sections shall not apply to retail or retail-like uses, so that it would only apply for things like an office that is currently in a retail space.
I think that's actually a fair compromise on this.
Yeah, I'm looking for something where we can get a little bit more consensus.
Staff comment on that?
So it's essentially altering these two so that retail would essentially be treated differently, and we're only intending to have the clear glass in office space.
Basically, just exempt those, instead of removing those sections, you would retain them, but exempt retail uses from those regulations.
That's fair. It's a little goofy, but it's fair.
When they go to enforce it, and the idea is that code enforcement, when they go to enforce it, would see if it's retail or not.
Right. But then we're also in the R district. So as we're, okay, so I think I understand the question. The design standards that we've incorporated into the ordinance, and I forget who asked the question, but it applies in two areas: the GF, which is in downtown, but also some places on Middlefield, and in the R district. And in each of those districts, the R district and the GF, retail and personal services are, and now these potentially conditionally permitted uses on the ground floor on University, are the only types of uses that you would have that. So you don't have the office use, well, you may have the office use as an existing nonconformity issue, which I guess is what the point that you're getting at. I spoke earlier about forest as an area of concern. That actually is not covered in this ordinance. And I think we noted in the staff report our interest in needing to come back to the City Council to address the concern that was previously expressed by the Council about addressing those uses. So that's my answer to a question that may have been asked.
All right.
So if I understand that answer, it's that, let me see if I understand this right. I mean, the issue with the tinted glass is you want to be able to look inside, and see that somebody's not, manufacturing bar stools there or something like that. Okay?
Or see the bar stools because it's cool.
Right?
Exactly.
On the other hand, if I understand what you just said, right, requiring clear glass doesn't protect us from that anyway.
I think our interest isn't so much seeing the bar stools, it's creating a sort of a visual connection on the street into the building, sort of like this almost passive, view into the establishment. It's less about the offending use.
I see, okay. Uh-huh. Okay.
Okay. I don't know. I mean, I think my concern was the non-conforming uses. That's what this addresses. Right, this limits it to non-conforming. So I'm going to vote yes. But it could be the wrong move.
Does this limit it to non-conforming uses?
I'll ask.
So it's still your motion, right? Yeah, it's just more, as you suggested, just more narrowly targeted at the non-conforming offices in these areas.
So for the clerk, it's not my motion. It's still fine in Tanaka's motion.
So staff concur that this
So our
basically
city
targets
attorney has something to say, I can tell.
Maybe you can clarify where we are.
So I can clarify where we are. So what the motion now is that these guidelines will only apply to, in effect, non-conforming uses.
So the guidelines would apply because the council was wishing to establish that design requirement in the district generally.
Right.
So it needs to apply generally. Now, with respect to current legal non-conforming uses, we have an additional issue, which is noted in the staff report. We really cannot, with the passage of an ordinance, simply resolve those issues. That may involve some amortization, and we need to look at that separately. So we have an extra hurdle with those businesses. But you can establish that design standard if it applies generally to all businesses in the district, because you want that user experience for folks on the sidewalk, and then we can look at whether we can come back for amortization.
So
Does the staff have
putting
anything to
aside
add?
amortization, because that's the concern. So putting aside amortization, are you saying we do not have the authority to say that a building, for instance, that is being used as an office use that has opaque windows cannot be forced to have non-opaque windows in the district? Is that what you're saying?
Well, you need a rational basis for a design standard, and
So the rational basis would be that the other places are retail and that they are not breaking the block, whereas an office use in the middle of a block breaks the block by putting opaque windows and by having a user experience where you walk by and you see what people are doing creates visual interest on the street. So
So what I just heard was that you're wishing to actually allow retail businesses to not have that design standard, to actually create an opacity. So in fact, there's some inconsistency in the record here. So I think council needs to clarify what it is that you want for a design standard, and we can deal separately. We do need to deal separately and in another ordinance with the existing non-conforming uses.
So I guess the question is, so I'm still confused. So if we make this apply to the entire district, does it apply to an office building? Someone has an office building, that's what they're using it on the ground floor, it may be a non-conforming use, but can we say to them, no, you must now take off the paper that you've put on your wall because our ordinance says that you must do this? Or not? I mean, it's not telling them they can't run an office out of there, it's just simply telling them that they may not have opaque windows.
So if I could answer your question this way, I think it's a two-step process is what we're saying. One is we need to have a standard, and that's what we were hoping to do with this ordinance. And then two, we were going to come back with an amendment to the municipal code, not in the zoning section, to give us the authority to address these issues. However, I think in hearing the conversation, maybe we don't need the precise standards that we're proposing here, and we can come up with some language to the effect that captures our interest, which is to have this visual access to buildings. And that's going to be met by the retail uses in the district. it may not be met by all of the office uses in the district because they have a film or, window blinds or something like that. So we can come up with a standard that says up to a depth of 3 feet, there shall be visual access into, for that pedestrian experience. And then I think for those that have the window film, that's an easier fix. For those that have major, structural changes, that's going to be more problematic to address immediately.
So if we want you to do that, and that's what I'm hearing council members say, how do we proceed tonight? How would you like that motion to read? I mean, assuming you guys are okay with it. How would you like that motion to read? Yeah. So why don't you read it to the clerk and we'll have, and then if you guys are fine with it, I'm seeing nodding heads over there.
So something to this effect: direct staff to prepare design standards to promote the pedestrian experience and add visual access into a building up to a depth of 3 feet.
Okay.
Something like that.
I think that's fair, and that addresses the issue of, in some ways, we want to provide sticks to other areas outside of retail, not necessarily sticks and restrictions to retail itself.
Understood.
Thank you.
Councilmember Tanaka, are you fine with that?
I'm not sure I understand. So what is this doing again?
So this is going to have staff prepare design standards to promote pedestrian interest along the street, and it's mainly focused on the idea that retail may have some flexibility there, but in terms of office space, we probably do one transparent glass.
Okay. Now, there's a bunch of lights still. I'm going to clear the lights, and if you want to still speak to this, or if we can vote, so you want to speak to it still.
Two things. I think this was made by Councilmember Fine, not Filseth, right?
Right.
And again, it seems a little crazy. Like, we wanted to have a vibrant retail, but if I understand the motion, we're going to have clear glass on non-retail and not clear glass on retail, which just seems backwards to me. I mean, if we wanted to add more flexibility for the retail, we could do that, but it seems like we've done the opposite.
We're allowing them to choose, right?
Yeah. Here. So again, I think having a vibrant retail street with windows is very standard. I'm not sure why we're doing this.
Councilmember Holman, did you wish to speak to this as well?
What Tom said, plus, this just is nonsensical to me, because why wouldn't we want to have direct access into a retail site? And what we're doing actually here, potentially, for those who choose to go that direction, we're setting up a code enforcement issue. Not that it would happen that way, but I know on El Camino, for instance, there are locations where there's either there's a direct barrier or there is a shallow barrier, and what's behind that shallow barrier, people have discovered, is not retail. I think this makes no sense and actually sets up very disruptive requirements. So I think what staff came up with to begin with is quite appropriate.
So if I can just comment on this language here, this is just for the GF and the R district, the two combining districts, GF and R district.
I understand. I was just talking about the example on El Camino.
So why don't we put that in, that it applies to that, so when this comes back, there's not a confusion. Councilmember Walbach.
Just to address Councilmember Holman's question about why we want to do this, there was a letter that we received from the Chamber of Commerce that said, for example, a prohibition on tinted windows and window coverings would not take into account those storefronts facing the hot western sun. When the afternoon sun comes through the uncovered windows of many businesses with a western window exposure, the front areas become so uncomfortable for staff and customers that air conditioning is needed to control the heat, not to mention the harm of direct UV rays on retail goods. This is not an environmentally friendly or an environmentally sound or energy efficient policy. That's just one example that we heard from the business community, that we're trying to help retail here, and retail sometimes has problems with this regulation. If we say, it's like we're loving retail to death, and the direction this motion is going, I think that we've made a lot of motions and amendments to improve upon the staff recommendation. I'm planning on supporting the main motion when we're all said and done here. But this just adds a little bit more flexibility for retail businesses and, it provides a little less flexibility for non-retail businesses in the GF and R combining districts. And I think that's kind of our goal, right, is to make life easier for retailers. And
Councilmember Tanaka.
So, as some of you might know, I actually work with, in my day job, I work with a lot of retailers. And one of our clients is one of the largest telecommunications company in the world. They sell cell phones or smartphones. And what they did on their stores is they literally got rid of all the glass and they put digital displays. And a digital display is infinitely more useful than just a window. And so one of the reasons why I support this motion is because you don't know what the future holds. You don't know what will attract people into a store. It might be just a plain glass window. It might be a digital display. It might be a projection onto a sidewalk. It might be a little crank you turn and it spits out a gumball. Who knows what it is, right? But for us to sit here and think that we know so well what retailers are going to need in the future is foolish. There's no way we're going to know. And for us to have this crazy design standard of saying it must be transparent glass is not really thinking very forward about what is the future of retail. Future of retail is going to be much more interactive. It's not going to just be a plain glass window. Now, I understand the reason for having it for code enforcement reasons, but that's not what we should be doing here. We should be doing it to promote the vibrancy of retail.
Okay, so let's vote. And that passes on a 6-3 motion, 6-3 with council members Du Bois, Koo, and Holman voting no.
And I have two more, if you'll permit, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So I'll start with the bigger one. So I'd like to strike section 12 on page 449, which is expanding the GF district. I'd like to keep it as it is.
Packet page 449?
That's correct.
And I won't accept that.
Yep, so I'll make an unfriendly amendment to strike section 12 on page 449.
You need a second?
I do.
Okay. You want to speak to your motion?
Sure. So I think there was some really hard work done in 2009 to figure out, as some of the speakers said, with a laser pointer, which buildings are suitable for retail in the GF zone. If you look at the maps over time, these ones down on the Circle and west of High Street have come in and out. And I think all of us know that west of High Street is certainly a different retail experience. They are not as successful. They are kind of more marginal businesses, and many of them there are actually supported by one or two clients, namely Palantir. I don't think we need to add these extra properties to the GF zone.
Councilmember Tanaka.
One reason why I support this motion is because in order for retail to be successful, you need a certain concentration of traffic. When you spread traffic out too far, what happens is no one wins. And so I think we need to make sure that we have a focused core of retail that has high amounts of pedestrian traffic that allows the retailers to be successful. Because if we don't, what happens is we start legislating vacancies, right? You start having properties where there's a property actually not right next to my house, not right next, but near on El Camino and California, which is one of the busiest intersections in Palo Alto. And I think that Radio Shack's been vacant now for 2 years, and I don't think we want that. So I think it's important that we have enough concentration of traffic in the area for retail to be successful.
All right. Councilmember Du Bois.
Yes, so again, the properties on Hamilton are all currently retail, across from retail. It makes sense to me to add those. And then the other area on Elma there, right across from the train station, again, it would, I think it's a great area, and it kind of fills in this hole here, so.
Councilmember Holman.
Yeah, I'll echo what I said earlier, what Tom said. Plus, a lot of these, despite what some people argued earlier, a lot of these locations that were taken out of retail had been retail for many, many years. And so to say that they aren't viable retail and shouldn't be retail, I think is just not understanding the history and also the properties that staff wants to add on Hamilton, they are currently in retail purposes, and if we accepted this, then we wouldn't even be adding those back in, or adding them in, period.
Okay, I'm going to oppose the motion as well for the reasons stated. And that fails on a 7-2 motion with council members Niss and Fine voting yes. I was going to say Greg. I'll say it fails on a 6-3 motion.
All right, thank you. One last one, Mr. Mayor, per your discussion about the restrictions on late night uses and activities, I think as we do as a council and as a city move towards perhaps exploring increased density of housing downtown, we should acknowledge that some of those units will be near recreational and night uses, and people choose to live near that. So I'd like to remove the late night use and activity restrictions. They're mainly on page 438, but I kind of like to delegate that to staff to figure out.
I think you need to, are you going to direct it to staff, or are you going to limit it to downtown, or are you going to limit it to?
Can you repeat that, Corey? Sorry.
Well, I was going to say, I'll second it if you exempt downtown. Or if you just change it to exempt downtown, or
Sure, exempt
University Avenue,
downtown from the late.
Or direct staff to explore exempting downtown.
Sure, direct staff to explore exempting downtown from the late night uses and activities. Okay.
Tom, will you accept that?
I think the way you said it's overly broad. I mean, I asked staff this question. They said there's a bunch of ordinances related to noise downtown in general. I don't think you want to eliminate those.
So I guess what I'm thinking here is if we do add housing in certain areas of downtown, I don't necessarily want to limit the nighttime retail uses.
But we already have limits on that, and I said, I don't think you want to get rid of those. So if you look
I don't want to get rid of them as they are, but I don't want to add to the burden of if we add housing, nighttime retail becomes harder.
Okay, you have a second?
Yes. Well, it's been accepted.
Councilmember Filson. Yeah, but.
Can you be more explicit, though? I mean, the way you said it was very general.
So, direct staff to explore exempting downtown from section 18.1604B.
Yes.
All right. I see a light. Councilmember Du Bois has spoken to this. Do you want to speak more?
So again, I think the intent is about noise near housing, but we also have ordinances about noise at 2 a.m. downtown that I don't think we want to get rid of.
So I'm just going to speak briefly and say that it says explore. Staff would come back to us with, the pros and cons of what this would do and how they deal with this. So I don't think we're actually taking any action other than tell staff to come back with us to look at this.
Okay, so what I was going to say is that I don't believe this is agendized for the council's discussion. We're doing an ordinance on retail, and the amendment here has to do with late night uses and activities.
So you put an ordinance that we're supposed to approve, and it's in the ordinance.
Well, so what we're doing.
So if it's in the ordinance, I don't see how we cannot have to speak about it.
Well, because what we're doing is we're providing a section, we're providing the use tables because we're addressing the uses, but there's a footnote to the table. And what we do is we provide the language that follows that for the context. But this is not something that we've advertised or had any conversation about dealing with late night.
So I don't believe we're taking any action except to direct staff to come back.
Okay, so
we've done that before.
So just to clarify, I think they're asking that this come back as a new item at some point in the future, not
That is
to
correct.
amend this ordinance now.
We'll add that to our work program.
Exactly. All right. Councilmember Filson and Holman, do you need to speak?
I'll just say I think staff knows what we want. I don't think we have to smith it too much here.
Councilmember Holman?
Just quickly, I'm not sure we really want to do this because those who've been around for a while, I mean, some of you have been, Mayor Sharp, you have, there have been numerous, and we have a different kind of downtown than, say, a big city does, where you have tall buildings, you have entertainment on the top. We've had numerous code enforcement complaints, again, about, I don't want to name businesses, but businesses that run late and have entertainment late. So I think we do want the protections of restricting noise after hours.
Okay. Councilmember Walbach?
I guess I never really spoke to it. So particularly between like 10 o'clock and midnight or 10 and 1 a.m., how does it currently work?
So again, council members, as I understand it, we're not taking action on changing the noise rules anywhere in the city tonight. Council's just directed that the staff do some preliminary work and bring forward an analysis and considerations as the downtown has additional residential units. This could come back in 6 months, later than that, and then we can have a policy discussion
Okay.
about noise that's properly noticed.
Great, thank you.
All right, let's vote.
I'd like to see more businesses like that.
This was to explore. And that passes on a 6-3 with council members Du Bois, Koo, and Holman voting no.
That's all, thank you.
All right, Councilmember Tanaka.
Okay, I'd like to make a few amendments too. So on page 2, actually, before I do, I'd like to ask staff a quick question. So, well, actually, I'll just make the motion. So the motion I'd like to make is that we remove the chain restriction. We heard from some of the speakers that, having the chain restriction on Cal Ave has, sorry, does staff have statements? Page 2, packet 428. Oh.
Packet page 428?
Yeah.
All right, I'll look at that.
So if we're going to have a
428 page. What are you looking at?
letter O.
Doesn't say anything about chain retail.
Well, let me, I guess my point is, if we're going to mandate ground floor retail, we should make it easy to get retail. And having, okay, let me first ask staff, is there a chain restriction right now?
On California Avenue, we have a chain store limitation.
Okay,
and
so
Pete's Coffee could choose to go there if they wanted to. There's a process for that.
So, Greg, let me just interrupt.
Okay.
So the chain store retail issue is not before council tonight on this ordinance. It's a separate ordinance, and it doesn't seem to come into this other than other than an O, we talk about it as a declaration as opposed to actually changing the ordinance. I think if you disagree with that, I think the appropriate way to do would be to write a colleague's memo and get people to support it and agendize it to
that's fine.
relook at it.
Let's move on then. Okay. Let's see. Basements. So on page 5. B, it's, let's see, page 5, it's packet page 431. And, let's see, I guess it's 18.30C.020B. So I want to make a motion to, make the motion basically to allow the conversion of basement retail to non-retail uses.
I'll second that. I think it may be easier just to strike
it.
This letter B.
Strike B.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Your motion.
So, I think the nature of retail is changing. I mean, in the old days, you need to have a big inventory. A lot of times now retail is just a showroom. And basement retail is always really tough because there's no frontage for the retail to be successful. So I don't think we should mandate this.
Okay, Councilmember Fine, you want to speak to your second?
Yeah, I mean, that's why I asked my question earlier about staff. Which of these spaces do we know, and do customers still use them, is questionable. So I think, in order to reinforce the retail we do want, which is ground floor facing streets for pedestrian experience, basement retail doesn't support that case. In fact, it somewhat dilutes it.
Okay, Councilmember Holman.
So I won't be supporting this one either because we're not talking about having customers in basements. We're talking about the support services that are in the basements. And, I'll just use an example of CVS downtown. They have their offices in the basement. That's their support offices, and they need that. I don't know how much storage they have down there, but I know they have their offices downstairs. It's that kind of thing that we don't want to disrupt or take away, because that means we would be taking away square footage from the ground floor retail for them to have offices to support their business. So it may come a time when we want to do a finer look at how much basement space is really good to have for support for the ground floor retail, but to eliminate this now I think is greatly premature.
Okay. Do you want to speak?
Well, you've got to vote. You've got
Okay.
an amendment there.
I meant to the amendment. All right, let's vote on this. And that fails on a 6-3 motion with council members Nis, Tanaka, and Fine voting yes.
That's all.
That's all? All right. Councilmember Vice Mayor Nis.
Okay. So we have been sitting here now for several hours, and we've certainly gotten down into the nitty-gritty of this. So I'd like to come way back up again. This covers the entire city, citywide, start to finish. This puts into place controls for the entire city, and I'm not comfortable there. If there's support for an amendment to separate this from the downtown section, which is one that has been well vetted in the past in '09 and so forth, and not include the rest of the ordinance that is the one-size-fits-all for the rest of our entire community, I would put that forth as an amendment if I get a second.
Councilmember Fine is seconding it.
Yes, I saw that.
All right.
So, yes, actually wave his finger, right.
So you may...
So I'll continue on with that. I'm really troubled. We had a kind of an empty chamber tonight, but we had a very full chamber with a number of people who are in retail telling us what works in retail. And we are busy writing now the manual for the people who have run retail in this community for a number of years, numbers of years. And as I said, I can live with the downtown, but having the rest of the city under one ordinance just makes me not only uneasy, but it seems to fly in the face of common sense.
Okay, Councilmember Fine.
I'll speak to my second. I think the Vice Mayor has a good point that most of the controls here have been studied in the context of downtown and to some extent Cal Ave. One of the problems we have with retail in our city is that there are certain vacancies because they're not great retail locations. And this ordinance will suddenly expand them to the entire city in areas where we haven't studied them. I think it would be best to limit it to downtown for the moment. If we do want to explore other retail preservation strategies outside of downtown, that may be appropriate.
Okay, Councilmember Koo.
I will not support that because what you're doing is protecting downtown with the retail space, but then it's just going to move it to the other location, which is going to be California Avenue.
Councilmember Holman.
Yeah, I appreciate the intention, I think, but I can't support it either, and so I just want to remind folks that the Midtown Shopping Center just sold. There's going to be a lot of change there, and if we don't have retail protections there, we're going to lose a lot of retail there. So I can't support it. And I guess what keeps coming to my mind is, we can't save what is lost. And that's just a matter of fact. You can't save what is lost. And I think if we pass this amendment and don't pass the ordinance in its entirety, we're going to lose a lot.
All right, seeing no other lights, vote on the board. And that fails on a 6-3 motion with council members Nis, Tanaka, and Fine voting yes. All right, I have a couple of amendments, I guess. The first one is, as Vance Brown was talking tonight about automotive services, and I think that's really unfair the way the automotive services get caught up in this. So I'm going to move that we eliminate K on packet page 430.
probably vote in favor of that, but I think we should vote on it separately.
Okay. We can come back to, I'm doing one at a time.
I'll support removing K.
Okay, so you'll second it?
Yeah.
Which one are you on? Where are you?
So I'm on packet page 430, and I'm eliminating.
On the top.
Yes, I'm eliminating K. As I said, I think that this is really nebulous. You know, there's a lot of automotive-related stuff that you may or may not want to preserve. I think it's a real hardship on the landowner. I think retail, to call that retail, and I think the Vance Brown is the poster child for this. It's not a good retail location. It's way down Park Boulevard. And they got caught up in stuff. I don't think that makes any sense.
What the mayor said.
All right. Councilmember Nist, did you want to speak?
And I think this speaks exactly to what I said 5 minutes ago. We are now rewriting what's in here already, and we're going to continue doing that because we have said tonight that we know what's good for this city for the next 10 years, and that anything is retail now, unless it comes back, just as you've done now, and it will have to do that, that's the only way we can change it.
Can we vote on the board? And that passes on an 8-1 with Councilmember Holman voting no. The next one, which Councilmember Walbach did mention, was automobile service stations. I am a little torn on this, frankly. The question is, do we want to say that if it's a gas station, it has to remain a gas station? I don't think we do. So I'm just gonna, I think it's an individual choice, but to me, it doesn't make sense, and I come down. So I move that we eliminate J.
Second.
You want to speak to the second?
I continue to rest my case. We're going to move things exactly like this as things change in our world and our environment. And certainly one of them, we have seen more gas stations go out of town now. I have to now drive 2 miles to get to a gas station that used to be a half a mile away. Gas stations have gone south for the most part.
Okay, seeing, Councilmember Du Bois.
Yeah, I just want to say again, this isn't that it has to stay a gas station, that it just has to stay retail-like. And we did add flexibility in the waiver process. So you convinced me on the automotive services, but I think the waiver process captures a lot of these other things that are currently retail-like, could remain that. I think a lot of gas stations, they have convenience stores, and they might as well remain retail in some form.
Councilmember, you seconded it, right, Councilmember Fine? No, Councilmember Nist did. So Councilmember Fine, you want to talk?
So I'm going to support this because I think while gas stations and car shops and things like we did in K are retail serving and serving the community, they actually have a different location profile in that gas stations tend to be highly trafficked, automotive corners. And one of the more recent trends in many cities is actually flipping those gas stations to housing projects, which also may be socially viable. So I completely agree with Vice Mayor Nist that we're now getting into the weeds, and I'm going to fight on each of these across the rest of the city because I don't think this ordinance is ready for the entire city. But I think removing section J here that the mayor's proposed is the right move.
All right, Councilmember Filseth.
I just remember that the gas station down the street from my house turned into the Survey Monkey building a few years ago. So I think I don't.
Stayed in retail.
It's got ground floor retail. Got ground floor retail.
That's a perfect example.
Do you wish to speak more?
I'm going to vote against the amendment.
All right, Councilmember Holman.
Yeah, the reason I voted against eliminating K is the same reason I'm going to vote against J, eliminating J, is there are a lot of automotive service providers that I know a lot of people that use them, and they're walkable. They're absolutely walkable. And the same thing is the same concept applies to eliminating J. I mean, Vice Mayor Niss almost argued against, against the amendment because we have to go to other places to get gasoline. So, you know, whether it's gasoline or whether it's, you know, whatever you can get at a service station, you know, we don't want to push them out or incentivize them to go away because, hey, you can put an office there. So I'm voting against it.
All right, let's vote. And that passes on a 5-4 vote, with council members Walbach, Niss, myself, Tanaka, and Fine voting yes. All right, and the last one I have is the fitness studios. I think there's been a lot of people have spoken that the smaller groups of 15 or fewer students is too small. There's been disagreements about whether or not we should basically have the opposite, that you have to have more of a density. I heard Councilmember Walbach say that. I think it's too difficult to decide what the number should be. I don't know enough about, I'm trying to count in my yoga class that I go to. I mean, I think there's, on the unpopular yoga classes, it's probably, you know, 10 or 15 people. But on the more popular ones, I think it's probably, you know, upwards of between 30 and 50. And that's in the current downtown going to Yoga Source. And I know that when I go to Orange Theory, I think there's 30, 35 people that go to that. And that's really popular and brings a lot of retail or a lot of people to the Edgewood Shopping Center, who then go have bagels and stuff. So I'm just going to move that H says fitness and exercise studios or similar uses. Yeah, that's H on packet page 429.
I'll second that.
Okay. So I've pretty much spoken to it, but I would say I think it's a real mistake to say 15 or fewer, because that's not what we're allowing. We're allowing more than that. And when we tell the community that people will say that's not what we're doing. And I think it's a good thing that people have more density than 15. I think the concern more, at least, and I've heard the same thing from Al at Printers Inc., is that what he dislikes about the fitness place next to him is the opposite, that there's not enough people that go there because it's individualized training. I would be open to the concept that it has to have more density, frankly, than individualized training. I'm just not sure how to capture that, and I think that's probably a one-off that's sort of rare. So that's my thoughts on that. Councilmember Fine?
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I think it would be nice to have some kind of floor on this, but it seems kind of complicated to do tonight. In general, I think if we do want to support thriving retail, then a density of that retail use is important for the businesses to survive.
Councilmember Holman?
Yeah, question for staff. If we take this out, are we opening the door to larger facilities taking over? And yeah, so do we want to limit the square footage at least?
Well, I'd probably be willing to limit it to 5,000 or less.
So we do have a definition of commercial recreation, which we were just looking at, that appears to, so we define fitness studios or exercise services both as commercial recreation and as personal service. So the reason for the identification of the number of students or patrons was to distinguish between a incidental personal service and a large commercial recreation. So yes, I'm concerned that we'd want to spend some time thinking about that distinction.
So potentially, just potentially, we could get like an Equinox without this kind of limitation.
So we would have conflicting regulations. We would have the CUP requirement for Equinox under a commercial recreation, but then they would probably argue, well, no, here we are under personal service. And so we don't want to create that kind of a...
So we're thinking about concepts here. I would expect staff to harmonize it when they come back with the ordinance. Well, it's got to change in this ordinance because the ordinance has to come back. So, I mean, I think the answer is that commercial recreation, and I'm not sure what we have against commercial recreation, frankly.
Well, I don't think we have anything.
I'm not
against
sure
the-
why we need a CUP on it, except for big, large ones.
Well, so how do we distinguish those big, large ones from
So
this?
I would say anything over, I'm fine with anything over 5,000 square feet. Anything, so this would only apply to stuff under 5,000 square feet.
So Greg, could you clarify? So it's going to say fitness or exercise studios of 5,000 feet or less?
Correct.
Okay.
Does staff get that? So it would say fitness and exercise studio or similar uses of 5,000 square feet or less.
So I hear that that's the request.
Yes, okay. And that's fine with you, Adrian? Yes. All right. Councilmember Holman? No, okay, let's vote on the board. Oh, yeah, sure. I didn't mean to move too quickly. Yep. Oh, so yeah, so it shouldn't say anything about,
He's saying replace X with Y. He's working on Y right now.
we're going to add to the motion. Why does it say add to the motion? So it really should say delete. So what it should read, just for the clerk's offices, it should read, replace H with fitness and exercise studios or similar uses of 5,000 square feet or less. That's all it needs to say. Correct.
Mayor, council members, I think staff would like to offer perspective in terms of context. The 5,000 square foot threshold has I think sparked some, let's see,
We just think it's
impression that it is a large threshold.
It just seems like a large, I mean, for a city that's consistently been regulating these types of facilities with conditional use permit at midnight, to switch that to 5,000, just, it may be doable, but.
All right, I'll go with 2,500. How's that?
A bargain.
Well, I mean, if you think it's large, I'm thinking about what the size of a yoga studio is, and it's not 1,000 feet. I think it's more, it's bigger than that. So I think 2,500 square feet is probably.
We've traditionally had studios come in at about 1,250, 1,250, I think is the largest one that we've approved in the downtown area.
Okay.
This one on California is an anomaly. And
The one on California Avenue is much bigger than that.
It's like 5,000 or 6,500 square feet. It's huge.
That's what I thought it was.
Right. So imagine that use on Hamilton or,
Yeah.
And imagine not just, so you're getting 50 people in your yoga classes. I mean, something like that could be filled with hundreds of people. And then we think about the parking and the traffic. I mean, that's why we have a CUP for that.
So would you suggest 1,500 square feet then? Would that be fine?
Did you say 30 people?
No, I said 50 people.
Listen, I don't have I don't have a recommendation on the size of the space. I think it's something that warrants consideration.
Can we just, if you don't mind, so can we defer this to staff and have them come back with a recommendation? Because as Jonathan said, it is midnight.
No, I'm going to go.
With the second reading, they could
I
come
think we
back
should
with.
just get it done. I'm going to go with, I'm actually going to go with 1,800 square feet and call it a day. That's under 2,000. It's close to what staff wanted. Good enough? You good with that? Okay. All right. No lights? Let's vote. And that passes on a 7-2 motion with Councilmembers Koo and Holman voting no. Okay, and that's all I had. Does anyone else have anything else, or should we vote on the entire motion? Okay, vote on the entire motion?
I'd like to speak to the entire motion, because
Oh.
I'm going to speak against it.
Okay, So, sorry, I have to stop.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Ness.
Yeah.
Oh, now the light's lining up. I thought we were done.
Pardon? So as I said earlier, I would have supported something in the downtown gladly, but I simply cannot believe that this one ordinance tonight is going to cover this entire city. I've been thinking of other things you could do with gas stations. Could you put some housing there? Could you put a soccer field there? Is that retail? I don't think so. I don't think a soccer field is retail. One of our best, absolutely best intersections in town has soccer fields where something could have gone that was certainly far more like retail. So I think this is an overreach when we try to include the whole community in one specific ordinance that is so precise that we can't even decide what size a yoga studio should be. So, as I've said several times on several of the other amendments that we've done, I just cannot vote for an ordinance where one size fits an entire community of 65,000 people and their businesses.
So staff reminded me that we forgot to address, and maybe it was willingly, but I just want to make sure people didn't, the issues of, that Councilmember Holman actually raised earlier, which was the issue of, on those parcels, I guess they would be like Anthropology and the Addison Antiques, of whether or not we were going to allow private schools there or other uses. So I just wanted to raise that issue if other people wanted to talk about that issue, because staff mentioned that we had that in the report.
What happens to them?
Well, if not, they stay as where they're currently stuck, which is.
Thanks, Karen, for bringing that up. Somehow after midnight, you just start forgetting stuff.
So, Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, so I'm going to agree with the vice chair on this. I think that this is kind of a generic plan. Palo Alto has many different types of retail. We have downtown, we have Cal Ave, we have Midtown, we have El Camino, Stanford Shopping Center, and they're all very different. And we have this kind of generic plan, which I don't think is actually good for all of them. And I think this needs to be very well thought out. I support the spirit of it, but I think the way it's been implemented is flawed.
He's writing the motion. Good. All right, Councilmember Walbach.
In an effort to get broader consensus for this motion, which I am going to support, I'd like to explore another amendment if possible.
Okay.
Which is to have this come back to council on a biannual basis for review. So every 2 years it comes back, and if there have been unintended consequences as a result of this, if it turns out that we're actually hurting retail as opposed to helping it as a result of this ordinance, we'll have an opportunity to make those tweaks.
Councilmember Walbach needs a second.
I'll second it. That's what we should be doing.
Councilmember Niss, do you want to speak to your second?
No.
Anyone want to speak to this motion? I had some lights before, so I'm going to clear the board, and then if no one wants to speak to it, we can vote. Oh, people do want to speak. Councilmember Holman.
So what we are voting on is only what's on the board right here.
First, we're going to speak in the
Thank you.
Yeah, and the rest of that just gets read.
All right. Councilmember Du Bois.
So
Oh, sorry.
I didn't get an answer to my question.
I didn't hear. What was the question?
So there's an amendment to have this come back to the biennial basis. Okay, so that amendment, so I don't have any questions about that, but just when we come back, I will.
Okay, got it. Councilmember Du Bois.
Yeah, I think council will be very reactive and bring this back when it needs to come back, and just to put it on the calendar every 2 years and have this kind of meeting again. I could wait maybe 3 years to do this again. And yeah, I do want to call the question. I think it's time to vote on the main motion, but let's vote on this amendment.
So I'm going to support Councilmember Du Bois on the notion that I don't think it's a good idea to continually put stuff for staff to have to come back with, and I think if it's not working, we will come back to it. So,
Are we
Councilmember
voting on the
Filseth, did you
amendment?
want to speak to the amendment? Yeah,
Oh,
voting
just,
on the amendment.
yeah, just briefly, I think, I think, in the past,
We're in your amendment, are
in the
we?
past, we've seen that it comes to council when there's an issue. There were vacancies, it came back in 2009, we did something about it. I think that can happen.
Okay, let's vote.
We're on the amendment, right?
On the amendment, just on the amendment.
Right.
On the amendment. And 1, 2, 3, 4, and that fails on a 5-4 vote with
Got close.
council members Walbach, Nis, Tanaka, and Fine voting yes. All right. Let's see. I'll make one further amendment, just because it's in the staff report, which was in the RT 35, direct staff to allow in the RT 35 district on properties with frontage on Alma Street between Channing Avenue and Lincoln Avenue to be replaced by a private educational facility. Property owners would be prohibited from converting a discontinued retail use to a private school and then to office. So those are the issues, those are the anthropology and the Alma Street and the Addison Antiques. It's really those two properties that would allow that private school to go there as a use. Is there a second or not?
A private school, or did they?
Not a private school, it's school use, but which is a private school.
School use.
Right.
But as a school use, yes, second, Court.
Is it that guy that was here?
Which guy?
Specifically Johnny Katz or?
It could be any school use. Any school use. Council previously had discussion on this. People can decide. I'm not going to speak to it. Councilmember Holman?
Yeah, I am going to speak to it. Like I said earlier, I don't think we can make this change through this process. I believe it would be an amendment to the SOFA 2 plan. Would be the appropriate mechanism to do that. That's one. Two, the owners of those two buildings have not gone through the amendment, the appeal, I've forgotten what's waiver and appeal process as it's described in the staff report, and in other words, in the new ordinance. And three, at a minimum, there should be CUPs required, because I believe both of those sites used to be automotive uses, and that was an issue when the that was an issue when the Emerson Street school went in, the Alt school went in. There were automotive uses had been there too. We didn't have any conditional use permit requirement. So, we have little kids on former automotive use locations. No analysis was required because we don't even have a CUP there. So for those three reasons, I'm going to oppose this and encourage my colleagues to do the same.
I'd like to address the SOFA 2 issue that Councilmember Holman raised.
So we believe that we are able to amend SOFA 2 through this process. In fact, it's through this process that we're actually able to protect the existing retail that are outside of the core area in SOFA 2 and require the retention of those existing retails in that area. And the ordinance here, I believe, includes some amendments to the use table in SOFA 2. So that's the path that we've been following, as we understood that it was the council's interest to protect retail throughout the city, including SOFA 2, where there's retail there today.
But all we're doing by this in SOFA 2, in terms of the protections, we're just reinforcing what already exists. But changing the allowed uses on two of those parcels, or three I think it was ultimately, is a change to the allowed uses in SOFA 2. And that's why I do not think we could be making those changes this evening through this ordinance.
And SOFA 2, I believe, and I can double check this, does identify private schools as a permitted use. So
I don't think on those sites.
On RT 35, I believe it's a permitted use. And yes, we're looking at the table now, it is a permitted land use. So we're not changing the uses that are permitted in SOFA 2, but we are allowing for this citywide ordinance, the motion, as I understand it, is to allow where there is a retail or retail-like use to have that be replaced by a private school, which is a permitted land use in the RT35 area.
So I guess I will quickly speak to it then. That's the reason I support this, is that this is an existing use that would be allowed in the SOFA if we didn't have the current emergency ordinance. The people who bought that property to some extent had expectations to be able to do that. That has stood vacant for a year. I think it's a weak retail site. I'm not prepared to have it convert to office or anything like that, but that is a use that can be used in the SOFA area as it currently exists, so that's why I'm supporting that. Councilmember Niss.
So, and Tom, I too would like to vote on this motion and go home. But I've noticed lately, because we're all in the downtown area a lot, both Anthropology, I don't know about North Face, Anthropology and 100 Addison are both being used as a parking lot. And frankly, if I were them, I think I'd just rent it out as a parking lot. I think literally they may make more doing that. But take a look. You know, people quickly find spots anywhere in the downtown where there is a vacant building and they park there.
All right, Councilmember Holman, you wanted to follow up?
I think I answered my own question, except that I don't think they've followed the process that's laid out in the ordinance. But I think this desperately points out the desperate need for, it is late, points out the desperate need for an economic development, or some people call it, some communities call it an economic vitality manager, because, you know, I can think of uses that would be really great on those, at those locations. And there was retail on both sites for a long, long time.
All right, Councilmember Filsath.
Question for staff is in SOFA 2, is office an allowed use?
So office is a permitted use. Medical, professional, and general business offices are permitted in the RT35 and RT50, but not in the Homer Emerson corridor.
So on those sites, they would, medical, dental, office up to 5,000 would be allowed.
But what we're saying is the motion on the table is to allow retail to convert to school, but then the last part of that motion was to prevent schools from, because it's no longer retail-like, to prevent schools from converting to office was the last sentence that I heard.
That's correct.
So it's still a protected, so the school can stay a school or revert back to a retail or retail-like use.
In fact, if staff could fix the motion. Do you need a copy of it?
Yeah.
He'll fix it. Okay, you want to ask it now?
Yeah.
Councilmember Niss.
So while we're waiting for whatever we're waiting for, let's do a what if. There has been, sadly, a rumor that Summerwind, which is the only nursery that we have in town, may close. Let's say that a group that wanted to do affordable housing proposed that they do affordable housing there. It's retail. What happens?
So the nursery would be a protected land use, and the property owner would need to seek a waiver, and if a waiver was not attainable, process a text amendment based on the proposed ordinance that's before you. I will note that your interim ordinance does include in addition to the waiver, an exception for multifamily housing projects. If you thought an affordable housing project was forthcoming and something that you wanted to encourage, you could allow, in addition to the waivers and exceptions, you could allow the...
But it would need to come back to us as a council.
What would need to come back to you?
If we were to make that kind of change.
Well, if you're adopting the ordinance today without that provision, then yes, there'd have to be a future text amendment. And I guess what I'm suggesting is that if you wanted to incorporate into your motion an exception for 100% affordable housing projects, we actually have, I think, the language in the existing interim ordinance. We would just replace multifamily with affordable housing.
Okay, we can come back to that, but
I think we'll come back to that.
let's vote on the amendment.
We're ready?
Yeah. And that passes on a 5-4 vote with council members Du Bois, Koo, Filseth, and Holman voting no. Okay. Are we ready to vote on the main motion? I didn't want to cut anyone off. If anyone else had anything else. I don't see any lights, so then let's vote on the main motion. And that passes on a 6-3 vote with council members Nis, Tanaka, and Fine voting no. Okay. All right. And that ends that item.
Oh, what shall we go on to next?
So now we have council member questions, comments, and announcements, if any.
Do we need a motion to continue
Oh, yes, we do. We do. So I'll make the motion. Is it all right if I make the motion or not? I'm conflicted out, so I don't know. So why doesn't someone else make the motion? Or do you care?
I'll make the
We're going to take oral communications. So I should leave. How's that?
That's right.
As I understood, the council's intention is to call the item and allow anyone who wished to speak tonight to do so, so.
Yes. So first of all, I have to say I'm going to recuse myself from this item because I own property in the downtown district.
I forgot we had to do that.
Yes, I do too.
Okay. Okay, everyone, that takes us to item number 15, and this would be the adoption of a resolution amending 2 resolutions to continue the downtown residential parking program. And is there anyone, I'm not going to ask for comments from staff. I'm simply going to say that if you have stayed and you want to speak on this item tonight, you are more than welcome to. If not, it will be continued to a date certain or uncertain.
I believe we are set on February 27th.
I would suggest you not make it exactly that precise, if you can do that. Can we continue it to a date uncertain? I would suggest that we continue it to a date uncertain.
So the noticing, if we continue it to a date that we specify today, and we do not need to renotice it. If
We simply need to specify a date, and you can change it in the future?
It's not a public hearing.
We just want to get it done. Why we push
It is, but I also know there's another issue, so.
She's giving me the look.
I'll have a dog in this fight.
Let me find out something while you're discovering that. Is there anyone who's going to speak to us? Apparently not. So we have cleared the board on people speaking to us, so now our next goal is to continue this to a date uncertain. Only you want me to continue it to the 27th of February, right?
That would be our recommendation, given that we, at this point, know we have a meeting, we believe we can manage the agenda such that it would be, we would have the capacity to cover this item there.
Okay. My question is, if that date doesn't work, can we move it?
Yes.
Okay, just so we've said that out loud and so the public has heard it and my colleagues have heard it. Okay, so in that case then, I am now making a motion that we move this item, which is number 15, which deals with the residential parking permit program, to February 27th, 2017. Is there a second? 2 seconds? Yes, Councilmember Filsa, thank you. I don't think I need to speak to this any further. I just don't think, unless all of you would like to continue on, it's only 12:25. Should we vote on continuing?
Well, yes.
Right, the night is young. Okay, in that case then, we have a motion and a second to move this. Would you vote on the board? And that passes on an 8-1 with Mayor Scharf having recused himself on this item. And when this item comes back again, Mayor Scharf will of course be recused. Anyone else who has been recused previously, as I understand, and Molly, you may want to speak briefly to that, is not recused because?
So we did a variety of conflicts work on this item, and there are a number of different individual circumstances, and so facts can change, but as far as we know, council members who are able to be here tonight will be able to be here when it comes back.
And that's the explanation, right? So we anticipate there will be 8 members who can vote on the RPP when it returns, correct?
So,
unless something happens between now and then?
Or there's an absence, or depending on when it comes back.
No, but all I'm saying is 8 members have the ability, if they are in the chambers, to vote. You know, I think why don't I drop that one? Why don't we just say, we hope there are a number of people here that night who can vote on that item. No, I'm here. I'm here. Okay, are there any other comments, announcements that anyone wants to make? Tom?
I just want to say I think a lot of us are at the Chinese New Year event, which was awesome. Second year, I think it's getting bigger and bigger, and I'm looking forward to it next year. I think we need a larger location, but it was a lot of fun.
And I have pictures of one of my colleagues dancing, if any of you would like to ever see her dancing. And it wasn't Karen. Anybody else want to add something to prolong the meeting? Nothing? Okay, in that case, everybody, we are adjourned.